Chapter 1055. Li Shui's beautiful oval face was completely wet with tears. She looked at Xiao Hei's handsome face in a daze and didn't want to look away. After a while, she started to wipe her face slowly. She was afraid that Xiao Hei would suddenly wake up and see her like this. However, just as she wiped half of her tears, her hand suddenly paused in midair and her eyes widened abruptly, because she saw a pair of black and shiny eyes staring straight at her. They were filled with guilt, but they were also filled with endless love. Li Shui wanted to hide it and turn around immediately to continue pretending. However, when she saw Xiao Hei's eyes that could see through everything, she understood that her man was actually an extremely intelligent person. She could discover his secret, and he had discovered hers too. Their eyes intertwined and didn't separate for a long time. Xiao Hei didn't explain anything, and Li Shui pursed her lips and didn't speak. Both of them exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Intelligent people often didn't need too many words. One glance was enough to understand. Shui, I'm sorry. I might not be able to wait for our child to be born. In the end, Little Black opened his mouth. His face was flushed, which made him look even more enchanting. Li Shui held back the tears in her eyes and said with a choked voice, I will raise the child well. I will tell them that his father is very handsome and great. Xiao Hei sat up leisurely and gently hugged the sobbing Li Shui. There was a trace of regret in his eyes as he said in a low voice, My mother was killed by Li Kong, so I asked Boss to kill Li Kong at all costs. I didn't expect Star Monarch to come out in the end. Boss and I couldn't escape death at first, but Auntie taught me to awaken our soul-devouring beast's innate ability, soul-devouring transformation, so we escaped in the end. However, after using the soul-devouring transformation, my divine crystal will slowly crack. I think you must have sensed it. Auntie said I can only live for a month, but I don't regret it. I just have some regrets that I can't wait for our child to be born. Even if I can take a look at him. Li Shui's crying got louder and louder. The tears and sadness that she had been suppressing for the past few days were all released at this moment. Although Xiao Hei was very naughty and liked to look at pretty girls' breasts and butts, she knew that Xiao Hei really loved her. You can. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Hei's mind. Xiao Hei's body shook and his eyes lit up. The voice came from Yi Qinghan. It was firm. Yi Qinghan would never lie to Xiao Hei. He had complete trust in Yi Qinghan. He couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, what did you say? Ha. Xiao Hei, you're saved. Open the room's restrictions. I'll come in first. Yi Qinghan sent a soul message over. Xiao Hei hurriedly got up and realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Li Shui was also only wearing her underwear. Xiao Hei hurriedly picked up the robe on the big bed and put it on. Seeing Xiao Hei's expression, Li Shui also hurriedly wiped her tears. She blushed and hurriedly put on her clothes like Xiao Hei. Yi Qinghan walked into the room. Seeing Xiao Hei's shining eyes and Li Shui's blushing face, he easily knew what they had just done. He smiled faintly and said, Mo Xiao and Lord found a way to save Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, you definitely won't die. Believe me. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up even more. Li Shui looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief and started to cry silently again. Although Yi Qinghan always liked to joke, he usually didn't joke about serious matters. Xiao Hei and Li Shui looked at each other and hugged each other tightly. Yi Qinghan looked at the two's joyful expressions and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had never lied to Xiao Hei before, but this time he was deceived. Mo Xiao's method was extremely risky. Forget about absolutely guaranteeing resurrection of Xiao Hei. In the end, even if there was a 30 to 40% chance of resurrection, it would be good. Xiao Hei, don't worry. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will let you live. Even if I'm trapped, even if I have to pierce through the sky, even if I have to kill a god emperor, I will definitely find a way to do it. Definitely. Yi Qinghan silently swore and muttered. Then, he waved at Xiao Hei and said, Let's talk outside. Although Xiao Hei, you will survive in the end, the method is extremely complicated. You must be mentally prepared. Xiao Hei and Li Shui hurriedly followed Yi Qinghan out and sat down in the small hall. Yi Qinghan was silent for a while before he said, Xiao He, you should understand your own situation. After you used the soul-devouring transformation, your body's life force will start to wither and the god world will start to crack. When you become a moon queen, the divine crystal will completely shatter. Therefore, this body of yours will be crippled and your soul-devouring beast's body will also be destroyed. You must be mentally prepared. The soul-devouring beast's body will be destroyed? Then won't I be unable to help you in the future? Xiao He scratched his head helplessly. If the soul-devouring beast's body was useless, then he would be completely useless, however. Li Shui's face was filled with worry and confusion. If the divine crystal was destroyed, would Xiao He still be able to survive? However, when she thought about Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour's great abilities, Li Shui did not dare to ask. She obediently sat beside Xiao He and anxiously grabbed his hand. Yi Qinghan flipped his hand and the slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. He poured in his godly power and a shadow emerged from the slaughter god blade. Slowly, it condensed into the dog's flattering face. He pointed at the dog and said, Xiao He, when the time comes, your aunt will extract your soul and use her ability to let you devour this spirit. This spirit is a very mystical life form, but if you devour it, your soul can only temporarily reside in the slaughter god blade. After that, we will find a suitable body for you to possess and revive. However, you might be able to maintain your soul state for a very long time. This is the only way. Xiao He and Li Shui sighed. However, both of them knew that being able to revive was already not bad. After all, Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan were only grade 9 experts. They were not the legendary god emperors who were invincible. Suddenly, Xiao He raised his eyebrows and asked in a serious tone, Boss, I want to ask you something. If my soul devours the spirit and resides in the slaughter god blade, will I lose my memory? If I lose my memory and can't remember the original things, I would rather not be revived. Probably not. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said with certainty, Your aunt has already made arrangements. With your aunt's restriction skills and Mo Xiaoxiao's soul attainments, they will definitely not let such a situation happen to you. That's good. That's good. Xiao He grinned and was extremely happy. He turned to look at Li Shui and said, As long as I can see my child being born, I will be satisfied. Even if I have to live in the form of a soul for the rest of my life, I will still be happy to see all of you. Pfft. Li Shui hurriedly covered Little Black's mouth with a reproachful look. She frowned and said, You're not allowed to say such inauspicious words. Little Black, you will definitely be resurrected. I will wait for you. When the time comes, the child and I will also be waiting for you, waiting for your return. Ha ha! Yi Qinghan stood up and laughed. Xiao He, you must believe in your boss. Boss can turn another piece of trash from the Yi family into a grade 9 monarch within 100 years. Moreover, this dangerous situation did not take my life. What else in this world can stop me? Believe me, you will definitely live well. I will also bring all of you back to the divine world to take revenge for you and your father. Prepare yourselves. The ceremony will probably start in 3 to 5 days. Chapter 1056. Yi Qinghan left Xiao He's place and sent a message to Lord Devour. Eventually, they arrived at a small side hall. Lord Devour was sitting alone, drinking tea. The enchantress, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Jide were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they were busy with the things that Lord Devour had arranged. Lord Devour glanced at Yi Qinghan, asking him to sit opposite him. Without saying anything, he waved his hand. All of a sudden, the surrounding walls, ground, and roof became transparent. Lord Devour had asked the enchantress to simulate the scenery outside. Although Yi Qinghan knew that they were in the turbulent space basin, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the surrounding walls were transparent, as if they were standing proudly in the void. It was really shocking. For example, if you sat on the ground and looked up at the starry sky, you wouldn't feel anything special. But if you stood in the void and looked at the stars in the sky, you would feel that it was different. It was vast and boundless. Although Yi Qinghan was strong, at this moment, he felt so small and humble. Look behind you. That's the divine world. Lord Devour continued to hold his teacup, drinking tea. He said faintly, "This white air current is the origin energy. Every plane is covered by the origin energy. Look at the distance. There are countless small glowing objects like stars. Those are material planes. And the fire dragon plane is in that direction." The origin energy? Fire dragon plane? Yi Qinghan sighed again. A peak venerable only had the origin energy of a fist. Every single plane was enveloped by the power of origin. Not to mention the plane of the god world, even the amount of power of origin outside the material plane was frightening. The fire dragon plane was in that direction. Yi Qinghan took a closer look and discovered that there were countless material planes surrounding the divine world. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and the flame dragon plane seemed to be one of the bigger ones. Right? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan remembered something. He turned to ask Lord Devour, "Will the fire dragon plane be okay? If the King of Stars were to descend upon the fire dragon dimension in a fit of rage, he could easily destroy the fire dragon dimension." "Humph! He can't destroy it." Lord Devour sneered and said, "The monarch has a tremendous divine power. The material plane space isn't stable. Once a level 9 expert with will gets in there, he will be smashed directly. At that time, the laws of heaven and earth will directly kill him." Yi Qinghan frowned and said doubtfully, "That's not right. My lord, it's fine for me to go back. You've been back too. We're different. We were all born in the flame dragon plane. Our souls are compatible with the space power of the plane. Of course, we won't be affected. Do you remember the Divine Master too? His lords could suppress the strength of the heavenly god martial artists on the mainland, but it could not suppress the martial artists of the immortal world. It was because the native heavenly god martial artists were compatible with the power of space that they were suppressed. As for, did Lord of Stars mainly send the Venerable One? I'll kill them all." Lord Devour sneered and said faintly, "Didn't you ask me about the identity of the rabbit in the dark castle? Hey, that's my real body. My real body is the divine beast you too. When I first took human form, the Soul Emperor used a treasure to help me create an avatar. My clone can't cultivate, so it has the same strength as my real body. So you don't need to worry about the flame dragon plane. With my real body here, no one can destroy the flame dragon continent. Originally, I wanted to bring all of you to the flame dragon plane. But considering that the place is small and that Jita can't enter, and that your cultivation speed in the material plane will be slow, I chose to go to the reincarnation secret land." Yi Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. That rabbit was Lord Devour's real body? No wonder the rabbit killed so many experts that Li Kong had sent there so easily. It was Lord Devour's real body. No wonder he hadn't seen this rabbit before. When Lord Devour went to the immortal world, this rabbit suddenly appeared. No wonder. With Lord Devour's real body and the fact that monarchs couldn't enter, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Also, with the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he could travel through the space turbulence at any time. In the future, he could also bring the immortal experts and disciples with potential to the reincarnation secret land. Now that the rear was completely safe, he could give it his all. Yi Qinghan looked at the material planes outside in a daze. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan turned to look at Lord Devour and said, "Lord, the arrangements are almost done, right? After Xiao Hei's soul enters the slaughter god blade, will he lose his memory? Also, how is he going to take over the body in the future? Do you have any secret techniques for this?" Lord Devour said faintly, "He shouldn't lose his memory. Mo Xiao and the Enchantress are preparing to leave in 2 to 3 days. This shouldn't be too difficult. As for taking over the body, to be honest, currently, I have no idea." "No idea?" Yi Qinghan frowned and asked, "That's not right. Can't the Star Monarch take over the body easily? Is it very difficult?" In the immortal world, besides Shinta Xiong, I haven't heard of anyone who knows the secret technique of taking over the body. Jita also hasn't heard of it. Even Mo Xiao doesn't know it. This is an ancient secret technique that is extremely complicated. Even if Mo Xiao were to study it, it would be extremely difficult. So, little Han, the only thing we can do now is to cultivate continuously and become stronger. When we are strong enough, we will kill our way back, capture and kill Shen Xiong, and force him to tell us how to take over the body. To be honest, no matter how hard Jida and I cultivate, the space for improvement is too small. So we can only place our hopes on you. You have a long way to go. Yi Qinghan nodded and did not speak anymore. He looked at the countless material planes in the distance, the space knife currents, and the space vortexes. His gaze became more and more resolute. Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist would be his life's highest goal. 3 days later, inside the largest hall of the 9th floor, the originally spacious hall had all the furnishings moved away. A complicated sacrificial altar appeared in the middle of the hall. Lord Devour, the Enchantress, Mo Xiao, Jida, and Yi Qinghan sat around the sacrificial altar. Xiao He sat alone in the middle of the sacrificial altar. Behind Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan stood a group of people. Li Shui was surrounded by fireworks, Yin Ling Yu Qingcheng, and a group of women. Everyone was here. All of them looked solemnly at Xiao He, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the sacrificial altar. Xiao He looked relaxed. Li Shui, who was in the middle of the group, also had a smile on her face. They thought that Xiao He would definitely die. Now that there was a chance for him to come back to life, the two of them were already very happy. Although Yi Qinghan and everyone else had told them that Xiao He would exist as a soul for a long time. But as long as Xiao He could come back to life, it was fine. As long as there was hope, it was worth the long wait. Let's begin, Lord Devour said calmly. Divine power burst out from his hand and hit the sacrificial altar. The entire sacrificial altar suddenly emitted a holy pure white light. Lord Devour shouted, "Little Han, cancel the soul contract with Xiao He." Chapter 1057. Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao He, exhaling deeply. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and cut off the soul connection with Xiao He. It wasn't the usual separation, but it was cut off forever. At the moment their souls were cut off, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He shivered at the same time. Yi Qinghan felt like something was missing in his body. He felt empty and uncomfortable. Xiao He's face reddened even more. His eyes were misty as if his soul was cut in half. Lord Devour was emotionless as he continued to shout, "Little Han, release Netherworld." Yi Qinghan was holding the slaughter god saber in his hand. His god power surged, and the ghost appeared in the sacrificial altar, still wearing a flattering face. However, under the sacred light, the ghost felt a little uncomfortable. However, under Yi Qinghan's thought, the ghost didn't dare to move, hovering in the air above the sacrificial altar. Swoosh! Mo Xiaoxiao's two beautiful eyes shot out streaks of white lightning, continuously striking the specter's body. Every attack caused the specter's body to tremble. Yi Qinghan used his thought to control Netherworld, not letting the ghost move. However, the ghost's face became paler, and its body shivered. After a while, when the ghost was almost transparent, and its face didn't have any flattering smile anymore, Lord Devour shouted, "Xiao He, follow the method I've taught you. Get your soul out of your body and enter this ghost. Swallow his consciousness. Hurry!" Xiao He looked at Li Shui. They didn't talk, just nodded. Then, Xiao He looked at Yi Qinghan and then at Lord Devour. Then, he closed his eyes resolutely, and his body burned with a raging flame. The flame grew bigger, and Xiao He's body was swallowed. Li Shui's smile was gone, but she didn't cry. She just pursed her lips and rubbed her belly. Deep in her eyes, there was a blood-soaked sorrow. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu, and the others next to her started to cry. Lord Devour didn't show any emotion, but his eyes were closed. Yi Qinghan didn't show any emotion, but the murderous aura in his eyes soared as if he could swallow people. Yao Ji and Kid couldn't bear it. Mo Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were so bright that they couldn't see what she was thinking. Boom! Not long after that, Xiao He's body was burned into ashes in the flame. Then, a translucent mass of air appeared in the air. At this moment, Lord Devour opened his eyes. His hands moved like lightning, shooting the god power unceasingly on the altar. The holy white halo on the altar became more dazzling, the white lightning in Mo Xiao Xiao's eyes. At the same time, the translucent mass of air that came out from Xiao Hei's body rushed towards the ghost. Finally, the translucent mass of air and the ghost fused together. Lord Devour's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Little Han, recall the ghost. Pay attention to the situation inside the slaughter god saber." Yi Qinghan quickly moved his mind, and the dying ghost and Xiao Hei's soul, which had been attacked by Mo Xiao Xiao, were absorbed into the slaughter god's saber. Yi Qinghan held the saber with both hands, closed his eyes, and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense immediately entered the saber, and he focused on observing the situation inside. The light on the altar gradually dimmed. Everyone in the hall stared at Yi Qinghan, but they didn't dare to use their divine sense to check the situation inside the slaughter god's saber. Although Lord Devour and Mo Xiao Xiao didn't look worried, they were extremely anxious. They had done all the necessary preparations, and now it was time to see the final outcome. If Little Black couldn't devour the dog and was devoured by the dog instead, then Little Black's soul would completely disappear. His soul would scatter and disappear from this world forever. Yi Qinghan was the most nervous. Although Lord Devour and Mo Xiao Xiao had discussed for a long time and came up with all kinds of plans, this concerned Xiao Hei's soul. How could Yi Qinghan not be nervous? The divine sense of his two souls separated to check on Xiao Hei's soul and the ghost. After checking, Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Hei's soul had been strengthened by the slow burning of the divine crystal and the altar. As for the ghost, Mo Xiao Xiao kept attacking it with her soul skills, and it became extremely weak. The moment Xiao Hei's soul entered, it pounced on the ghost like a ferocious tiger. However, Xiao Hei's soul was too small, and Netherworld's soul was too big. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Xiao Hei's soul was extremely strenuous. Although it was strenuous, Xiao Hei's soul was slowly devouring the ghost's body. Yi Qinghan kept controlling the ghost to not resist. At the same time, he used his divine sense to send a message to encourage Xiao Hei's soul. Slowly, Little Black's soul grew stronger and stronger. The original ratio of Spectre to Little Black's soul was 9-1, but in such a short period of time it had become 8-2. However, at this moment, the ghost actually started to resist Yi Qinghan's orders. Maybe it was because of its simple intelligence, but it sensed a fatal danger and started to resist. What a bastard! Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. There was no other way. He could only use the extreme method. He quietly activated the Soul Exterminator and started to attack the ghost carefully. His powerful divine sense turned into millions of golden soul threads and started to attack the ghost. However, his control wasn't very accurate. Xiao Hei's soul and the ghost got entangled, and the countless golden soul threads actually spread into Xiao Hei's soul. The ghost and Xiao Hei's souls trembled at the same time and became weak at the same time. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. To kill 3,000 enemies, one had to suffer 800 losses. This was something that could not be helped. Fortunately, the ghost's injuries were more severe. Xiao Hei's soul started to attack again after a while. When the ghost recovered and started to devour him again, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to release the Soul Exterminator again. Half a day had passed. Yi Qinghan had already released the Soul Exterminator more than 10 times. Yu Ming's and Xiao Hei's souls had been injured countless times. The two masses of qi had already shrunk by half. Another 2 hours had passed. Yi Qinghan's body finally trembled. This was because Xiao Hei's soul had completely devoured the ghost. The massive qi in the slaughter god's saber slowly wriggled and finally turned into a small beast that looked exactly like Xiao Hei. That horn and those lively eyes were exactly the same as Xiao Hei's. "Boss, my soul is very weak. I need to sleep." When a consciousness was transmitted from Xiao Hei's soul to Yi Qinghan's divine sense, Yi Qinghan's entire body started to tremble. Yi Qinghan's divine sense scanned the slaughter god blade for a long time. After confirming that there were no accidents, he slowly withdrew his divine sense. He opened his eyes tiredly, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Looking at the countless faces of Zhang Shi, Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and nodded his head. Little Black succeeded. He has successfully devoured the ghost and even transmitted a message to me to confirm it. However, he is too weak now and has already fallen into a deep sleep. Shu'er, go back and rest first. If Xiao He wakes up, I will inform you immediately. Who? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li Shu'er even collapsed into fireworks embrace. Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. The first important step was a success. The next step was to kill a large number of demonic creatures to stabilize Xiao He's soul. As long as Little Black's soul stabilized, everyone could cultivate with peace of mind. When someone broke through to the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist level one day, when someone broke through to grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, it would be time for them to kill their way back to the divine world. Chapter 1058. Amidst the vast space turbulence, a 9-story pagoda glowing with golden light was like a shooting star as it flew past. The tip of the pagoda was in front, and the base was behind it. The tip of the pagoda was very sharp, just like a sharp awl that pierced through the void. The golden light around the pagoda was so fast that it ignited the air and created sparks. At this moment, the pagoda was flying towards a huge plane in front of it. This plane was completely enveloped by the origin energy, and it looked like it was wrapped up by clouds. The geographical location of this plane was very strange because it was surrounded by 4 huge space vortexes. The space vortex's suction force was extremely strong. Even if a strong warrior or a warrior who had comprehended some special laws and could travel in the space turbulence discovered this plane, they would still hide far away. The power of the space vortexes was so strong that it was not a joke to be sucked in. It was possible that they would be stuck in there for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, the 9-story pagoda did not have any scruples. It was almost at the edge of the 2 vortexes as it flew in at a high speed. The flight route was very ingenious. It happened to be in between the 2 vortexes. The suction force on both sides was balanced, and it would not be sucked into either vortex. It was obvious that this was not the first or second time. After a few days, the pagoda successfully passed through the vortexes and reached the cloud-like origin energy. After flying for another day outside the origin energy, it suddenly stopped at a place. Then, the pagoda started to spin crazily. It was like a sharp drill that penetrated the clouds and flew inside. My lord, you said that this is the origin energy? Isn't the origin energy indestructible? How could such a tough divine item be broken so easily? In the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan looked at this magical scene and was extremely shocked. At the same time, he asked Lord Devour, who was sitting on the main seat. The Yao Ji smiled faintly and did not speak. Jida and Mo Xiaoxiao also looked at Lord Devour in confusion. Lord Devour put down the cup of tea, and his eyes were peaceful. Black's condition had temporarily stabilized, and he had already woken up once. Yi Qinghan had even asked him to release the Slaughter God blade and condense it once, which made everyone relax. After a few months, Xiao He's condition had not changed. Lord Devour was in a good mood, and his face was no longer so cold. At this moment, he patiently explained to Yi Qinghan, "It is not broken. Don't you see that the Soul Emperor Pavilion is spinning crazily? In fact, when a monarch comes out of the space turbulence from the space crack, it cannot break. Nothing could break through the power of the origin. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was able to easily penetrate source energy. This was one of the genius designs of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. According to what the Soul Emperor said, he was referring to the principles of this space vortex. The source strength that protected the plane revolved along with it, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion was like a divine armor that pierced through the source strength like a mountain-piercing armor. In order to build the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Soul Emperor, who was at the peak of the 7th grade, had dared to sneak into the space turbulence through the space crack. He had almost died several times. This Soul Emperor Pavilion is actually the heaven-defying treasure that the Soul Emperor used to suppress the Venerables. The Soul Emperor Pavilion has many magical abilities. In the future, you can let the Yao Ji experience it. Yi Qinghan's heart chilled, but he wasn't too surprised. Ever since he learned that the Soul Emperor Pavilion could recklessly fly through the turbulent flows of space, he had already guessed that this was the Soul Emperor's heaven-defying supreme treasure. In his heart, he was full of admiration for this genius who came from Earth. Could this amazing person have been in the country's high-end scientific research department on Earth? However, Yi Qinghan did not lament for long. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had penetrated the space turbulence and entered the void called the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Yi Qinghan's eyes swept downwards. The Yao Ji and Lord Devour had been here before, so they did not care. Kidmore Xiao also looked around curiously. The Reincarnation Mystic Realm was very big. At least one could not see the edge. There were 3 continents with an inner sea in the center. The outside was surrounded by seawater, and there were countless islands. What shocked Yi Qinghan and Kidmore Xiao was that the seawater outside was not blue, nor was it red like the Star Sea. It was brown, and the water of the inner sea was actually purple. Fortunately, the trees and grass here were still green, so it was not strange. However, the trees and grass on the 3 continents were too thick. From afar, it was like looking at a brown picture with 3 green modules and a purple module in the center. The colors were so bright that it was hard to forget. The Soul Emperor Pavilion slowed down, but it was still faster than the Venerable's teleportation. They flew toward the inner sea in the center. After a while, Yi Qinghan and Kidmore could vaguely see a big island in the center of the inner sea, which was twice as big as the Peach Blossom Island. After a while, the Soul Emperor Pavilion landed on the flat grassland of the big island. There was no loud explosion, and the entire island did not shake. They just landed quietly. Let's go. Let's go and see our temporary home. Lord Devour put down the teacup and stood up. The Yao Ji smiled and controlled the barrier. The 5 of them flashed and appeared above the island. Li Shirshir greets the 2 ants and the lords. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared in midair, he saw rows of people and strange creatures kneeling neatly on the grassland below. The beautiful woman in a yellow dress was standing in front. She slightly bent her body, curiously assessing Yi Qinghan and Kidmore Xiao behind Lord Devour. Yeah. Shirshir, you've worked hard all these years. Lord Devour revealed a loving expression. He then glanced at the people behind the yellow-robed woman and sighed. Aunt, you've worked hard. Why aren't you bowing? The yellow-robed woman nodded obediently, then coldly tilted her head. The people behind her immediately panicked and shouted in unison, "Greetings, lords!" Yi Qinghan curiously assessed the people behind Li Shirshir. The people here were similar to the people in the divine world, but they were generally taller. The female warriors were also tall and strong, and their bodies were incomparably hot. What was worth noting was that there were some beast men. In front of them was a woman with a snake's lower body and a half-naked upper body. However, her voluptuous breasts were covered by a red veil. She was the most eye-catching. However, the people behind Li Shirshir were all at the God Emperor realm, and only Li Shirshir was at the Venerable realm. Yi Qinghan did not care about it, and he was even less interested in that half-human, half-snake woman. Instead, he spread out his divine consciousness to check the entire Samsara secret land. After a while, he found many interesting things. In these 3 continents, about half of them were humans, and the rest were beastmen, and other races that he had never seen before. There were many strange species that didn't exist in the divine world. Although there were no demonic beasts here, they were similar to the demonic beasts in the Fire Dragon continent. However, their strength was only at the God King realm, which Yi Qinghan ignored. The scenery in the Samsara plain was not bad, and the strange scenery was breathtaking. Although the heaven and earth essence energy here wasn't as good as the divine world, it wasn't bad either. After investigating the area, Yi Qinghan discovered that there weren't any strong monsters or warriors in this plane. Only then did he feel completely at ease. This reincarnation secret realm could be considered a paradise. It was not bad to use it as a temporary residence. While Yi Qinghan's group was exploring the Samsara continent, the warriors of the Samsara continent were also attracted by the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Many experts of the Samsara continent were also curious and quietly heading over to investigate. But when their divine consciousness swept over, They were all scared out of their wits, because they found that the strongest warriors of the Samsara continent, the high and mighty figures, the rulers who controlled the lives and deaths of billions of warriors on the continent, were all kneeling on the ground like dogs. Chapter 1059. After fireworks and moon-alluring cities Yi Xiqian and Emperor Hani were teleported out, they were also curious and excited. They released their soul consciousness to check the situation in the reincarnation secret land, which piqued their interest. Even Li Shui'er, whose face was slightly pale, was temporarily suppressing the sorrow in her heart by this strange foreign scenery, quietly sizing it up. Lord Devour didn't talk much. He didn't introduce Yi Qinghan's group to Li Shirshir and the rulers of the reincarnation secret land. He just nodded to Li Shirshir. With her company, he brought Yi Qinghan's group to a massive building complex on the island. On the way, Li Shirshir introduced the situation of the reincarnation secret land to them. This island was called the Reincarnation Island, and the inner sea was called the Reincarnation Sea. The three continents outside were called the Luan Sky Continent, the Luan Earth Continent, and the Luan Man Continent. The outer sea was called the Reincarnation Sea. The name was very unsophisticated and even strange. However, Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan that it was the Soul Emperor who had named it. The Reincarnation Island had only one building complex. It wasn't a palace, but a bamboo building. Li Shirshir said that she lived on the island alone with hundreds of maids. As for the rulers of the Reincarnation Secret Land, they didn't have the right to live on the Reincarnation Island. There were many buildings on the island. Thus, it was easy for Yi Qinghan's group to settle down. Each of the senior elders had their own courtyard. Since Yi Qinghan had many wives, the biggest courtyard was given to him. Fireworks had asked Li Shui'er to stay with her. The elites of the soul-devouring manor in the first level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion didn't have the right to live on the island. Under Lord Devour's order, and senior elder of the soul-devouring city led them to the other continents to settle down. In the biggest building on the island, Lord Devour's group of 5, along with Li Shirshir, were sitting and drinking the strange fragrant tea on the island. They were listening to Li Shirshir talking about the situation in the Reincarnation Secret Land. When the people in the Reincarnation Secret Land reach the God Emperor realm, they will die mysteriously after 10,000 years. So strange? That's not right. Li Shirshir, you're already a martial venerable. You've been in the Reincarnation Mystic realm for more than 10,000 years, right? How did you? Before Li Shirshir could finish speaking, Yi Qinghan suddenly interrupted. Both Jida and Mo Xiaoxiao were astonished. Cultivators at their level did not believe in things like fate and curses. The laws of heaven and earth would not kill life for no reason. A gleam of surprise crossed Li Shirshir's eyes. She turned to Lord Devour and found that she didn't mind Yi Qinghan's rudeness. In addition, Yi Qinghan had a group of beautiful wives and concubines. Even Yao Ji was living with her? This made Li Shirshir even more confused about Yi Qinghan's identity. On the surface, he was at the God Emperor realm. Although his soul had reached the God Emperor realm, he was the weakest in this group. Why did Mo Xiaoxiao and the other level 9 expert treat him so politely? Seeing that Lord Devour didn't want to explain, Li Shirshir could only smile faintly. That year, the Soul Emperor named this place the Reincarnation Secret Land because this place has a reincarnation fate. When a warrior reaches the God Emperor realm, he will die mysteriously within 10,000 years. Outsiders like us aren't affected by this fate. I've lived here for 300,000 years. You guys don't need to worry. Haha, little Han, it's true. That year, the Soul Emperor and Yao Ji had investigated for a long time, but we couldn't solve this riddle. If you're interested, you can check it out later. Lord Devour opened his mouth to confirm this strange fact. Jida and Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. This strange thing didn't conform to the principles of the principle of heaven and earth. If they could solve it, perhaps they could comprehend something which would be beneficial to their cultivation. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. My lord, I don't have time to care about this. If Xiao Hei's soul isn't stabilized, I won't have the mood to cultivate. When should we go to hunt devils? Lord Devour waved his hand and said faintly, Don't panic. Let Shui'er and the others adapt for a while. After 1 year, we'll go to the small plains near the demon world to check the situation. Then we'll discuss the details. How's Xiao Hei's soul now? It's stable now. However, his energy is disappearing. Without energy to replenish it, Xiao Hei's soul will become weaker and weaker. At this speed, Xiao Hei's soul will vanish completely in 100 years if he doesn't have energy to replenish it. Yi Qinghan said with a heavy heart. When he was devouring, Xiao Hei's soul had been destroyed, which made him so worried. 100 years. Lord Devour's face darkened. Eventually, he nodded. You should go back and rest. We'll depart in 3 months. You, Jida, and I will leave. Xiao, you stay here. Your soul technique doesn't work on the demon world's creatures. You should continue to cultivate. Also, take care of the elites. Alright, your soul is strong. You can comprehend the secret of the reincarnation secret domain. Perhaps it will be beneficial to your cultivation. Yi Qinghan nodded his head silently and left directly. Lord Devour waved his hand faintly, taking Mo Xiao and teleporting away. Jida looked at Li Shirshir with interest. This elegant lady was to his liking. However, considering her relationship with Lord Devour, he couldn't do anything to her. He smiled and left. Li Shirshir and Jida were left alone. Li Shirshir asked skeptically, Aunt Ji, who is that young man? What's his relationship with you? It's him. Jida saw the doubt in Li Shirshir's eyes. She stayed behind to answer her question. Li Shirshir was a lady from the divine world. The Soul Emperor had saved her and left her with Lord Devour and Jida. Hence, she had always called Lord Devour and Aunt Jida. Li Shirshir was a good girl. Her cultivation speed was fast. When the Soul Emperor reached the reincarnation secret domain, she broke through to the venerable realm. At that time, the Soul Emperor left her here to help guard the base. Jida rubbed Li Shirshir's head lovingly. She smiled and said, He's a magical man, the #1 genius in the divine world. He's from the Fire Dragon Plain, the hometown of the Soul Emperor and Diawu. He's the eldest of the Soul Emperor's sons. He's the successor of the Soul Emperor. He broke the restriction of the Sealed God Valley. He comprehended the eternal mystery of space, which no one in the divine world has successfully comprehended in billions of years. He's the only person in the divine world who can use the supreme slaughtering god blade without dying. After cultivating for 100 years, his overall strength has reached the 9th grade. Of course, he's also my man. His name is Yi Qinghan. In the divine world, he's called the Frigid Night Sovereign. 9th grade. Li Shirshir opened her mouth in shock. She looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had left in disbelief. No wonder this person looked like he only had the strength of a god emperor. He could actually sit on the same level as Lord Devour and the Kid Monarch. No wonder he could win the hearts of so many peerless women. Any one of the titles that Jida mentioned could shake the world. It was hard to imagine that so many halos appeared on one person's head. Moreover, he was someone who had ascended from a material plane. Li Shirshir looked at the tenderness in Jida's eyes. She couldn't help but feel awkward. She had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. She actually had to call a young man who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years uncle? Chapter 1060. Qinghan. How long will you be gone this time? In Yi Qinghan's loft, a group of people was sitting in the hall except Yao Ji. When Yi Qinghan said that he would leave after 3 months, everyone frowned slightly. Yu Qingqing knew that this question was a little redundant, but she still asked it in the end. Yi Qinghan didn't conceal anything about this operation. He had told them earlier that he was going to hunt the demonic creatures in the low-level planes. It wouldn't be dangerous, but it would take a long time. Because to stabilize Xiao Hei's soul completely, he needed a massive amount of original qi of life. Actually, Yi Qinghan didn't know how much he needed. The Netherworld dog was evolving for the first time. Yi Qinghan estimated that the Netherworld dog had slaughtered tens of millions of demonic demon creatures to produce such a strange thing. After that, Yi Qinghan thought that the Netherworld dog would quickly evolve for the second time. However, he did not expect that after a few months of slaughtering, the Netherworld dog had probably devoured at least 1/10 of the low-ranked demonic demon creatures in the Starry Sea. However, it didn't show any sign of evolution. Thus, Yi Qinghan guessed that if he wanted to form Xiao Hei's soul, he wouldn't need to worry about losing energy. He didn't need to swallow the original qi of the demonic creatures to survive forever. Thus, he had to make Xiao Hei's soul evolve. How many demonic beasts would be needed, or whether they could evolve, were all unknown. Thus, Yi Qinghan didn't know how long it would take, or if he could do it. Lord Devour knew that there were only two places with demonic creatures. One was the material plane near the divine world. After a long time of the demonic aura, it had become a small demon world. With 10 devil monarchs, it was the springboard for the demon world to attack the divine world. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to go there. The other place was the 9 nether demon world. Although the fiend world was 10 times larger than the immortal world, it was also much more dangerous. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would dare to kill their way in. Thus, Xiao Hei needed a lot of demon world creatures, which would be the biggest headache for Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. It was also something that had to be done, something that was extremely urgent. As for working hard in cultivation, comprehending laws, and breaking through to rank 9 utmost exalted, that was an incomparably long process. The path of cultivation could not be rushed. If everyone didn't have such a fate, they could only die of old age in the secret realm of reincarnation or the fire dragon continent. The lifespan of a rank 9 was infinitely long, but it did not mean that one could live forever and never die. Level 9 was only the pinnacle of martial artists, not the legendary omnipotent divine emperor supreme who existed with heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, looking at the countless faces of Zhangxi. He smiled faintly and said, "This time, I will be gone for a very long time. The demonic plane is too far away. It might take decades or even centuries to go back and forth. Moreover, we need to explore the surroundings and slowly hunt. Of course, I will occasionally come back to stay for a while. This secret realm of reincarnation is very safe. You can rest assured and stay here. President Mo Xiaoxiao lives here. You can look for her if you need anything. Don't worry too much. I won't risk my life too much. If I really can't kill my way back to the divine world, I will stay in this secret realm of reincarnation forever, or go back to the fire dragon continent to retire." The ladies looked at Yi Qinghan, who was smiling warmly, and nodded. Of course, there were also some who saw some other things, such as the wise Yu Qingcheng, the cold night enchantress, and the intelligent fireworks. A trace of bitterness flashed in their eyes. They were very clear that with Yi Qinghan's personality, things would not be as easy as he said. They were the only ones who understood their men. He would not stop until he reached his goal. Even if he broke the wall, he would not turn back. However, they were not prepared to say anything, nor were they prepared to persuade him. Wasn't this Yi Qinghan the Yi Qinghan that they liked? If he changed, he would not be Yi Qinghan anymore. Sihan, Peach Blossom, glamorous, enchantress, this time. Enchantress will make it leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When that time comes, if you want to cultivate, go into seclusion in the Dream Palace. Although cultivation is dependent on talent and opportunities, personal effort is also indispensable. Sihan, don't interfere with the matters of this secret realm of reincarnation. There is no point in meddling in such a small place. Cultivate well. If it is possible in the future, when we kill our way back to the divine world, I will give you a few continents to rule. Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Qinghan was silent for a while, then looked at Yi Sihan and said with a smile. When Yi Qinghan was in seclusion in Fire Dragon City for a few hundred years, Yi Sihan expressed her incomparable love for power. She followed Lei Zhen and learned from Fire Dragon City. Later, Lei Zhen gave the position of Fire Dragon City Lord to Yi Sihan, who was only at the first level of the God King realm. Yi Qinghan also knew that after this child came to the divine world, she was bullied everywhere. She liked to enjoy the power and glory that tens of thousands of people respected. Her cultivation speed in the past few hundred years had fallen. Therefore, Yi Qinghan specially instructed her now. Along the way, Yi Qinghan was very clear that in this world power was everything. With power, you would have everything. The moment the Sovereign of Stars appeared, he immediately unified the immortal world. This was the best proof. Moreover, this secret realm of reincarnation was Lord Devour's territory. Although Lord Devour did not mind, Yi Sihan wanted to snatch power. The elders of Soul Eater City also did not dare to refuse. However, if they had objections because of this, it would not be good. To be honest, a secret realm the size of a palm, Yi Qinghan really did not want it. I understand, father. Yi Sihan nodded. Her attitude was much better than before. He was also very clear that Yi Qinghan was the absolute pillar of this family. They could not help Yi Qinghan with anything, but they could not be a burden. And you, Xiao Wu, Ling and fireworks. Yi Qinghan turned his head to the other side, glancing at Yi Qingguo, Ling and fireworks. He said indifferently, I have looked around this secret realm of reincarnation. There are many places that are considered fun. If you like to play, I don't care, but don't cause trouble. Of course, if someone causes trouble, just kill them. If there is anything, ask for Qingqing's opinion first. If anything happens, look for Mo Xiaoxiao. I will explain to her. You can stay in this secret realm temporarily. Believe me, this is only temporary. I promised you a lifetime of glory that year. This promise is still valid. Qinghan, go and do your own things. There is me, us sisters, and Sihan at home. Although we cannot help you with anything, we will not drag you down. Don't work too hard. Actually, living here or in the Fire Dragon continent is quite good. Yu Qingqing spoke. The others nodded. Even Ling who loved to cause trouble, looked at Yi Qinghan obediently. Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. He waved his hand to let Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom go back to rest. I will be leaving in 3 months. I have nothing left for you. Looking at the group of women, Yi Qinghan suddenly looked around seriously and said, Whoever wants a child, go back to your room, wash up, and wait for me. In 3 months, I will try to give each of you a child. It will also give you some hope in your hearts. Tui. Ling spat and was the first to run away. The women did not expect Yi Qinghan to say something so embarrassing in such a situation. All of them blushed, and even the exceptional Yu Qingqing found it hard to endure the embarrassment. However, they all left quietly. As for whether they went back to take a bath, no one knew. Chapter 1061. Brother-in-law, can I have a child as well? Just as Yi Qinghan was grinding his fists and preparing to fight for the human race's reproduction, a fiery voice sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. Following that, a blue figure flew into the yard. She had a head of blue curly hair, blue eyes, and a tall, voluptuous body. She made cherry blossoms exude a wild aura. If you want, you can find a man to give birth to. Yi Qinghan glanced at cherry blossoms and was tempted to say that in exasperation. When it came to women, Yi Qinghan was already very satisfied with having so many peerless women. To put it nicely, his present situation was a strategic shift. To put it bluntly, he had been chased out like a dog. Furthermore, with Xiao He on his plate, how could Yi Qinghan be in the mood for romance? He was about to leave. His future was bleak and he did not know what dangers awaited him. Would he die? Yi Qinghan did not wish to harm cherry blossoms. Therefore, he said with a wry smile, Cherry blossoms, ignoring the reincarnation mystic realm, we have brought tens of thousands of warriors with us. There is no lack of good men among them. You can try choosing one. Men do not necessarily have to be the most outstanding. Just choose one that can accompany you for life. Marrying me is actually suffering. Just look at your sister. What kind of life would she lead with a man like me? She would wander from place to place, living in constant peril. No, you are wrong, brother-in-law. After hearing Yi Qinghan's heartfelt words, Cherry Blossom's expression did not change at all. On the contrary, the love in her sapphire eyes grew stronger. She shook her head and said, You also know that I'm the princess of Nanling City, although this princess isn't worthy of the Ying family's attention. Although this highness isn't worth the Ying family's attention, it's still considered revered in the Nanling continent. If I want a man, what kind of man would I not have? What I needed was only my own spiritual sustenance. I just wanted to love and hate madly for the man I liked. When I thought of my own man, I would feel warmth in my heart and smile quietly. I like this feeling. I like thinking about you. I like looking at you. I like thinking about you. I really like you. Although this kind of life was difficult, It made me feel like a person. Besides, brother-in-law, you are so outstanding. Do you think I can find a man who is more outstanding than you? A man who can drive me crazy? I don't ask for much. I just want to have a place in your heart. Even being your lover is fine. If you don't agree to it, I won't commit suicide. However, after you leave and return, cherry blossoms will probably never see you again. How can a woman with a dead heart endure the onslaught of time? Yi Qinghan looked at the composed cherry blossoms and was momentarily at a loss for words. He never expected cherry blossoms to be so persistent. Back in Flame Dragon City, she said that she wanted to pursue him. He thought it was a joke. Sigh. Little Han, take her in. That lass, Cherry Blossoms, has fallen head over heels in love with you. If you don't want her, she will really die. At that moment, a voice transmission sounded lightly. It was filled with pleading. It was a voice transmission from Blue Rain. She had Cherry Blossoms by her side all the time. How could she not tell what she was thinking? The next second, Fireworks' voice transmission came. Brother Yi, take Cherry Blossoms. Sister Cherry Blossoms is quite pitiful. Yi, Little Han, bring Cherry Blossoms to me. I'll get Firework. The four of us will serve you well. We'll let you play with something new. It'll definitely feel good. Yin Linger's voice transmission came as well. Qinghan, after our harem's discussion, we will make an exception to let Cherry Blossoms join us. However, if you were to come back with another woman, we will absolutely not allow you to join us. Do you understand? Finally, Yu Qingqing's voice transmission made the final decision. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He sighed inwardly. The debt of love was getting heavier. He extended his hand to touch Cherry Blossom's blue wavy hair and said with a smile, "Return to the room and wait for me." Not having a woman was a very painful matter, but having too many women was a very troublesome matter. If this bunch of women were not so loyal, and if he was a heartless person, perhaps Yi Qinghan would not be placed in such a difficult position. Lord Devour had once said, "You have to give as much as you want." He had obtained a bunch of female confidants, but he had to carry a courage that was heavier than Qing Shan in the divine world. He had to proceed with great difficulty. That was because he had to give them a lifetime of glory. There were no fields that spoiled from plowing, only cows that died of exhaustion. Without a doubt, Yi Qinghan's body was stronger than the transcendent great heaven annihilating Kuei Ox's body. However, 3 months later, even Yi Qinghan, who stood at the pinnacle of warriors, felt his legs turn to jelly. In consideration of the fact that Yi Qinghan would be away for a long time, every woman was determined to have a child. Although the marksmanship of a godly expert was very accurate, and the Yi family's marksmanship was extremely ferocious, having a child was still a matter of probability. Yi Qinghan did not dare use his divine perception and divine power to interfere with the control. It would be troublesome if he gave birth to a deformed child. Therefore, during the 3 months, Yi Qinghan could not remember how many times he had shivered or how many times his feet had trembled. There were even a few times when his eyes rolled back. However, Yin Linger and the other women had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. It made Yi Qinghan enjoy it to the point of going crazy. Once the 3 months were up, Lord Devour acted decisively and gave the order to set off. Everything that needed to be arranged had been settled. After settling Xiao Hei's matter, everyone could cultivate in peace. Brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your physique is lacking. I have a harem of 3,000 in Ethereal Palace, but how many do you have? Later, I will teach you a few moves. Hehe. Although Yi Qinghan tried his best to keep his expression the same as before, Jida, who was an experienced womanizer, could still see through it. He chuckled and sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Brother Jida, you are awesome." Yi Qinghan secretly gave Jida a thumbs up. The two of them followed Lord Devour to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Enchantress had already entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion to make arrangements. This time, she had left the Illusion Palace on the Samsara continent for everyone to cultivate. There were some changes to the restrictions in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so the Enchantress was very busy. In the past 3 months, I have found dozens of stunning women on the Samsara continent. There are also a few top-grade half-beast beauties. Later, I will give you a few to play with. Let's study them together. Jida glanced at Lord Devour in front of him, and then turned to send a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This Jida was really a pirate leader. No wonder he had not been on the Samsara island for the past few months. It turned out that he had gone out to flirt with beauties. Looking at Lord Devour awkwardly, he sent a voice transmission. Brother, there is only one word for awesome, right? You didn't use force, did you? Jida glared at him and said unhappily, Nonsense. Do I, Jida, need to use force to flirt with beauties? I'm not bragging. I just don't show my strength. As long as I shake my strong body in front of the beauties, they will be like moths flying crazily toward me. That's true. Is this the legendary aura of a bastard? Wrong. The domineering aura of a king. The two of them happily bragged along the way. Jida seemed to be especially talkative today. After coming out of the pavilion, he had been chatting with Yi Qinghan nonstop. Yi Qinghan was also very cooperative. He chatted happily with Jida without looking back. He didn't even use his soul consciousness to check once. He knew that a group of people was watching them from behind. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but he didn't dare to turn around. He was afraid that if he turned around, he wouldn't be able to bear to leave. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would see a tearful face, a face that would make his heart ache. Chapter 1062. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, flying towards the endless void. After reaching a height of billions of miles, it spun crazily and finally disappeared into the cloud-like origin energy in the sky. In the boundless void, a 9-story pagoda appeared. It was covered in a golden light and moved as fast as lightning. It flew through the 2 space vortexes and soon flew out easily. It continued to move forward in the boundless void. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Little Han, go and cultivate. This flight will take a long time. It will take at least 30 years to reach the edge of the demonic plane. Send me a message if you need anything, Lord Devour said, then glanced at Jida and said faintly, Jida, you should also try your best to cultivate. Don't wallow in women all the time. Although it's hard to increase our competence, where there's a will, there's a way. If you want to go against the heaven, you have to work hard, right? Yes, Lord. Jida blushed. Lord Devour teleported away. Jida smiled and didn't dare to drag Yi Qinghan down with him. He went back to his room to study the Beastman beauty in the Reincarnation Mystery Land. Yao Ji, doesn't the Soul Emperor Pavilion need someone to control it? And what kind of energy does it use? Yi Qinghan picked up his cup of tea and asked curiously. He had never seen anyone controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The dragon boats needed people to control them, and they needed divine power. This is one of the genius designs of the Soul Emperor. Do you remember the shield outside the Supreme Island? The Soul Emperor used the shield's principle to automatically absorb energy from heaven and earth. There's a super strong spirit gathering array inside. As for controlling it, it's even easier. The Soul Emperor brought us around and we're familiar with it, so we don't need to control it. Of course, if we go to an unfamiliar place, we need to control it. Because Little Black was temporarily safe, Yaoji's heart was also much more relaxed. She did not have to worry too much about the matters of cultivation. She knew that it was basically very difficult for her to take another step forward on the path of cultivation. There were also a few big shots and Little Han above her, so her mood was actually very relaxed. As she spoke, the seductiveness in her bones flowed out unconsciously, causing Yi Qinghan's heart to flutter. I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Do as you wish. Yi Qinghan hurriedly got up, not daring to continue looking at Yao Ji. Not long ago he had pampered all of his wives, but not Yao Ji. If she were to make such a request, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be able to refuse. However, he would definitely cramp his thighs, calves, and middle thighs. Little Han. Seeing Yi Qinghan flee in panic under her fiery gaze, Yao Ji chuckled and shouted, Don't you need me to help you? Enter the 5th level of soul stillness? Cough, cough. Another day, another day. Yi Qinghan, who was running away at lightning speed, trembled and almost fell to the ground. He didn't even turn his head back as he dashed towards the small hall where he lived. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yi Qinghan first began to look at his body's condition. Originally, he didn't have this habit, but ever since he had merged with firework, lightning had appeared in his origin force and struck his soul from time to time. Every time Yi Qinghan calmed down, he would subconsciously look at his soul. This time, when he looked inside, his soul sea was still the same as before. Above his origin force, lightning continued to strike unceasingly. The lightning cycled between his soul sea and his origin force. The bridge that connected the two souls was still shining brightly, and the black line did not continue to spread. This strange soul, if it continues to evolve like this, I wonder what it will become in the end. Will it explode in the end? Yi Qinghan scratched his head and let out a deep sigh. Thunder and lightning continued to strike, and his soul ocean was constantly changing. If it eventually disappeared or exploded, that would be too much. After sighing for a while, Yi Qinghan could only ignore it and start to examine his own comprehension of the laws. During his 600 years of seclusion in Flame Dragon City, he had comprehended a high-grade profound spatial oppression. With the completion of the fourth high-grade profound, Yi Qinghan's comprehension of the laws had reached the realm of a sixth-grade war god. The pressure of a god-emperor had also become stronger. This time, he was prepared to continue comprehending the profound of space. The comprehension of the laws was the most important path. He had to continue comprehending two high-grade profound mysteries to reach the peak of the seventh grade, then comprehend the so-called Tao and break through to the venerable realm. Finally, he would comprehend the ultimate profound and become a true ninth-grade war god. Spatial traversal? Spatial combination? How do I even begin to comprehend these two profound mysteries? What kind of profound is spatial traversal? Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the wall. The higher a warrior's realm, the more difficult it was to comprehend. This was because the fusion of high-grade profound mysteries depended on fusing 4 of the 5 basic profound mysteries in different sequences. The more one fused, the lower the probability of successful fusion, and the more difficult it would be. The cultivation of a warrior was already defying the natural order. The laws of heaven and earth would automatically reject you. Without heaven-defying luck and aptitude, how could they easily approve of you? Let's continue looking at the profound mysteries diagram. Yi Qinghan's mind stirred, and he directly entered the War Imperial Hall. He looked at the two profound mysteries diagram of spatial traversal and spatial combination and fell into deep thought. After looking at it for a while, Yi Qinghan finally stopped in front of the spatial traversal profound diagram. He circulated his divine power and his eyes lit up. The scene in front of him began to change. The surrounding scenery began to turn into a sky filled with stars. From time to time, there would be meteors falling down, their brilliance dazzling. In the end, they would quietly fade away, vanishing into the endless void. Meteors? Or space-shattering saber flow? Yi Qinghan stared at the beautiful starry sky in a daze. He frowned slightly and just stood there, as if he had turned into a statue. Within the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji was not surprised at all by Yi Qinghan's sudden disappearance. She knew that Yi Qinghan had gone to the War Imperial Hall. Hence, she was holding a book on restrictions and reading it with great interest. She had a foundation in the study of restrictions and had studied the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion for many years. Now that she saw the 2 books on restrictions that Yi Qinghan had given her, she would sigh with emotion every time she read them. Yi Qinghan didn't say where he had obtained these books on restrictions, and Yao Ji didn't ask either. However, she knew that this person's comprehension of restrictions had reached a terrifying height. He was several times stronger than the Soul Emperor. Just by looking at the restrictions of the War Imperial Hall, he could easily see some clues. Little Han has already been in the War Imperial Hall for a year. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he has comprehended something? This is bad. If he casually enters meditation for several thousand years, we won't be able to contact him. If we delay Xiao He, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, Yao Ji remembered something. She put away the books on restrictions and stood up worriedly. She was not in the War Imperial Hall. At this moment, Xiao Hei's soul had also fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan had entered meditation, so he wouldn't be able to detect any messages. Swish! As Yao Ji was worried and was about to find Lord Devour, a green figure suddenly appeared in the small hall. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled like stars. Yao Ji didn't dare to look at him directly. Yao Ji, do you have any way to let me stand outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Of course, you have to do it under the golden light. Otherwise, I will be chopped into pieces by the saber-shattering current. Yi Qinghan's face was so serious and even a little anxious as he spoke to Yao Ji. What? That's simple. With the protection of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions, they won't hurt you. Anyway, what do you want to do outside? Yao Ji was a little puzzled as she looked at Yi Qinghan. She didn't know why he had made such a strange request. Send me out. Now. Yi Qinghan didn't explain but shouted seriously. Although Yao Ji was puzzled, she didn't ask. She controlled the restrictions and sent Yi Qinghan out. Then she simulated the situation outside. However, she found that Yi Qinghan didn't do anything. He just stood on the Soul Emperor Pavilion and stared at the turbulence in space. It was as if he had become a statue. What? Yao Ji was even more puzzled, but her eyes brightened. Did Yi Qinghan comprehend something? Chapter 1063. Yi Qinghan stood quietly outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, looking at the endless void, looking at the whistling spatial blade streams, looking at the constantly spinning spatial vortexes, looking at the countless planes that twinkled like stars. It was as if the time and space around him were frozen. Even his eyes didn't move a bit. Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan for a long time, feeling strange. Then she sent a message to Lord Devour and Jita. The two also felt strange after watching for a while. Without a doubt, Yi Qinghan was cultivating. It was just that his cultivation method was a little strange. The number one genius of the divine world. He's a genius indeed. His cultivation method is so strange. Jita sighed. This kid's innate talent was too abnormal. He had actually touched the mysteries in such a short time. It was really frustrating to compare oneself with others. The shorter a warrior's cultivation time, the easier it was for them to comprehend the principle. This was because their body's various functions were very active. After cultivating for a long time, their lifespan would reach hundreds of thousands of years. However, the body's functions would slowly weaken. Although the weakening was slow, it was still declining. The most important thing was that the more time passed, the more rigid one's thinking would be. Thus, young people were passionate and open-minded. It was easy for them to achieve great things. However, what made Yao Ji and the other two dumbfounded was that Yi Qinghan had been standing outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 20 years. To a warrior at Yao Ji's level, 20 years was just the blink of an eye. The last time Yi Qinghan comprehended the principle, he had spent 600 years. However, Yi Qinghan wasn't cultivating. He was standing still. His eyelids didn't even blink. His eyes didn't move. This was really strange. If Lord Devour hadn't used his divine consciousness and found that Yi Qinghan was normal, Yao Ji would have sent Yi Qinghan here. Thinking about Yi Qinghan's solemn expression when he sent her out, Yao Ji didn't dare to move. As a result, Yi Qinghan was like a javelin, standing outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion for another 7 years. Finally, he laughed out loud, scaring Yao Ji so much that she almost broke the teacup in her hand. Space Shuttle Motherf *Ker. It's teleportation. High-level space mysteries. One is teleportation and the other is will. What a huge loss. If I fuse with space travel and become a venerable one in the future, will the laws of heaven and earth still grant me teleportation? Yi Qinghan sat outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. After 27 years, he had finally fused the space shuttle. However, he did not expect that according to his theoretical deduction, the fusion would be successful, and the space travel was actually teleportation. After sighing for a while, Yi Qinghan simply lay down on the outer shell of the Soul Emperor Pavilion made of some unknown material. He looked up at the endless void, his heart at peace. Since he had fused it, the high-level space would be a great achievement soon. Moreover, he estimated that it would take several hundred years to completely fuse it. He wasn't in a hurry. He used his divine sense to check his soul and found that there weren't many changes. He took out the Slaughter God saber and checked Xiao Hei's situation. Xiao Hei's soul was still asleep. There were no accidents. Although he had lost a lot of energy, it wasn't a big problem. Yi Qinghan continued to look at the void. After flying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for more than 20 years, they arrived at a place that Yi Qinghan didn't recognize at all. He looked to the left in shock, only to discover that there was a huge plain there. Moreover, they were still very far away from this huge plain. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to get close. One could imagine how big this plain was. Yao Ji, pull me in. Yi Qinghan looked for a while and took out his communication jade talisman to send a message. He had just sent the message when he saw a flash of white light. He appeared in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The three of them were in the small hall. Yao Ji was the most anxious. She asked, "Little Han, how was it? Did you comprehend anything?" Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "I have comprehended the fifth occult." "The fifth? You said the fifth? Are you sure it's not the fourth?" Yao Ji revealed a happy face. Lord Devourer and Jida revealed an incredulous expression. Jida asked in astonishment. Although he had guessed that Yi Qinghan might comprehend something, he didn't expect that he would actually succeed. This wasn't important. What was important was the fifth. Yi Qinghan didn't tell Lord Devourer and Jida that he had comprehended the space suppression because he had his own will. He didn't think it was something worth showing off. Yi Qinghan also didn't use his aura. So Jida and Lord Devourer didn't know that he had comprehended the space suppression occult in the Flame Dragon City. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod, Lord Devourer and Jida looked at each other and sighed. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, and he was about to reach the threshold of a 7th-grade war god. Disregarding Yi Qinghan's eternal space and his comprehensive competence, his comprehension speed of the principle was the fastest in the history of the divine world. The fifth occult, of course, referred to the fifth high-grade occult. The most difficult part of comprehending the occult was the entry level. Once he had comprehended it and found the right path, he could follow the vine to the melon, slowly deduce it, and finally succeed. The faster Yi Qinghan cultivated, the happier Lord Devourer and Jida would be. In fact, they didn't have much confidence in Mo Xiaoxiao because Mo Xiaoxiao had taken the unorthodox path. Not cultivating the principle wasn't the right path. Thus, Yi Qinghan was their only hope to return to the divine world. "Little Han, do you see that gigantic plain?" After a while, Lord Devourer pointed at the plain that Yi Qinghan had seen on the left. Yi Qinghan nodded. She continued, "That's the demon plain. As long as you get close to it, you can clearly feel the cold and evil aura of the demon. In 1 year, we'll reach the outer layer of countless material planes. At that time, you and Yao Ji will go in and check. If there are any demon creatures, kill them all. We'll wait outside." Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "That's the demon plane? Yeah, I'll go alone. Yao Ji will stay here to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Oh right, I won't cause the material plane to collapse, will I?" "It won't." Lord Devourer said affirmatively. "You've comprehended the eternal space, not the will of the principle of heaven and earth. Moreover, if you can't get in, the material plane will resist you. If you force your way in, the space will collapse. If there are any demon creatures, remember to fight them quickly. Don't let a group of devil monarchs chase you." "A group of devil monarchs? Can devil monarchs enter the material planes as they wish?" Yi Qinghan was a little skeptical. Lord Devourer shook his head and said, "The demon world is different from the divine world. They cultivate the dark principle. After becoming a devil monarch, they won't be granted the power of space, but the power of darkness. Thus, as long as the devil monarchs don't reveal their true bodies, they won't die. As long as their demon aura reaches half of the energy in this space, the material plane will become dark, and the devil monarchs can enter as they please. Of course, this is what the Soul Emperor has researched. You have to find out for yourself." "Okay." Yi Qinghan's hand trembled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The slaughter god's saber let out a light hum, and his eyes looked at the countless material planes projected on the walls. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This time, he was going to start a massacre. Chapter 1064. Little Han. I probed the small material plane with my divine sense just now, and felt that there was a hint of demonic aura exuding from the outside of the plane. Go in and take a look, and remember the method I taught you. If you feel any resistance, don't force yourself. In the endless void, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was floating outside a material plane. Jida and Yao Ji were standing solemnly while Lord Devourer advised them seriously. Okay, I got it. A material plane can't have a monarch-level expert. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, but a cold light shot out from his eyes. He didn't talk nonsense. He glanced at Yao Ji and shouted, "Send me out. Little Han, be careful." Yao Ji originally wanted to follow Yi Qinghan in, but Yi Qinghan firmly refused, so she didn't say more. Controlling the restriction, a white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Is this the space turbulence? This aura feels so ancient and desolate. It was the first time Yi Qinghan stood in the void. He sensed and didn't find anything different. It was just a little cold, and there was no gravitational pull. His body felt like he was floating on the sea. Looking around, Yi Qinghan controlled his body and flew a few laps in the air. After he got used to the state of traveling in the void, his figure turned into a shadow, flying toward the cloud-like power source in front of him. Yes, Lord Devourer didn't lie to me. This is the power source. However, it feels a little different from the power source in my head. 1 hour later, his body reached the power source. Yi Qinghan reached out to touch it and found that his hand couldn't go in. The divine power in his hand burst out as he punched the power source. However, it bounced back, and the place where it was hit didn't have a trace of damage. Stepping on the power source, he looked at the endless void and the Soul Emperor Pavilion hovering in the void. Yi Qinghan smiled, feeling like he had become the Monkey King who was riding the clouds. He circled the origin energy a few times. Yi Qinghan released his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. It turned out that what Lord Devourer had sensed wasn't wrong. As soon as he released his soul consciousness, he felt a faint evil and cold aura. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling of the demonic aura. Yi Qinghan continued to spread his divine sense. Not long after that, his eyes lit up. His body turned into a flash of lightning and darted towards the left. A while later, Yi Qinghan stood in a certain place. The origin energy here was relatively weak, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yi Qinghan probed the area with his soul again. Origin energy revolved around his body, before turning into a sharp sword and burrowing inside. Don't be nervous. There shouldn't be any devil monarchs in this material plane. Even if they received news that a life form from another plane had appeared, there wouldn't be a demon monarch descending. At most, it would be an Azura king or something like that. Little Han can kill them easily. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devourer looked at Jida and the Enchantress, who were a little nervous. Seeing the Enchantress holding Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip tightly, he couldn't help but feel funny. He teased, "Enchantress, don't crush the soul jade slip." A while ago, Lord Devourer had purposely made a soul jade slip for Yi Qinghan. That way, if Yi Qinghan died, people would know it immediately. Although this thing wasn't auspicious, Lord Devourer and Jida couldn't enter the material plane, and the Enchantress wasn't strong enough. If they didn't make this, no one would know if Yi Qinghan died. Hearing Lord Devourer's teasing words, the Enchantress loosened her grip on the jade slip. She rolled her eyes at Lord Devourer, looking at Jida charmingly. However, as she was Yi Qinghan's woman, she hurried to press down her evil thoughts. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan pierced through the weak point of the origin energy like a lightning strike. Since the origin energy was hovering around his body, and the origin energy in this area was thin, it was easy for him to pierce through it with his strong momentum. When he pierced through the origin energy and reached the sky of this material plane, Yi Qinghan was thrilled because he could feel the aura of the devil. Being careful, Yi Qinghan immediately released the eternal space. Then, his soul consciousness spread out. This material plane was much smaller than the Fire Dragon continent. It was only 1/3 the size of the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan scanned the entire plane in just 1 second. Swoosh! After scanning, Yi Qinghan relaxed and blamed himself for making a fuss over nothing. How could such a small material plane have a peak expert? At the same time, Yi Qinghan was a little disappointed. There were too few creatures down there. Basically, they were all monsters that were similar to demonic beasts. There was no low-level devil, not even an Ashura. Swish! The slaughter god saber appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. His body turned into a series of afterimages as he rushed down at lightning speed. There was only one continent in this plane. When Yi Qinghan's domineering aura descended on this plane, all the demon world creatures sensed it. Although they didn't know what it was, they were all terrified. Xiao He, devour them. Yi Qinghan used the power of space to suppress all the low-level devils and demonic beasts on the continent. After that, he shouted loudly and poured his god force into the slaughter god saber, summoning Xiao He's soul spirit. Xiao He had been in a deep slumber. Now that Yi Qinghan had summoned him, he transformed into a gust of wind and condensed Xiao He's adorable and weird small beast form in the sky. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Xiao He's eyes lit up as he flew down. The small beast transformed into a gust of wind in the sky and instantly enveloped all the demon world creatures below. I can definitely devour them. I definitely can. Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning as he stared at the gust of wind that Xiao He had transformed into. Although Xiao He had devoured Xiao He, logically speaking, he should have the ability to devour demon world creatures. However, no one knew what would happen if he didn't try it. If he couldn't devour them, then Xiao He would be finished. TSK. Under Yi Qinghan's hopeful gaze, the gust of wind that Xiao He had transformed into swept across all the demon world creatures below. After that, the demon world creatures below were instantly turned into dust and swallowed by the gust of wind. It was exactly the same as how Xiao He devoured the demon world creatures. Good. Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly lit up like two demonic suns. His heart that had been hanging in suspense was finally at ease. His entire being became spirited as he laughed and said, Xiao He, devour them immediately. Devour all the demon world creatures in this plane. You must be fast. Ow, boss. This taste of devouring is even better than eating delicacies and spirit fruits. Hehe. After devouring hundreds of demon world creatures, Xiao He became spirited. Through Yi Qinghan's divine sense that had been locked onto him, he transmitted his voice. Yi Qinghan controlled the power of space so that the area where Xiao He was located would not be suppressed. He followed Xiao He's figure and moved forward quickly. He directly allowed Xiao He to sweep away all the demon world creatures in the vicinity like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. In just a short period of time, Yi Qinghan brought Xiao He and swept the entire plane. The gust of wind that Xiao He had transformed into devoured the demon world creatures was too fast. In addition, Yi Qinghan's flying speed was also very fast. Of course, the most important thing was that this plane was too small. Hey, boss, I feel that my soul has recovered some vitality. It's a pity that there are no more demon world creatures to continue devouring. When the last few hundred demon world creatures turned into dust and were devoured by Xiao He condensed his original appearance. He even pretended that he was not full and pouted his lips. Looking at Xiao He's energetic appearance, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He laughed loudly and said, Haha, don't worry. I will bring you to sweep all the surrounding plains and let you devour to your heart's content. Stop talking. Enter the slaughter god blade and retreat. Chapter 1065. He's out. Xiao Han is out. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji saw a green figure dashing out of the material plane like lightning. Her face was filled with joy like a little girl. Beside her, Jida heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Devour's face was expressionless, but a light flashed in his eyes. How is it, Xiao Han? As soon as Yi Qinghan got close to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji teleported him over and controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly away. Ha! Xiao Hei, come out! Yi Qinghan activated the Slaughter God Saber and made Xiao Hei's soul form appear in the air. When Xiao Hei appeared, Lord Devourer and Yao Jida smiled happily. This was because Xiao Hei looked dispirited the last time he appeared. At this moment, there was a trace of intelligence in his eyes. Auntie, Sister Yao Ji, Big Brother Jida. Xiao Hei could not speak, but Lord Devourer and the other two used their divine senses to check on him. Xiao Hei could use his divine sense to send messages. Coupled with his mischievous expression, he looked much better than before. Xiao Hei, Lord Devourer softly called out, but he choked on his words. Tears flashed in his eyes, and his face was filled with doting and guilt. Xiao Hei, go back and rest first. Otherwise, your energy will be depleted very quickly. Yi Qinghan smiled and kept Xiao Hei in. Then, he said to Lord Devourer, there are demonic creatures in the material plane, but they are all low level. Although there are very few, there are some. Xiao Hei can devour them, and his speed is very fast. Although they had a rough idea of the answer, Yi Qinghan's words made everyone feel at ease. Although there were very few demonic creatures in the material plane, it was enough as long as there were them. Every large material plane had countless material planes nearby. If one was not enough, then he would kill 100. If 100 was not enough, then he would kill 100 million. Most importantly, there were no high-level demons in the material plane. Once he entered, he could easily suppress them and kill them all. There would be no survivors to report back to the demon world. Enchantress, speed up. Let's go to the nearest material plane as fast as possible. Before the demon realm finds out, we'll slaughter for a while. If we can help Xiao Hei evolve, that would be the best. A cold light shot out of Lord Shi's eyes. He swung his hand and shouted at Yao Ji. Yao Ji nodded her head. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed doubled again. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky and floated into the distance. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew at full speed, reaching a terrifying speed. Moreover, the nearest material plane wasn't too far away. It only took them a short day to arrive. Yi Qinghan raised the Slaughter God blade and rushed forward again. Xiao Hei searched for a weak point in space and directly pierced through it. He immediately used his spatial power to suppress it. Then, he probed with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no danger, Xiao Hei attacked. It swept across the entire plane at lightning speed. Wherever Xiao Hei's gust of wind swept, not a single demon could survive. Not even a blade of grass could grow. Of course, in the material plane of the demon realm, there were no other species. All of them had been demonized by the demonic aura. Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's cooperation was getting better and better. The man and the beast didn't waste any words. After turning the huge plane into a land of death without any signs of life, they quickly retreated. After that, Yao Ji immediately brought Yi Qinghan back. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and flew towards the next material plane without stopping. Half a year. In just a short half a year. Under the suppression of Yi Qinghan's spatial power, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's abnormal flying speed, and Xiao Hei's increasingly terrifying devouring ability, Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei swept through 90 material planes. They devoured more than 10 million low-level demons. All right, Yao Ji. Don't go to the next material plane. Retreat. Circle around the demon realm and go to the other side. Don't go near any of the planes. After Yi Qinghan returned, Yao Ji prepared to fly to another material plane. Lord Devourer suddenly spoke, his tone unquestionable. Although Yao Ji was a little suspicious, she didn't ask. The Soul Emperor Pavilion made a beautiful arc in the sky and flew in another direction. Lord, why? Yao Ji didn't ask, but Yi Qinghan was a little suspicious. Although Xiao Hei had devoured more than 10 million demons, they were all low-level demons. Their ranks were too low, and their life force was pitiful. Although Xiao Hei's body had grown a lot, and his eyes were more lively, he was still far from the level of the ghost dog, let alone evolving. Lord Devourer glanced at Yi Qinghan, and then saw Jida also looking at him suspiciously. He asked casually, Jida, if it were you. In the material planes of the Misty Continent, within half a year, all the creatures in 90 planes suddenly disappeared. What would you do? Jida blinked and understood Lord Devour's meaning. He nodded and said, Of course. I would immediately send the law enforcement team to investigate. Oh, no, I would definitely send a venerable down to investigate. Although the races in the material planes are low-level, they are the foundation of the divine world. Without the continuous ascension of warriors from the material planes, how could the divine world be so prosperous? That's right. Lord Devour then turned to Yi Qinghan and said, The Devil Monarch's intelligence isn't lower than ours. They wouldn't care if we killed a few dozen planes, and they probably wouldn't report it to their level. But in such a short time, 90 planes were hunted down at the same time. I'm afraid it has already attracted their attention. Since our identities haven't been exposed, we will sneak around for a while and confuse them for a while. When the storm is over, we will continue to hunt. Once we are discovered, we will talk about it. Yi Qinghan nodded and asked, How long do we need to sneak around for? Lord Devour pondered for a while and said, At least 100 years. All right, I'm going to cultivate. Yi Qinghan estimated that the energy Xiao He had devoured in half a year was enough for him to use for 400 to 500 years. He didn't ask more. After all, safety was the first priority. Once the storm was over, they would continue to hunt. Anyway, 100 years was a short time for him. It was the perfect time to fuse with the space-crossing mysterious mysteries. Not long after Yi Qinghan returned to his room, Yao Ji appeared. She understood that if Yi Qinghan wanted to fuse with the mysterious mysteries, he would need to enter the 5th level of soul quietude. It had been several hundred years since she had done that embarrassing thing with Yi Qinghan. Yao Ji was a little bit nervous, but she was also looking forward to it. What are you looking at? Sexy hussy. Come here and lie on your stomach. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Ji, who was bewildered in the middle of the room. Her graceful body shivered, her face blushing. Her eyes were like silk, but she didn't say anything. However, her charm was even stronger. He laughed and stood up, pointing at the jade bed and shouting, Humph, little man, why are you so fierce? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite off your manhood when you're cultivating? Yao Ji glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and said with hidden bitterness. However, she swayed her plump buttocks and slowly walked over. Haha, you're willing? Yi Qinghan pressed Yao Ji's delicate body onto the jade bed, causing her perky buttocks to rise high. Then, he violently tore her palace dress apart, revealing 2 beautiful pieces of flesh in the air. It was a dazzling sight. Time is a butcher's knife. Looks like this saying isn't entirely true. At least this girl's things are still pink. Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva. His robes were torn to shreds, and the black, shiny, and tall Yi family spear suddenly pierced through the air. The air in the room started to blow again. Yi Qinghan's dual cultivation journey had begun once again. Chapter 1066. 9 Hell's Demon World. This was what the divine world called the demon world. In fact, the people of the demon world called it the sacred world. The material plane was called the small sacred world. The demon world had 18 continents. Of course, there were 18 demon monarchs. In fact, there were far more than 18 demon monarchs. Only the strongest demon monarch had the right to become the master of the continent. Moreover, there was only one master on each continent. The other demon monarchs were all servants, because the 18 demon monarchs were existences comparable to the ancestor demons. The demon world was even crueler than the divine world. The divine world had its iron laws, but the demon world was a place where the strong ruled, and the weak were prey to the strong. Low-level demons and countless species that had been demonized by demonic aura had no intelligence. They were completely like servants. Demon monarchs began to form simple intelligence, but they were only qualified to manage demons. As they continued to evolve into Asuras, their intelligence would increase, and they could also become middle-level managers. Above them were the Asura kings, who were as intelligent as the divine world lord. Each level managed the next, and the higher level completely controlled the life and death of the lower level. As for the demon monarchs, they were even more lofty existences. Even if they ordered billions of their subordinates to commit suicide, they would not dare to hesitate. South of the demon world, one of the 18 continents, the Obama continent, on the vast and boundless sea in the south, there was a majestic city. The city was mainly black, and the sky was not covered by demonic aura. Instead, it was clear. Releasing demonic aura was the lowest-level demon technique. As the capital city of the Obama continent, how could there be low-level demons living here? The buildings in the city were incomparably tall. Each building was thousands of meters tall. Moreover, this Obama continent was more than 10 times the size of Flame Dragon City. This was the holy city of the Obama continent. Demons below the Azura King level did not have the right to live here. Whoosh! At this time, a huge black shadow shot in from outside the city. Its 100-meter-tall body was terrifying, and the invisible pressure it emitted made the countless Azura Kings in the city feel a wave of fear. Greetings, Lord AOG. Countless Azura Kings prostrated themselves on the ground, piously kneeling. In truth, the one they were kneeling to was also an Azura King. But he was the Azura King that their king favored the most. Even an ordinary demon monarch wouldn't dare to disrespect him. Lord Augie did not even look at the Azura King who was kneeling on the ground as he rushed towards the largest castle in the city. Inside the castle, there was an unguarded front hall. Lord Augie's body wriggled as he walked into the front hall. His 100-meter-tall body shrunk rapidly until he became a 2-meter-tall, majestic man. The black scales on the surface of his body had also disappeared, and he was wearing a black robe. If it were not for the horn on his head, the faint red eyes, and the cold, evil aura that he exuded, outsiders would definitely think that he was a human cultivator. Without stopping at the front hall, Lord Augie quickly walked towards the middle hall. As soon as he entered the middle hall, his eyes revealed a fanatical look. His originally light red pupils instantly turned blood red. Under the black robe, a devil whip stood proudly. It could scare a cow to death. The scene in the middle hall was a little messy, incomparably lewd. On the soft carpet, countless fair-skinned women were surrounding a man who was even fairer than the women. They were doing things that were not suitable for children. If Yi Qinghan saw this, he would definitely think that it was a licentious old master from the immortal world who was having sex with his beautiful concubines. The men and women looked no different from the men and women of the immortal world. The scene was incomparably lewd and unbearable to look at. Lord Augie looked at the women on the floor who seemed to have no bones and their shining white bodies. He was very clear that these were not women from the immortal world, but a strange race from the material plane of the demon world. This was also one of the few races that would not become walking corpses after being demonized by the demonic aura. Instead, they possessed normal intelligence. Of course, this was also one of the races that the supreme beings of the demon world liked the most. This was because the women of this race were very tasty. They were born to be lascivious, and would feel uncomfortable if they did not have sex for a day. Although the creatures of the demon world could automatically reproduce, they did not reject this kind of thing that was extremely pleasurable to the body and soul. For example, the man in front of him who was surrounded by women, the king of the Obama continent. Monarch Obama. Monarch Obama had obviously seen Lord Augie. He turned around and smiled at Augie. His smile actually contained the shyness of a human woman. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were watery and seductive. If it were not for the towering white whip below him, he would have been mistaken for a beautiful woman. After smiling at Augie, he did not say anything. Then, he grabbed a twisting snake woman beside him and opened his mouth to bite down on her soft breasts. In an instant, her snow-white breasts were drenched in blood. The snake woman's face was filled with pain, but she did not dare to make a sound. However, Monarch Obama did not stop there. His sharp teeth continued to chew off large chunks of flesh, which were dripping with blood, and he swallowed them whole. Finally, when the snake woman's towering breasts were completely flattened, she was thrown away by Obama. Although the rest of the snake women were afraid, they didn't dare to show too much. They continued to twist and turn on the side, breathing in and out, kissing each other. as if they didn't see the snake woman in the distance who was gradually losing her life. Obama flung his fine black hair. The blood at the corner of his mouth formed a stark contrast with his white face. It was a ghastly sight. He let out a somewhat feminine voice and smiled at Augie. Hee, Augie, you're here? Hee, come. I missed you so much. These snake demons are so boring. Your whip is still the most powerful. Come on, let's go first. The demon whip on Lord Augie's lower body actually began to twist in his robe. However, after a moment, he suppressed the impulse in his heart and said to Obama, "Great King, something has happened. Countless people in the 90 small sacred realms under your command have been killed recently. Augie went to investigate and I smelled the scent of humans." Humans? Hee. The somewhat effeminate sovereign Obama suddenly burst into laughter. After that, he grabbed one of the snake women and buried his head in it. He bit down on her large white breasts. This time, he finished eating both breasts and only stopped when the bones inside were exposed. Then, he opened his mouth full of blood and laughed. "Humans, I like humans. Let's go catch them. Augie, catch him. We'll have some fun with him. Use your mighty demon whip to whip him. Hee." With that, Sovereign Obama grabbed Augie and the two slowly faded in the air, disappearing from the castle. Not long after, in the material plane where Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had massacred, Obama and Augie's figures suddenly appeared in the air. Obama closed his eyes and twitched his beautiful nose like a tiger squatting in a field of flowers and sniffing at a rose. His expression was incomparably intoxicated. After a while, Obama suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. It's a human. It's my favorite human scent. And it's a man. There's also a specter. Find him at all costs. Have the dark shadow race hide in all the small sacred realms. Have the wind demon race go into the turbulent space streams. We must find him. Find this man who has enchanted this king. Chapter 1067. Under Sovereign Obama's command, countless members of the Dark Knight clan teleported from the realm of demons to the hundreds of thousands of material planes under the Obama continent and hid there. The Dark Knight clan was not an original species of the realm of demons, but a type of creature that had been demonized. Because of their unique pulse of life, they were like inanimate objects and could easily evade any kind of detection. This included the dark power of the sovereign of demons and the spatial power of the sovereign of the realm of gods. At the same time, countless hair-thin members of the Wind Demon clan passed through the spatial rifts of the realm of demons and floated out of the spatial turbulence. They began to circle around the 90 slaughtered planes and investigate in all directions. The Wind Shadow clan was a very special creature. Their bodies could turn into a gust of wind and avoid the attacks of the spatial knife current. Although they could not travel fast in the air, they had the advantage in numbers. Under the orders of the Wind Demon clan's patriarch, all the spatial turbulence near the Obama continent's material planes were monitored. However, half a year later, the feedback was that they did not find any humans or strange creatures. At the same time, the material planes were not attacked. In a rage, Obama ordered the Wind Shadow clan to continue investigating. At the same time, he also began to investigate inside the realm of demons. In the end, he found that none of the material planes of the realm of demons were attacked. The human male who descended from the sky and killed 90 of his small sacred realms had completely disappeared as if he had never appeared. Obama did not relax and continued to let Augie keep an eye on him. To the realm of demons, the realm of gods was only a low-level material plane. It would become a subsidiary material plane of the realm of demons sooner or later. It had always been the realm of demons that attacked the realm of gods. Countless years ago, the ancestral devil led the people of the realm of demons through the plane battlefield and almost conquered the realm of gods. Unfortunately, the despicable humans used a strange technique and suppressed them under the Nepha's abyss forever. Not long ago, the realm of demons organized another big attack and failed. Now, 90 small sacred realms were destroyed by a human from the realm of gods. This was a great humiliation. To Obama, the direct descendant of the ancestral devil, this was something intolerable. Therefore, he swore to capture this human male and make him howl in pain under Augie's whip. Therefore, after searching for more than 10 years, although he still could not find the figure of that human man, he still continued to let countless scouts continue to search. He believed that 90 planes wouldn't be enough to satisfy this man's appetite. He would definitely make another move. There was someone who cared about him so much. Moreover, it was a supreme existence of the demon realm. If Yi Qinghan knew about this, his hair would stand on end. Lord Devour's strategy was brilliant. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had taken a big detour and flown at full speed, which helped them avoid the detection of so many members of the Wind Demon Clan lurking in the chaotic space basin. By the time Bama sent out his scouts, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already flown far away from Bama's material plane. Moreover, they were far away from the various material planes and liked to fly close to the spatial vortexes. The demon realm's territorial distinctions were very clear. If the demon realm creatures of this continent went to another continent, they would immediately be killed and devoured. Occasionally, wars would break out between continents. Especially after the ancestral devil was suppressed in the god realm, the fiend realm was in chaos for a long time, causing the fiend realm to suffer great losses. Therefore, during this period of time, the various sovereigns did not dare to openly cross over. Bama's strength was among the top of the 18 sovereigns. However, because he did not find Yi Qinghan, he did not dare to openly send countless members of the Wind Demon Clan to explore the chaotic space basin outside the material planes of the other sovereigns. Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour, and the other two did not know that they almost had a direct confrontation with a sovereign. At this moment, they were very relaxed. Lord Devour had been cultivating in seclusion, even though he knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to advance further. Jida also often cultivated in seclusion. However, after a few years, he would open his eyes gloomily and study the art of the human body with the beauties he brought from the reincarnation plane. At his realm, advancing further was as difficult as ascending to heaven. When he became a sovereign, his lifespan was almost exhausted. He also knew that if he advanced further, Lord Devour would give him the supreme treasure of the 9th floor. He would help him become an existence like the Star Sovereign, a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. He coveted that supreme treasure, but he knew that in this life, he would not have the chance to refine it. With his current low-grade 9 strength, if he refined it, he could only reach upper-grade 9. In the end, he would be slapped to death by Shintashiong. He glanced at the direction of Yi Qinghan's small hall and sighed. Comparisons were odious. Not only was this kid talented, but he was also very lucky. He had lived for millions of years and had countless peerless beauties, but he had never tasted the taste of the Demon Clan's women. The taste of the Demon Clan's women was very good. How could it be described as pleasurable? However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was being enjoyed by the Demon Clan. He had been in seclusion for a long time, and it was a death seclusion. If he was not awakened by force, even if the Soul Emperor Pavilion collided with a material plane, he would not wake up, let alone the enchantress playing with his body. After a man and a woman of the Demon Clan had intercourse, he could enter the 5th layer of the soul for 5 years. Therefore, every 5 years, the enchantress would blush and stick out her tongue, making Yi Qinghan's penis harder and bigger. Then, she slowly sat on it, and her white and plump buttocks began to move. Without Yi Qinghan knowing, she raped him. Every time, the enchantress would be busy for 2 days. Finally, she helped Yi Qinghan clean up. Then, she sat in the room, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly while she began to learn her favorite restrictions. Time passed quietly while Jida was worrying and the enchantress was moaning. 100 years had passed. Lord Devour opened her eyes on time, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. 100 years was a short time for her. Even if she was in seclusion for thousands of years, she would not feel tired. She was just helpless. She had been in seclusion for 100 years, but there was no progress, not even a little bit. Jida stretched his body and walked out of the room to the hall. A trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. After 100 years of peace, he could finally be stimulated. The enchantress also put down the restrictions in her hands. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the bed, sleeping for 100 years. She revealed a trace of helplessness. She knew that Yi Qinghan was rapidly fusing with the mysteries of space travel. If she did not interrupt him, perhaps in a few hundred years, the youngest seventh-grade war god in the divine world would be born. With such an interruption, Yi Qinghan's cultivation speed would definitely slow down. However, there was no other way. Saving Xiaohei was the main purpose of this trip. Cultivation could be taken slowly, and there was no need to rush. After the enchantress woke Yi Qinghan up, he smiled at her. Then, he closed his eyes again and began to examine his soul. After 100 years, his soul had shrunk under the ceaseless lightning strikes. However, the strength of his soul had strangely increased. Other than that, there was still no change. Motherf asterisk Kerr. If I continue to shrink like this, will my soul really explode? Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He stood up and walked out of the hall with the enchantress, ready to start a new round of devil hunting. Chapter 1068. The Samsara continent had been bustling recently. Of course, the Reincarnation Island was the only place that was bustling, as many small lives had been born recently. Yi Qinghan's marksmanship was very accurate. Other than Yi Qingguo and Yi Yaorao who didn't want children, there was also Yao Ji who followed him out. In the end, all of his women became pregnant. The weakest among Yi Qinghan's women was Cherry Blossoms. Of course, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingguo could not be compared to each other because they had refined divine crystals. The more powerful a woman was, the longer it took to conceive a child. Almost all of them had been pregnant for more than 100 years. Therefore, Xiaohei's child was the first to be born. According to Xiaohei, she would be called the Demon Devourer. The demon-devouring demon was a combination of the transcendent rank soul-devouring beast and the dream demon dragonmount. The characteristics of two transcendent-grade divine beasts actually appeared in a heaven-defying manner. Although he didn't know if he could awaken the soul-devourer world and the dream demon dragonmount's innate divine abilities, it would definitely be extraordinary in the future. After being nurtured in Li Shuai-er's stomach for 100 years, the little demon devourer broke through to the deity level not long after it was born. Although he had yet to transform, he could already speak. Later, Yu Qingqing gave birth to a son, as did Yi Qingyu. Fireworks gave birth to a daughter, while Yin Ling gave birth to twins of a boy and a girl. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms each gave birth to 2 daughters. The group of little fellows were all about the same age. Because they had been gestating for a long time after they were born, they easily broke through to the celestial deity realm in just a few years. The Demon Eater was the eldest, so she became the big sister. She led Yi Qinghan's group of children to fool around on Reincarnation Island. The Demon Devourer was Xiaohei's daughter. All the girls felt sorry for Xiaohei's fate and doted on her. Li Shishir and Mo Xiaoxiao. Thus, the Demon Eater became the little princess of Reincarnation Island, the little tyrant. At first, the Reincarnation Island was in a foul atmosphere. Then, the sea beasts in the Reincarnation Lake started to suffer. In the end, this group of lawless little tyrant ladies started to wreak havoc in the entire Reincarnation mystic realm. The commanders of the 3 great continents of the secret land of reincarnation used to be from the secret land. However, after Lord Devourer Yi Qinghan came here, the secret land of reincarnation secret land's commanders were from the secret land. They were all replaced by the elders and elites of the Soul Eater City. After 100 years of management and rule, the secret realm of reincarnation became another Soul Eater manor. With absolute power and complete laws, no native would dare to challenge these rulers from other planes. After the Demon Devourer reached his teens, he began to lead Yi Qinghan's group of children to wreak havoc on the 3 continents. Today, he crippled a man, the next day he castrated a group of people, and the day after that, he burned down half of the city. The thousands of cities in the 3 continents of the secret realm of reincarnation changed their expressions upon hearing that 7 children had brought along a strange small beast. The 7 men and 1 beast were all heavenly gods, but every time someone tried to attack them, they would suddenly die. When they went to the capital of the 3 continents to appeal, they received only 1 sentence. The 7 men and 1 beast came from the Reincarnation Island. As a result, no one dared to attack the 7 people and the beast anymore. The Reincarnation Island was a holy island. The Reincarnation Saintess lived there, as well as countless strong cultivators who were even stronger than their rulers. Yi Qingyu, fireworks, and the others were worried that the children would turn bad if they continued like this. They wanted to capture them several times. However, Yu Qingqing only faintly smiled and didn't care. Every day, the things that these children did would be immediately reported to her. Although the children loved to cause trouble, they did not do anything truly evil. She remembered Yi Qinghan's words. Flowers in a greenhouse would never learn to be strong. Thus, as long as no one wanted to kill the children, even if they were beaten, she would not care. Mo Xiaoxiao also did not care about the children. With the 2 7th-grade war god elders of the Soul Eater City secretly protecting them, who could harm them? In the past 100 years, she had traveled almost everywhere in the secret realm of reincarnation. Sometimes she would stay in a strange place for a few years. Sometimes she would enter a dangerous place in the secret realm of reincarnation. However, after more than 100 years, she still could not decipher the secret of the secret realm of reincarnation. The 2 god emperors in the secret realm of reincarnation had reached the 10,000-year limit, but still died mysteriously. Mo Xiaoxiao watched them die. There was no warning and they were not attacked. Suddenly, their life force began to drain rapidly. Their divine crystals exploded, and they died. Mo Xiaoxiao was not discouraged. She prepared to continue investigating the secret. She gave herself 100,000 years. If she still could not find anything, she would give up. She believed that if she could decipher the secret, her strength would improve by leaps and bounds. The realm of gods. More than 100 years had passed. The realm of gods did not change much. However, the Supreme Island was rebuilt with the help of countless sovereigns. The reconstruction this time was not as low-key and simple as before. Instead, it was built extravagantly. It was more luxurious than any city. The Supreme Island became prosperous again. Countless advanced war gods and great families moved in. The War God Pavilion's General Pavilion became the holy land of the war gods again. However, the war gods' faith in the War God Pavilion was not as fanatical as before. They even started to sneer and curse in secret. However, no one dared to show any doubts about the War God Pavilion or any disrespect to the Supreme Island. Because all the continents, all the major forces announced their submission to the Supreme Island. The Supreme Island became the ruler of the realm of gods. The chief pavilion master, Star Monarch Shintashiong, became the king of the realm of gods. The king did not show himself. He had been resting in the eternal palace, recovering from the hidden injuries to his soul. No one knew how serious the injuries to his soul were. However, no one dared to try and jump out to challenge the authority of the Star Monarch. They knew that if anyone jumped out, the Star Monarch would definitely kill him with one slap. Li Tao was living a comfortable life on the Misty Continent. Giving in to Soul Eater City had affected his reputation to a certain extent. However, Soul Eater City, Fire Dragon City, and Dripping Spring City all expressed their submission on the surface. Lord Devour and the few troublemakers left behind by Yi Qinghan had already submitted. How could the other manor lords dare to jump out? Therefore, Li Tao, a supremacy, became the first sovereign in the history of the realm of gods. Soul Eater City and Fire Dragon City were not suppressed by Li Tao. In fact, Li Tao basically did not care about the affairs of the two cities, let alone provoke supremacy Li Quan. Therefore, Emperor Yu and Thunder Emperor Li Quan had a rather comfortable life. After more than 100 years, the martial practitioners in Fire Dragon City, Dripping Spring Manor, and Soul Eater Manor had completely calmed down. However, Supremacy Li Quan and Emperor Lei Zhenyu knew that this was only on the surface. Once the Star Monarch's injuries were completely healed, if Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan had not returned, then their doomsday would be here. Lei Zhenyu and Emperor Lei were both not afraid of death. They were prepared to perish together with Fire Dragon City and Soul Eater City. However, if they could avoid death, who would want to die? Apart from cultivating, the two of them would also stare at the sky in a daze, anticipating a 9-story pagoda shining with golden light to descend from the sky, anticipating those familiar faces to once again reveal brilliant smiles to them. Chapter 1069. This time we'll choose the largest material plane. First, we'll explore the surrounding terrain. Then, we'll choose some large material plains and arrange our retreat route. Then, we'll start the massacre. Out of Yi Qinghan's expectation, Lord Devour didn't ask him to take action after he appeared. Instead, he said faintly, "My lord, we don't have to be so careful. Even if we find a small material plane, only the Azura King will appear. Even if the Devil Monarch appears, he can turn invisible, so can I. Even if we can't defeat him, we can still escape, right? Once we get out of the space turbulence, with your support, the Devil Monarch won't be afraid." Yi Qinghan felt that Lord Devour was making a mountain out of a molehill, so he frowned and said, based on his understanding of demons, they were derived from high-level demons. The death of some low-level demons wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. Just like the monster the Arch didn't care about his low-level descendants. He would only care about the death of a level 5 demonic beast. Hide? Try to hide yourself and see if I can detect you. Lord Devour raised his eyebrows. Beside him, Jida was also interested. The enchantress had seen it before, so she didn't care. Divine power shot out from Yi Qinghan's body, and he disappeared without a trace. Jida was surprised. He used his divine sense to scan and found that Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Then, he searched the 9th floor, but he couldn't find anything. In the end, he had no choice but to release his power of space. In the end, he was able to easily find out what was going on. Little Han, get rid of the hide. Lord Devour shook his head and sighed. He used his will to detect easily. Looking at Yi Qinghan, he said, "Your hide is different from the Devil Monarch's invisibility. The Devil Monarch's body is completely merged with the aura of the demon. For example, the Devil Monarch on the Supreme Island. If he doesn't show his body, you won't be able to detect him. Although you can use the restriction to hide from the divine sense, your body is still in the space. The Devil Monarch will be affected by the law of heaven and earth. As for the dark power, it's on the same level as the space power. He can easily detect you." Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. He couldn't help but feel helpless. If the hide worked, he could even kill his way into the 9 nether demon world. He suddenly remembered something and said with anticipation, "Right, Lord, I got a spatial divine item in the Sealed God Valley. It's really powerful. Can take me in. See if you can refine a door like the Carefree Pavilion. If you can, I won. I can kill my way to the 9 demon world?" Lord Devour and Lord knew that Yi Qinghan had a spatial divine item, but Yi didn't know. At Yi God, right? Lord Yi Chen Yi said, "Now plain, Devoff Lord of, and Lord and all God. Get, God Yi of Yi God he and wanna hide, his own, of God, Yi God." He was trying to hide some secrets that belonged to him. Lord Devour stood in the War Imperial Hall and didn't say anything. He just looked at the restrictions here and there. After a while, he asked Yi Qinghan to open all the restrictions in this hall. After all the restrictions were opened, the heaven and earth essence chi in the hall instantly became extremely rich. "Little Han, this spatial god tool was given to you by the Battle Emperor, right?" After a while, Lord Devour suddenly opened his mouth and said something that surprised Yi Qinghan a lot. The identity of the War Emperor was extremely mysterious. There was no information about him in the God realm. Even Jida had heard of a rumor. Lord Devour had never been to the Investiture Valley, but at first glance, he could tell that the Battle Emperor had given this to him. There's no need to be surprised. I also know that Battle Emperor is the master of Sealed God Valley. Lord Devour smiled faintly. Looking at Yi Qinghan's face, she confirmed his thought. She sighed deeply. "I can't refine this spatial divine treasure. Even the Soul Emperor and the Wind Moon Monarch can't do it. No one would be able to refine something that belongs to the number 1 master of restrictions in the divine realm." Jida's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Battle Emperor? Lord, does this person really exist?" Legend has it that he is the most mysterious peak expert in the God of War Pavilion. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that the Battle Emperor existed. Moreover, there was a remnant of his soul in the divine crystal. However, he was extremely curious about the Battle Emperor, so he looked at Lord Devour with great interest. Lord Devour nodded and said, "Of course he exists. Others might not know, but the Soul Emperor and I know it the best. Because the Soul Emperor obtained the Battle Emperor's restriction notes, he embarked on the path of refining supreme weapons. The Battle Emperor is the #1 master of restrictions in the God Realm. Until now, no one has surpassed him. You know about the Eternal Palace, right? It was refined by him. Also, the Shield of Supreme Island and the restriction that suppresses the demonic ancestor demons were all built by him." "What?" Yi Qinghan and Jida cried out at the same time. The Eternal Palace was not shocking, but the restriction that suppresses the demonic ancestor demons was really awesome. However, the two thought about it. Besides the legendary #1 master of restrictions, who else could suppress the 3 demonic ancestor demons? That's not right. The battle simulation in the God of War Pavilion didn't mention the Battle Emperor's name among the 3 pavilion masters. Yi Qinghan sighed and suddenly asked in surprise. Jida also nodded. He had also seen the battle simulation in the God of War Pavilion. The battle between the 3 pavilion masters and the 3 demonic ancestor demons did not mention the Battle Emperor's name. Yi Qinghan was even more certain because he had seen the Battle Emperor's appearance. He was definitely not one of the 3 pavilion masters. Lord Devour pursed his lips and said, "It was during the last dimensional war. I don't have any information about it. No one knows what happened at that time. I'm afraid Kid was still in the dimensional war at that time, right? It's normal that he doesn't know about the Nifa's abyss." "Oh." Yi Qinghan fell silent. It seemed like he would only know when his nomological laws broke through to the 9th grade and he met the Battle Emperor. Lord Devour did not speak anymore. Instead, he let the little demon Sala control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and began to fly rapidly in the vicinity. It even flew a long distance away from the demon realm in the opposite direction, preparing to arrange an escape route. "Oh, is that the black hole that can devour everything?" After a month, Yi Qinghan's pupils dilated because he saw a huge black hole in front of him. It was the size of a small material plane, and it was so dark that it made people feel suffocated. There was a strong suction force inside. From far away, the space-shattering saber currents blew over and were instantly devoured. Lord Devour nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, this is the space black hole. Don't get close to it. Otherwise, you will be sucked in and transported to any place in the void. If you are transported to the edge of the void, you won't be able to find a plane. Even a 9th grade supreme being will be slowly consumed by the space-shattering saber currents. Eventually, they will die." Yi Qinghan and Jida sighed. This was not a joke. Even if they were not transported to the edge of the void and transported to a faraway plane, they might not even be able to return to the divine realm in this lifetime. Moreover, other planes definitely had 9th grade experts and 9th grade supreme martial artist experts as well. If they encountered experts from other planes, the final outcome would be death. Lord Devour carefully observed. After a long time, he decisively ordered, "It's about time. Little Demon Sala, go back. Go to the #1 plane that I told you about and prepare to kill." Chapter 1070. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor streaking across the vast sky. After half an hour, it arrived at the #1 material plane that Lord Devour had chosen. This time, Lord Devour had chosen the 50 largest material planes that weren't too far away from each other. He had also decided on the hunting order. Although these were the largest material planes, Jida and Lord Devour couldn't enter them. However, Lord Devour allowed Jida to accompany Yi Qinghan out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. "Big brother Jida, I'm going in." Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God's saber, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He nodded at Jida and entered the thin space, disappearing into the cloud-like origin energy. As soon as he entered the material plane, Yi Qinghan didn't release his space power immediately. Instead, he chose to hide and use his space power to suppress it. Finally, he used his divine consciousness to explore. Although he didn't feel any danger, he still decided to follow Lord Devour's instructions. This material plane was bigger than the Flame Dragon continent by more than 2 times. There were hundreds of millions of demonic creatures below. Of course, they were all low-level demonic creatures. Demonic creatures loved to kill and devour each other to evolve. Hence, a material plane with hundreds of millions of demonic creatures was considered a very large material plane. Xiao He, your food is here. Devour it. Yi Qinghan's divine power increased, and Xiao He's phantom quietly appeared in the air. When he heard Yi Qinghan's words, his eyes brightened, and he turned into a gust of wind that swept down. Although there was an Azura in this material plane, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried at all. He quickly followed Xiao He and watched as he swept across the material plane like a gust of wind, devouring countless demonic creatures. Xiao He's speed was getting faster and faster. It didn't take long for them to finish devouring all the demonic creatures in the entire plane. Even the Azura didn't last more than a second. Xiao He, that's it. Retreat. Yi Qinghan put Xiao He away and shot toward the space like a flying dragon. He passed through the weak point of the space and appeared in the space turbulence. Big brother kid. The next plane. Jida nodded and didn't speak any nonsense. The two of them flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion like lightning. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and flew towards the next plane. 3 months later, Demon Realm, Obama Continent. Augie's body flew toward the largest castle in the city like lightning, his face filled with excitement and ecstasy. Ignoring the Azura King who was respectfully bowing to him in the city, Augie didn't even have the time to shrink his body as he walked towards the central hall. The central hall was as promiscuous as ever. This time, Augie did not look at the countless lamia on the ground. Instead, he stared at the man who was even more seductive than the lamia, the king of the Obama continent. He quickly said, "King, there's news. That human from the immortal realm has made his move." The fish took the bait? Where is it? Monarch Bama covered his mouth and giggled. His pretty face moved Augie's heart. However, Augie didn't dare to act recklessly at this moment. He was well aware of Obama Continent's hatred for humans. He quickly said, "The North, Sovereign Aogu's subordinate small sacred world." However, Lord Aogu doesn't seem to care about this matter, and his subordinates aren't too enthusiastic about it either. Now, a total of 43 small sacred worlds have been massacred. According to our spies, I'm afraid this matter hasn't reached Lord Aogu's ears yet. Ogua, this unromantic man, humph. A trace of anger appeared on Obama Continent's seductive face. He stretched out a beautiful hand and grabbed the hair of a lamia who was swallowing and spitting on his body. He ruthlessly threw the hair at the wall. Clapping his hands, he leisurely stood up and elegantly put on a pink robe. Only then did he say to Augie, "Let's go and see that cruel man Aogu. If he doesn't agree with me taking action, I won't be able to. The sacred world has been too chaotic recently. The ancestral demons will be sad if they find out." Augieland was located in the northernmost part of the Fiend Realm. But for Obama Continent, it only took him half an hour to fly over. When Obama Continent and Augie condensed their true forms from the black mist, the entire city of Augieland was on high alert. The entire city of Augilou was on high alert. Countless Azura kings flew out of the castle and glared at the two of them. A beautiful woman walked out of the castle in the center, looking no different from a human woman. She looked at the tall Azura king standing above the city and the pink, seductive Obama Continent. She frowned slightly and said softly, "Sovereign Obama Continent, please leave. Augieland does not welcome you." "Kiki, Barbara, I'm not interested in you. Let your man come out. This king has business with him." Obama Continent gently stroked his hair and chuckled. From time to time, he would throw flirtatious glances at the nearby Azura kings. He looked extremely exquisite. The woman called Barbara smiled coldly and said unhappily, "Sovereign Obama Continent, I've already said that Augieland does not welcome you. The king will not see you. If you don't leave, I will take it as a provocation to Augieland." "Kiki, provocation? If it weren't for the fact that there have been so many killings in the sacred world recently, I would definitely kill you, you hateful woman. If it weren't for you, Aogu would definitely fall in love with this king." Obama stared hatefully at Barbara, then actually opened his throat and let out a shrill cry. Aogu, you heartless man, get out here for this king, or I'll tear down your broken city. The tens of thousands of Azura kings in the city were embarrassed. Sovereign Obama Continent's reputation as a pervert was well known in the Fiend realm, but no one expected him to be so reckless. He did not look like one of the 18 great supremes of the Fiend realm. Humph! Barbara's expression was gloomy as she prepared to attack. She was also a demon monarch. Although she was much weaker than Obama Continent, she wasn't the only demon monarch in Auguland. Moreover, her husband Sovereign Aogu's strength ranking was much higher than Obama Continent's. But at this time, a cold snort sounded out. She could only helplessly withdraw her power of darkness. Obama Continent, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Following that, an extremely domineering voice rang out. All of the Azura kings in the city were shocked, and their fighting spirit soared. At this moment, even if the owner of this voice ordered them to kill Obama, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Kiki, Aogu, your voice is still so charming. I'm afraid this king will be suffering from insomnia again. So hateful. How can you bewitch my heart like this? Obama Continent's sweet voice sounded out, causing the surrounding Azura kings and Barbara to break out in a cold sweat. This Obama Continent was even more feminine than a woman, able to attack and resist at the same time. He was truly a freak of the Fiend realm. If you spout any more nonsense, do you believe I won't tear you apart? The overbearing voice continued, and it was even colder than before. Obama Continent didn't dare to continue acting coquettishly. He sighed slightly. Sigh, you unromantic man. Don't you know that dozens of people in your small sacred realm have been slaughtered recently? Let me tell you a secret. The one who slaughtered our people is a human man from the divine realm. Do you want me to help you kill him? Humph! How dare you arrange a spy in my place? Do you believe I won't kill you? Get out of Auguland right now, or I will kill you. The overbearing man's words came again, and the murderous intent in them was extremely obvious. All of Auguland suddenly darkened at this moment, and dark clouds loomed over the city, making people's hearts tremble. Humph! Good intentions don't get rewarded. I'm just reminding you that he's a human man from the divine realm. If the ancestral fiends knew that our children were killed by humans, how sad would they be? Augie, let's go. This heartless man has broken my heart. Obama Continent twisted his body, his face full of resentment. He pulled Augie and turned into a black mist, disappearing from the city. As soon as Obama Continent left, the overbearing voice sounded again. Barbara, you'll be responsible for this matter. Make this divine realm man stay in the sacred realm forever. Chapter 1071. Obama City. Obama and Augie's figures condensed in the middle of the city, causing the Azura kings to hastily pay their respects. Bama didn't enter the castle and instead pondered in the air. After a while, he suddenly smiled sinisterly and waved his hand at Augie. Have the children of the Windshadow clan immediately go to the space turbulence outside the small sacred world where Augie met with an accident. I need to know the location of that human male immediately. Augie's brow rose slightly, but he didn't say anything and immediately sent word to the Windshadow clan's patriarch. The Windshadow clan's patriarch didn't dare to speak any nonsense and immediately carried out Obama's orders. Not long after, countless Windshadow clansmen, like bees, flew towards the space turbulence near the planes that Yi Qinghan had hunted. King, didn't you say that if Sir Aogu didn't agree to us interfering, we would? After all of this was done and the Windshadow clansmen had set off, Augie cautiously asked Obama. Although he was Obama's male pet, he had always been very smart and didn't act arrogantly. Obama smiled sinisterly and said, Jedge, yeah, we won't act. I'll just go take a look. Right? I'm guessing that the proud Aogu won't act himself. If that slut Barbara takes action, I'll take advantage of her and then wait for that human male to escape from Aogu's forces before I catch him. Jedge, yeah, Augie, don't you think this king is very smart? Augie's eyes immediately flashed with fanatical worship as he said with great affection, King, your wisdom is as deep as the waters of Daming Lake. You are the most outstanding child of the ancestor demon ancestor. Aogu will definitely regret this. Jejye, it's still my Augie who knows how to speak. This time, this king will capture that hateful man and give him to you, so that his chrysanthemum will bloom for you. Jejye. Obama covered his mouth and chuckled, his eyes like silk, giving off a boundless amorous feeling. Not long after, in just half an hour, news came from the Wind Shadow clan. When Obama heard this, his spirit shook and his pair of peach blossom eyes brightened as he smiled and said, "There's a big fish. There's also a divine world monarch. There was also a strange pagoda. TSK, if Babla went there, she would definitely be finished. Tora Odilla, you two bastards, get out here. Interesting, interesting, interesting." Show. Following Obama's shout, two identical black shadows quickly condensed in the air. They were two men who looked like ordinary humans, but they had two demon horns on their heads. His appearance was also sinister and full of baleful aura. "King, Ordora is at your command." As soon as the two men appeared in the air, the Azura king below bowed once more, and even Augie bowed slightly. These were the two sovereigns under Obama's command. Their strength was much weaker than Obama's, but they were supreme experts who had been bestowed the power of darkness by the natural laws. "Aji, let's go. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so fun. Tora, Adala, follow me. Let's go catch some people." La la la, two men from the divine world and a strange pagoda. As Obama giggled, the four of them turned into a gust of black wind and disappeared from the sky above Obama City. "It's the 49th plane. Xiaohei, hurry up. After we finish this plane, we'll go to the next one. Then we'll run." "Haha, you're satisfied this time, aren't you?" In a plane 4 to 5 times bigger than the Fire Dragon continent, after Yi Qinghan confirmed that there was no danger, he immediately asked Xiaohei to act. Looking at Xiaohei, his eyes were filled with joy. For half a year, under Lord Devour's arrangement, Yi Qinghan had crazily hunted the creatures of the demon world. Xiaohei had devoured at least 10 billion creatures of the demon world. Although these creatures were the lowest level, with only a few Azuras, he had the advantage in quantity. Xiaohei's soul was becoming more and more stable, and his body was much bigger than that of a dog. His face could even show different expressions, and his eyes looked so lively. Yi Qinghan had a premonition that if he could finish this hunt and hide for a while longer, he would hunt crazily like this again. At that time, Xiaohei would evolve, which meant that his soul would take shape. After that, he wouldn't need to devour anymore. Instead, he would automatically absorb earth and heaven energy. At that time, he could return to the capital and cultivate in peace. "Haha! Boss, watch me." Xiaohei made a face at Yi Qinghan in the sky. Then, he turned into a gust of wind that was tens of thousands of meters wide, sweeping down like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. His speed could reach tens of thousands of miles in 1 second. In just a blink of an eye, millions of creatures of the demon world had been devoured. If this ability reached the demon world, the demon monarchs would be so scared that they would pee their pants, although they didn't pee. In just a short while, half of the creatures of the demon world had been devoured by Xiaohei. Xiaohei was like a demon god descending, unstoppable. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyebrows twitched. He had a bad premonition in his heart. His expression changed as he shouted, "Xiaohei, come back!" At the same time, he used his spatial ability and formed a huge palm. Then he slammed it down towards the sky. Just as the huge palm shot out, Xiaohei had already returned to the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan immediately concealed himself, and his body transformed into a swimming dragon, shooting violently towards the sky. The huge palm slammed into the sky, shattering the image that had just formed in the sky. Then, it smashed into the ground with a loud bang, causing the entire plane to tremble. Countless low-grade creatures of the demon world, although they didn't have any intelligence, were extremely terrified as they ran all over the plane. A huge palm print that was tens of thousands of meters wide appeared on the ground. "It's actually a human monarch? That saber?" The image that was shattered in the sky condensed again. It was the extremely beautiful Barbara and an Azura king. Originally, Barbara only wanted to send the Azura King beside her to take a look. In the end, she decided to do it herself. She had never seen a human before, and she was very curious about them. From the start, she didn't intend to reveal her original body. She only wanted to use the power of darkness to form a phantom image and come over to take a look. She didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would sense it immediately and shatter it. She was shocked and immediately brought the Azura King to descend. At the same time, the power of darkness quickly swept towards Yi Qinghan. Coincidentally, she saw Yi Qinghan holding the slaughter god saber and flying towards the weakest part of the space. A human monarch? Your Majesty, should we report this to the king? The Azura King beside her immediately said. No need. Wait here. I will go and capture him. Barbara smiled enchantingly as she looked at the Azura King beside her. At the same time, Barbara's figure quickly rushed in the direction that Yi Qinghan disappeared. Her speed was twice as fast as Yi Qinghan's. Her eyes were filled with passion. It wasn't because this was the first time she saw a human male. It was because she saw that saber, the demon world's sacred weapon, the supreme slaughter god saber. Barbara believed that as long as she obtained this saber, she would become the next ancestor of the demon world. Unifying the demon world would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1072. Brother Jida, there's a devil monarch. As soon as Yi Qinghan rushed out, he immediately sent a message to Jida, who was guarding outside. At the same time, he sent a message to Lord Devour. Kill him. Jida did not say anything and immediately released his space power. At the same time, Lord Devour's figure appeared in the sky. He teleported to Yi Qinghan's side. The three of them gathered their space power, ready to kill the devil monarch as soon as it appeared. The demon territory was the devil's territory. Even the endless void was filled with thick devil aura. In this place, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed could not be compared to a devil monarch's. Thus, Lord Devour had told them that once a devil monarch came, the three of them would attack immediately. Even if they could not kill it, they had to injure it severely. Then they would retreat immediately. In the distance, the Soul Emperor Pavilion also flew at high speed. However, it was circling around this material plane, waiting for the three to finish their attack before it flew away. Swish! A faint black wind blew out from the space crack. However, the three of them did not make a move. They just used their space power to freeze the surrounding space. Until the black wind completely floated out of the space crack, Lord Devour's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He shouted, "Attack!" Swish! Kid held a long spear in his hand and countless spatial powers turned into giant dragons that roared towards the black wind. The giant dragons caused the space around them to tremble. It should be known that the space in the endless void was 100 times more stable than the divine world. It was obvious that Jida was going all out to kill the enemy in one move. Yi Qinghan's attack wasn't fanciful at all. Instead, he condensed all of his spatial energy into a huge palm and slapped it towards the black wind. The huge palm whistled through the air. Although it didn't cause any spatial fluctuations, it still caused the space in its path to become blurry. It was the first time that Yi Qinghan had seen Lord Devour's space power use. Lord Devour had condensed space power into countless sword energies. They were like thousands of small swords that shot in the air. The momentum was huge, and it was much more frightening than Jida's. Boom! The three of them attacked indiscriminately. More than half of them hit the origin power of the material plane. Instantly, the entire plane shook a little. One could imagine how powerful their attacks were. Damn it! There are actually 3 human overlords. A weak female voice rang out. The black breeze in the air, under the combined attack of the 3 people, was instantly shattered. Barbara did not expect there to be 3 human sovereigns. Fortunately, the demon sovereigns preferred not to reveal their true forms when the battle was unclear. Otherwise, her original body would have been torn apart in an instant, and she wouldn't even have had the chance to escape. Under the combined attack of the 3 sovereigns, even demon monarch Barbara, who possessed an immortal body, was heavily injured. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately commanded the few black winds to flee towards the weak point in the material plane. The devil monarch's body could be broken down into demonic aura. As long as the demonic aura was not completely destroyed, the main body would not die. This was the benefit of cultivating the law of darkness. Of course, if that attack had been unleashed by the astral monarch, Barbara would not have had any hope of escaping. She would have been instantly shattered. Seeing that the nether wind was about to enter the weak point in the space, how could Yi Qinghan let go of such a good opportunity? With a wave of the slaughter god blade, Xiao He whizzed out and enveloped the remaining half of the black winds. Yi Qinghan did not dare to let Xiao He devour a demon monarch at its peak. However, Xiao He was even more ferocious than a dog now. It should not be a problem for him to devour the energy of a severely injured demon monarch, right? The answer was yes. The nether wind that Xiao He had transformed into started fighting with the remaining half of the black winds. In just a short 3 seconds, Xiao He's nether wind had completely devoured the black winds. At that moment, the nether wind that Xiao He had transformed into actually shone brightly with a green light. Xiao He's ecstatic voice could be heard. Boss, I feel that I am on the verge of evolving. This energy is so pure, and it tastes so good. On the verge of evolving. Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly lit up, and Kid, who was beside him, jumped in fright. Then something that shocked Kid happened. Yi Qinghan actually dashed toward the weak spot in the space at lightning speed. Little Han, come back. Lord Devour's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a deep voice. However, the message that Yi Qinghan sent back made Lord Devour's eyes light up, and he did not obstruct Yi Qinghan anymore. Xiao He is on the verge of evolving? Lord Devour and Kid were delighted. They were not afraid that the severely injured demon monarch would harm Yi Qinghan, but they were worried that an even more powerful demon monarch would descend. Then, it would be really dangerous. However, since Xiao He was on the verge of evolving, it was worth the gamble. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes could melt godly iron, and his speed had reached the limit. He chased after Barbara's tail and entered the material plane. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Barbara's figure had just condensed in the material plane, and her face was pale. The Azura King beside her hurriedly asked in shock. However, before he could finish speaking, the Azura King's expression changed drastically. As Barbara was too weak, although her reaction was slightly slower, she immediately turned into a black wind and fled in all directions. Die! Xiao He has devoured them. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the sky and did not hide. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens. The vast power of space directly pressed down, causing the black wind's escaping speed to become extremely slow. The Azura King could not move at all. Kaka, die! This Lord Xiao He has devoured all of you. You should feel honored. Xiao He turned into an angry dragon from the slaughter god's saber and roared. At this moment, he could actually speak the human language. It was obvious that after devouring a portion of Barbara's energy, his soul form was close to stabilizing. Xiao He turned into an earth-shattering gust of wind that was like a dark cloud pressing down, almost covering half of the plane. In an instant, it covered Barbara, the Azura King, and countless other demonic creatures. Xiao He, don't devour too much. It's fine as long as you can evolve. Although Yi Qinghan felt that it was a gamble, he did not lose his rationality. He shouted at Xiao He. Xiao He's gust of wind and Barbara's black wind entangled. At the same time, they began to corrode the Azura King. The speed of corrosion was dozens of times faster than that dog. In the blink of an eye, the Azura King turned into pure energy and was devoured by Xiao He. As for those low-level demonic creatures, they disappeared without a trace like water droplets on a raging inferno. Although Barbara was severely injured, and Xiao He had devoured a small portion of her power of darkness, a centipede was still alive. However, a centipede would not fall down even if it died. Moreover, it was a devil monarch recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. The gust of wind and black wind entangled. The black wind contained Barbara's main body, so it was very difficult to devour. However, it was clear that Xiao He's gust of wind had the upper hand and started to devour it bit by bit. However, based on this speed, it would probably take at least an hour to completely devour it. After 1/3 of the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Xiao He had devoured 1/3 of Barbara's black wind. He suddenly retreated back into the slaughter god saber and laughed. Boss, I have enough energy. I Xiao He am about to evolve. I think I will need to sleep for a period of time. Let's retreat first. Chapter 1073. Yi Qinghan looked at the black winds that were escaping in all directions and sighed inwardly. However, the current situation couldn't drag on any longer. If a stronger demon monarch or supreme demon were to be lured out, then it would be a disaster. His body turned into a sharp arrow and shot up into the sky. He pierced through the weak point of the space and entered the spatial turbulence. Yao Ji. Lord Devour saw Yi Qinghan's ecstatic face and revealed a smile. However, he did not relax and continued to condense his spatial power. He shouted at the Soul the Arch Pavilion that was flying at lightning speed. Swish! The Soul the Arch Pavilion nimbly made a turn, and Yi Qinghan and company disappeared into the void. The Soul the Arch Pavilion turned into a meteor and flew far away. Buzz! After the Soul the Arch Pavilion flew away, the demonic aura in the sky quickly condensed, and 4 figures appeared in the endless void. In the middle was a coquettish man dressed in a peach-pink robe. His eyes were blood-red as he opened his scarlet lips and stuck out a pink tongue. He licked it and said with a slightly trembling voice, "O ancestral fiend, what did this king see? It blinded this king's eyes. The supreme massacre god saber. I saw the first ancestral devil's supreme massacre god saber. King, you did not see wrongly. That is indeed the weapon of the ancestral devil. Congratulations, King. As long as you obtain the supreme massacre god saber, the day of unifying the sacred world is just around the corner." Aog did not understand, but Aurora and Odila knew very well, because they were the children of the ancestral devil. Aurora's bloodshot eyes flashed with greed, but he did not dare to show it. He said excitedly. Odila did not say anything, but his similarly bloodshot eyes showed how excited he was. At their realm, it was rare for them to be excited. However, once the creatures of the demon world were excited, their eyes would turn red. At this moment, the 3 of them were bloodshot. One could imagine how much shock the supreme massacre god saber brought to them. Aog did not notice it at first, but now that he heard it, his scaly body began to tremble, and the huge whip below him also stood up. He did not know what the supreme massacre god saber was used for, but he knew that the devil monarch who possessed the supreme massacre god saber would become in existence like the ancestral devil. Augie let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "King, why aren't you chasing after them? TSK. Where can these lowly humans escape to in the saints' world? Can the speed of their treasures be faster than this king? This king has already secretly left behind a darkness mark. Catching up is only a matter of time." Obama giggled, his body still standing proudly in the void as he looked at the puzzled Augie. Because he was in a good mood, he made an exception and explained, "Barbara definitely hasn't been killed in such a short time, so that ruthless man Augie will soon arrive. This king needs to completely erase the aura of this group of humans with his darkness force. Otherwise, if Aogu catches up, this king won't be able to overtake him. The supreme slaughter god saber will soon belong to this king." After a while, Obama had already silently erased the lingering aura of Yi Qinghan and the rest. He laughed and shouted, "Let's go. Odila, Otola, help me obtain the supreme slaughtering god saber later. After I unify the holy world, I will give the 2 of you 3 continents each. If you dare to use underhanded means, this king's methods. Augie, take care and protect yourself." With that, Obama brought the 3 of them and disappeared into the void without a sound. Not long after Obama and the rest left, 3 figures appeared in the void. One of them was a majestic man with a pale face, and the other was a skinny man with a devil's horn on his head. "Barbara, where did they go? Why is there no trace of them?" The majestic man's face was gloomy as he asked coldly. Although his tone was calm, it was not angry, and it caused Barbara and the skinny man beside her to tremble in fear. "King, I also don't know. They definitely didn't run far," Barbara said in a low voice, feeling a little guilty. Although this was her man, his methods made her heart cold. Humph! Immediately mobilize all the Wind Shadow tribe members and search in all directions. If the Slaughter God Saber is taken by someone else, Barbara, you know the consequences. The majestic man looked around and pointed in 3 directions. The 3 of them split up and started to search. What's the exact situation? Little Han. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devour, Kid, and Yao Ji were all smiles as they looked at Yi Qinghan hopefully. Although Lord Devour had guessed the answer, he still opened his mouth. Xiao Hei's energy is already sufficient. He is currently in a deep sleep, and he said that he is already evolving. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. He did not expect things to go so smoothly this time. Xiao Hei was already so mighty. His soul form was almost materialized, and he could even speak the human language. If he evolved, he would definitely be able to completely take shape, and he would no longer have to worry about his soul dissipating. Even if he could not find the secret method to take over another body, at least Xiao Hei would be able to exist forever. Lord Brother Kid Yao Ji. Yi Qinghan laughed, his face full of glory. He said excitedly, "You don't know, but Xiao Hei's strength is very abnormal now. He swallowed the Shura King in just a blink of an eye. If he had more time, even the Devil Monarch would have been swallowed. I estimate that after Xiao Hei evolves, his overall strength will reach grade 9. What? Lord Devour and Kid were frightened, and Yao Ji's beautiful face turned pale. Grade 9? What was grade 9? How many grade 9 experts were there in the immortal world? Xiao Hei's overall strength could reach grade 9? Hee, this is my preliminary estimate. You will have to wait until Xiao Hei evolves. However, you haven't seen his terrifying devouring ability. It's appalling and extremely brutal. Yi Qinghan recalled Xiao Hei's power that could sweep everything. That kind of pressure made Yi Qinghan's heart palpitate. Although Xiao Hei's principal power and soul power weren't strong, his monstrous devouring ability was absolutely heaven-defying. Jia Wu were near the black hole. What should we do next? Yao Ji controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to move forward in the void. After half a month, they reached the destination of Lord Devour's retreat route, which was near the black hole. Along the way, no Devil Monarch chased after them. Yi Qinghan and Kid exhaled in relief. However, Lord Devour wasn't careless. She wore a heavy face. As long as they were still in the Demon Plains territory, she couldn't relax. She pondered for a moment, then pointed to the front and said, "Continue to stick close to the black hole and fly forward. Don't fly in the direction of the Divine Realm's plane of existence. Leave the Demon Realm's sphere of influence, and then circle back to the reincarnation plane." Boom! As soon as Lord Devour said that, the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion shook hard. The tables in the hall were overturned. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's barrier was so strong that even if it hit the material plane, it wouldn't shake. But now Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Jida changed their countenances, while the enchantress gawked. As the controller of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, she knew clearly how strong the enemies who could shake the Soul Emperor Pavilion were. Instantly, she used the barrier of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to sense and screamed hoarsely. 3 monarchs. At least one of them is close to the Supreme Devil Monarch. Close to the Supreme Devil Monarch? Yi Qinghan started to shiver. He had experienced Shintu Xiong's power. He was like a high mountain that he couldn't resist. We can't run away. Prepare to fight to the death. Little Han, if you have no other choice, you and Yao Ji run first. Lord Devour's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Instantly, a murderous aura burst out from him, which froze the air in the hall. Chapter 1074. Sir! Yi Qinghan screamed hurriedly. He could see the determination in Lord Devour's eyes. He was close to level 9 Supreme Being, which meant he was at the same level as the Ice Queen, maybe even stronger. Besides, there were 2 demon monarchs with unknown power. It was possible that the 3 of them couldn't defeat him. More importantly, this place belonged to the demon world's territory. More demon experts could descend at any time. It seemed that Lord Devour wanted to sacrifice himself to cover Yi Qinghan and the Yao Ji's retreat. The possible Jida also. Don't talk nonsense. Jida and I don't have much room to improve. You still have a lot of room to grow. Don't make me look down on you. Yao Ji, teleport us out. Remember my order. Take little Han away. Lord Devour's face became resolute. He exchanged looks with Jida and then shouted at Yi Qinghan. Finally, he turned to the Yao Ji. The Yao Ji sighed reluctantly and teleported the three of them out. At the same time, she controlled the Soul Monarch Pavilion to fly far away. Swish! As soon as the three of them teleported out, they immediately urged the space power to attack. Kakik! Friends from afar, don't attack yet. At this moment Obama, who was wearing a long pink robe and looked even more beautiful than a woman, laughed. His amorous eyes raked through the three of them and finally fixed on Yi Qinghan. After confirming that Yi Qinghan didn't run away, he didn't even look at the Soul Monarch Pavilion. He stroked his hair and smiled elegantly. First, let me introduce myself. I'm from the Holy World. Air. The demon world that you humans call. I'm the king of the South Obama continent, Sovereign Obama. These two are my subordinates, Sovereign Odila and Sovereign Otora. Please allow me to represent the entire Holy World to welcome you to our Holy World as our guests. Yeah. Please surrender. I'll spare your lives. Jida's many space dragons, Yi Qinghan's giant palm, and Lord Devour's space swords, which were made of tens of thousands of sparkling gold swords, responded to Obama. Before Obama Ma could even finish his last word, the entire space there trembled slightly. The three of them summoned their essence power to protect themselves. Their wills froze the space around them and the power of space poured down. Both of them used their full strength. There was no need to be polite, and they had no time to waste. Hong! Hong Long! Chi! The huge dragon let out a soundless roar, its huge palm bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. Thousands of flying swords tore through the spatial turbulence, their might soaring to the heavens. Their auras surged, and they whistled towards Obama's group. Ayaya, you humans from the God world are always so barbaric. Odora, I'll leave that woman to you. That middle-aged Uncle Odora has a really big butt. TSK. This handsome young man is my favorite. Come on, hero. Let's play. Obama's slightly resentful voice sounded, and the three demon monarchs began to slowly dissipate in the air, disappearing without a trace. The demonic aura in the air began to condense nearby. In an instant, the demonic aura in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers became extremely dense. If it was an ordinary low-level martial artist, he would definitely be demonized in an instant. Of course, the attacks of Lord Devour's group missed. However, they weren't surprised. They weren't afraid because Lord Devour had said that as long as the origin energy wasn't scattered, the three of them would be temporarily safe. Little Han, be careful. That devil that's close to the supreme demon monarch has his eyes on you. If I ask you to retreat, retreat immediately. Lord Devour advised Yi Qinghan. Then he flew up to the left. At the same time, his two beautiful fingers moved. Countless wisps of space power turned into flying swords, shooting out like a meteor shower. It was so beautiful. Jida arched his brows, attacking to the right. The space energy on his body turned into a giant dragon that twirled around him like an ancient god of war. Sizzle. All of a sudden, in the sky above Lord Devour, a 10,000-meter-long black serpent quietly emerged from the void. It looked like a giant serpent had just crawled out of the grass. This serpent was made of the demonic aura, and an extremely cold and overbearing aura diffused from it. Even Yi Qinghan, who was underneath, could feel the immense pressure. Odila had taken action. Lord Devour snorted coldly. Both of his hands danced as if he was playing a zither in the air. His red robe fluttered, which made him look so beautiful. Facing the ferocious black serpent, he wasn't afraid at all. This time, he had created billions of flying swords, which formed a golden flying sword dragon in the sky, attacking the serpent. A giant black serpent and a long golden dragon were both 10,000 meters long. Their auras were so intimidating that they shook the void. They attacked each other fiercely. Suddenly, a giant serpent that was smaller than the one above appeared. The dragon that Jita had created wasn't as intimidating as Lord Devour's flying swords, so it couldn't be seen with naked eyes. Silently, dozens of giant dragons tore at the giant serpent. Yi Qinghan swept a glance at the two of them and suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart. His eyes were like lightning as he abruptly looked behind him, only to see a beautiful palm lightly floating towards him. The palm was so beautiful that it could be compared to Lord Devour's palm. The palm was so small that it was dozens of times smaller than the palm that Yi Qinghan had created. It was only half the size of his body. The palm was white, and he didn't feel any evil or cold aura. It was like a lover reaching out his hand to caress his face. However, Yi Qinghan's face changed dramatically. Lord Devour and Jita, who were hovering in the sky, also paled. There must be something wrong when something abnormal happened. The strongest Obama had taken action, and it wasn't as Lord Devour had expected. Instead, he was targeting the weakest Yi Qinghan. Moreover, his attack was so special. Little Han, retreat. Little Han, run. Lord Devour and Jita roared at the same time. Lord Devour created billions of golden flying swords again, which turned into a long flying sword dragon that roared and attacked the beautiful palm. Jita spurted out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and created dozens of giant dragons that flew toward the palm. Yi Qinghan wanted to run, but he felt that the palm had locked onto him. No matter how hard he tried to run, the palm would hit him. Gritting his teeth, his face became ferocious as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He used all of his strength to create a giant palm that slapped down on the beautiful small palm. Boom! 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 5 ear-splitting explosions occurred almost at the same time. Lord Devour had created a group of golden flying swords for the first time, and they easily broke the giant snake above. Jita's giant dragon had the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before the giant snake below was destroyed. It seemed that Odora was weaker than Lord Devour, and Jita could suppress Odora. However, what shocked Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour, and Jita was that the three of them had joined hands to attack that small palm. That small palm was not affected at all, and it easily pierced through Lord Devour's group of flying swords. Then it directly crushed Jita's giant dragon. Finally, it easily pierced through Yi Qinghan's giant palm and hit Yi Qinghan, who was protected by the origin energy. Then Yi Qinghan was like a kite with a broken string. He spurted out blood and turned into a meteor, flying backward. That was not all. That palm suddenly sped up and disappeared in the air. In the next second, it appeared behind Lord Devour and easily smashed the golden flying swords that Lord Devour had created. Then, with another slap, Lord Devour also turned into a meteor and flew backward. Jita's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the giant palm that suddenly appeared in front of him, he really wanted to teleport. However, he knew that this giant palm could also teleport. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and resist. When he turned into a meteor, he flew away. An emotion called despair surged in his mind. The difference in their strengths was too big, too big. They were not on the same level at all. If they didn't have the origin energy to protect their bodies, their souls would have perished in this face-to-face confrontation. However, so what if they had the origin energy? How many rounds of attacks could they resist? Enchantress, Lord Devour's wounds weren't serious, but his face was so frightened. His speed soared to the limit, flying toward Yi Qinghan. He was ready to risk his life to protect him. However, when he saw the Soul Emperor Pavilion flying toward Yi Qinghan from a far distance, Obama's beautiful palm easily smashed it away. Lord Devour's face became paler than snow. Her sprinting figure suddenly stopped in midair. She saw a coquettish face quietly appear between her and Yi Qinghan. The face was full of mockery and ridicule. She sighed deeply, feeling helpless. Was this the end of the hero's road? Chapter 1075. When Yi Qinghan saw how easily the Soul Emperor Pavilion was slapped away, he had a sudden realization. It seemed like they could not escape this time. This devil monarch, who was more of a transvestite than a transvestite, was too strong. He was so strong that they did not even have the thought of risking their lives. It was just like when they faced the star monarch, Shen Xiong. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all his internal organs and bones had been shattered. If it wasn't for the soul ring, he would have been dead by now. Although he had the origin energy to protect his body, the power was too strong. His divine crystal might not have been shattered, but his head would have been shattered, and his soul would have dissipated instantly. He used his divine senses to check the black hole behind him. He tried to control the power of space to stabilize his body, but he still felt a strong suction force. If not for the soul ring that healed his injuries in an instant, even if his body was not shattered by Obama, he would have been sucked into the black hole. He looked at the smiling Obama, then at Lord Devour, who was pale for the first time, and at Jita, who was no longer elegant. He sighed deeply. Were they really going to be wiped out this time? Haha, the king is invincible. Unifying the holy world is just around the corner. You lowly humans actually dare to fight against the king who ranked in the top 5 of the saints' world, King Obama? In the words of the divine world, this is called a mantis trying to kill a chariot. Hand over the supreme slaughtering god's saber, and the king might be soft-hearted and let you live. At this time, the demonic aura around Obama surged, and an unfamiliar figure condensed. It was extremely tall, covered in black scales, and filled with a violent aura. It was an Azura king. AOG had been hiding in the surroundings. When Obama gained the absolute advantage, he immediately showed himself. If he did not grasp such a good opportunity to flatter, he would not have been able to get to where he was today. It should be known that in Obama City, there were many Azura kings that were as big as him. However, after AOG appeared, he looked at Obama intimately. However, he did not see Obama's usual charming smile. On the other hand, Obama's eyes were filled with rage. Then, a powerful force suddenly blasted his body and sent him flying. Idiot! Obama cursed in a low voice. His expression did not change, but he immediately condensed a small palm and attacked Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. This time, his speed was faster than the last time, and his aura was even more violent and violent. He probably wanted to shatter Yi Qinghan with a single palm strike. However, his palm suddenly stopped in midair, not daring to slap down on Yi Qinghan, because he saw Yi Qinghan's eyes light up immediately after Augie finished speaking. Then, he took out a long black blade. The edge of the knife was not pointed at him, but at the black hole behind him, a bright smile on his face. If you dare to move, this slaughter god blade will immediately fly into the black hole. This is the supreme slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice sounded. When he saw the palm in mid-air, it was as though he saw a ray of hope. Hence, he smiled brightly. He was not afraid of death, but he would definitely not give up if he could survive. Hence, in such a dangerous situation, he kept his cool and his soul spirit circulated at a high speed. When AOG mentioned the supreme slaughter god blade, his eyes started to light up. He knew that this blade was very powerful. He knew it when he first came to the divine world to hunt demons. When he killed a bunch of demons in the Balefulline stream, he was even more certain that this blade was extraordinary. This was the weapon of the demon world's ancestor devil. When the 3 ancestor devils were suppressed in the Nepha's abyss, this blade was also left in the divine world. After that, there were people from the God of War pavilion who used this blade, but the 2 supremacies died. This blade was thrown into the lava of the Nepha's abyss and was considered an ominous demonic artifact. However, it was obtained by the Soul Emperor who accidentally barged into the Nepha's abyss. He casually threw it into the Carefree Pavilion, and it ended up in the hands of Yi Qinghan. After the slaughter god blade killed countless demons in the Star Sea, it gave birth to a perverted dog. Yi Qinghan was even more certain that this blade was extraordinary. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't sure how powerful this blade was in the demon realm, after hearing Augie's words, Yi Qinghan was certain of one thing: Obama really wanted this blade. Hence, he smiled. The blade contained Xiao Hei's soul. Although he could not give it to Obama today, at least Lord Devour and the Kid Demon Lady could be saved. Originally, the situation where everyone was going to die was starting to take a turn for the better. It would be good if a few of them could survive, right? Of course, Obama wanted this blade very much. This blade was the demon world's sacred artifact. It was the first ancestor devil's weapon to command the demon world. At this moment, he wanted to strangle AOG to death. His good-looking eyebrows furrowed slightly as he sighed in his heart. It would have been better if he had used his full strength on the first strike. He had been too careless. He could clearly sense that Yi Qinghan's strength was very low. That strike just now was enough to kill him. He did not expect Yi Qinghan to have a soul ring that could instantly heal his body. And damn it, there was a spatial black hole behind him just now. Not to mention him, even the ancestor devil was extremely afraid of this black and ghostly thing. He was confident that he could catch the slaughter god blade after Yi Qinghan threw it out. However, his body would definitely be sucked into the spatial black hole. If he was transported to the edge of the void, although he might not die, it was very likely that he would never return. What was the point of obtaining the slaughter god blade then? Hence, Obama's face turned into an intoxicating smile as he said coquettishly, "Little handsome brother, give the blade to me, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, all of you, including the woman in the pagoda, will die. You must believe that I have the ability to do so. Little Han, don't." Lord Devour shouted from afar. At this moment, Lord Devour was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. Looking at the overbearing Obama, she recalled the moment when she and the Soul Emperor were enveloped by the Star Sovereign's space power. A trace of anger flashed in Obama's peach blossom eyes, and he was about to attack. Yi Qinghan immediately shouted, "Damn lady boy, don't move, otherwise my hand will really tremble. If that happens, this supreme slaughter god blade will forever float in this endless void." A dim light flashed in Obama's eyes again, and he laughed loudly. "Damn lady boy? Kiki, you have character. I like it." Yi Qinghan knew when to stop and did not waste any more time. He went straight to the point and said, "Let them go first. I will stay. When they are safe, I will naturally give this blade to you. This is fair, right?" "It is indeed fair. Deal." Obama agreed straightforwardly. He turned to look at Lord Devour and said faintly, "You guys can go now. I have erased the traces you have left. As long as you leave the territory of the forces in the Holy World, you will be absolutely safe. Of course, if you dare to continue to kill this king's people, this king will definitely not be polite." Little Han, Lord Devour and Kid exchanged looks. Then they shouted at the same time. At this moment, Lord Devour had regained her composure. From Yi Qinghan's eyes, she knew what he was thinking. However, she didn't know what to do. She could only roar mournfully, "Go!" Yi Qinghan still had a faint smile on his face. His tone, however, was unquestionable. Chapter 1076. Swish! Yi Qinghan sent a message to Yao Ji. Yao Ji quickly brought the Soul Emperor Pavilion across the sky and quietly floated over. Lord Devour and Jida looked at the decisiveness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and sighed deeply. Lord Devour shouted at Jida with red eyes, "Go, Jida!" "Little Han, we will wait for you to come back." Jida also understood what Yi Qinghan wanted to do. He knew that this was the only way. If they did not leave now, everyone would die. The human heart was made of flesh. Who would want to die if they could? Yao Ji did not know how the situation changed so drastically in an instant. However, she did not hesitate and immediately brought Lord Devour into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion glided over under Odila's eyes, kept Jida, and left resolutely. "King." AOG didn't dare to speak from afar, but Odila still called out hesitantly. His gaze was locked onto Yi Qinghan like a venomous snake staring at its prey from the bushes. "It's all right. This king believes that handsome little brother will not do anything stupid." Obama smiled charmingly, and his pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Yi Qinghan with tenderness. He said faintly, "The Supreme Massacre God Blade is ultimately an external object, and it isn't very useful to you people from the God world. Handsome little brother, you are a smart person. This king guarantees with the honor of the ancestral devil that as long as you give me the Supreme Slaughter God Saber, this king will definitely not hurt you. I will even personally send you out of the divine world. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and said, Of course I believe you. I'll give you the blade, but I'll have to wait until my companions are far away. In your demon realm sphere of influence, our speed is far inferior to yours. How long will that take? We are not far from the border of the divine world. We can leave in at most 3 days. Do you think 3 days is enough? Obama's attitude was very good. He was extremely polite like a harmless little girl. 10 days. That is my bottom line. Yi Qinghan said resolutely. If there was any disagreement, he would throw the slaughter god saber into the spatial black hole. 10 days? Obama frowned slightly, then nodded his head and replied in a relaxed manner. 10 days it is. However, little handsome brother, don't lie to this king. At that time, this king will be very sad. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. His nerves were tense, and his divine sense and space force were constantly spreading out. It seemed that if Obama and the others made a move, he would take them all down with him. Obama waved at Odila and Otora leisurely. He also glanced at Augie, who was smiling bitterly in the distance. Augie immediately flew over with a flattering smile. The 4 of them actually closed their eyes and sat cross-legged in the air, as though they had been waiting patiently for 10 days. King. He couldn't wait any longer. In 10 days, Monarch Augu would have already found this place. The children of the Windshadow tribe sent a message. All the Windshadow tribe members on Auguland have been dispatched. They will definitely find this place in 5 days at most. Although the 4 demons closed their eyes and pretended to be cultivating, in fact, Augie had already begun using the special voice transmission method of the Fiend Realm to send a message to Obama. Obama sent a furious voice transmission. Isn't it all because of you, you fool? Otherwise, this king would have succeeded long ago. If it weren't for the fact that you have followed this king for so many years, this king would have slapped you to death just now. Augie hurriedly sent a flattering voice transmission. It was Augie who was foolish, king. Even if you slapped Augie to death, Augie would not have any complaints. King, what do we do now? This time, Bama did not talk to Augie secretly. Instead, he talked to Otola and Odila secretly. He said sinisterly, Cover for me. I'll use a secret technique. In less than 3 days, I'll be able to make this handsome boy a citizen of our saint's world. The Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and floated into the distance without any hesitation. The speed had reached its limit. This time, it did not go around in circles but flew directly toward the divine realm. At this speed, they would be able to leave the demonic plains territory in 7 or 8 days. Of course, this territory was very general. After 7 or 8 days, the demonic aura would not be as thick. The Devil Monarch's flying speed would be affected. If they could not catch up to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, they would be safe. Jia Wu, Little Han He. After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Lord Devour immediately ordered Yao Ji to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and fly toward the divine realm. Yao Ji did not ask anything. At this moment, she was waiting for the Soul Emperor Pavilion to reach its fastest speed. Sigh. Lord Devour's face was pale, but he did not say anything. Although he had many things to say, he could only sigh deeply in the end. Yao Ji, take out Little Han's soul jade slip. Whether or not he can escape this time depends on his fate. Jida's face was powerless and lonely. He held his head in the hall like a defeated rooster. Then, he suddenly remembered something and lifted his head. However, the excitement on his face disappeared in just a blink of an eye. He stooped and scratched his head, saying helplessly, Sigh. If he can escape this time, he will be possessed by a divine emperor. Motherf ****. Little Han. He still has a chance to escape? Haha. He's going to die. He's going to die. He's going to die. Yao Ji stared fixedly at the soul jade slip in her hand, not daring to look away for even a moment. Her limpid eyes were watery, and 2 transparent threads quietly dripped down onto the soul jade slip. She seemed to want to use her tears to moisturize the soul jade slip, hoping that it would never break. Jida lifted his head and sighed. If he has a chance to escape, He will wait for us to run away and then jump into the space black hole. I know him. He will never give Xiao He to the devil monarch. Space black hole. Haha. Anyone who gets into the space black hole will die. Little Han doesn't have a lot of source energy. He won't be able to endure long under the space-shattering saber current. He has no way to survive. After the soul jade slip breaks, tell me. Lord Devour finally opened her mouth, but her voice was so cold that it could pierce one's bones. Then, she stood up, walking to the door. Her figure was lonely and desolate. Jida even saw that Lord Devour's graceful back had become hunched. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan had been extremely nervous for the past 3 days. Of course, he wouldn't give the Slaughter God blade to Obama. Jida was right. His original intention was to wait for Lord Devour and the others to leave before rushing into the space black hole with the Slaughter God blade. He knew that if he entered the space black hole, he would most likely die. In other words, he would definitely die. However, he didn't have a choice. He would rather rush into the space black hole with Xiao He and die under the space-shattering saber current. He also didn't want Xiao He to become Obama's puppet. He looked at Obama and the others who were still sitting cross-legged in the void. Calculating the time, 2 more days should be enough, right? Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept across the black hole that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. A mesmerizing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Was this his final destination? At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart suddenly shook. A premonition of fatal danger surged in his heart. Before he could do anything, he felt his body suddenly stiffen. Afterwards, an ear-piercing, reckless laughter rang out in his head. Hee, handsome little. You'll become this king's child from today onwards. The saints' world welcomes you. Chapter 1077. This devil monarch actually managed to enter my body? He wants to demonize me? Not good, my body has already been demonized. He wants to demonize my soul. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit was alarmed. He used his divine senses and easily understood the current situation of his body. Obama had actually entered his body without him noticing and was about to demonize him. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not be demonized by you. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit roared. He tried his best to control his soul spirit and wanted to regain control of his body. However, every cell in his body was filled with the demonic aura. Although Yi Qinghan wanted to control his body to move, he realized that he couldn't move at all. Hee, little handsome brother, don't be afraid. Once you become this king's child, this king will take good care of you. Come, don't resist. The sacred world and the ancestor devil will be with you. Obama's wanton laughter continued. He was determined to obtain the devil's supreme saber, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Therefore, he could have let Odila and Otora execute the secret technique to demonize Yi Qinghan. In the end, he decided to do it himself. Under the cover of Odora and Otora, Obama turned into a demonic aura and quietly entered Yi Qinghan's body. Facts proved that Obama's decision was right. He spent 3 days to allow a trace of demonic aura that Yi Qinghan couldn't sense to penetrate his skin. As he breathed, the demonic aura quietly concealed itself in his body. Only now did he confirm that he could completely control Yi Qinghan's body. Only then did he reveal his sinister claws. His main body also entered Yi Qinghan's body and prepared to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul spirit. Yi Qinghan really wanted to self-destruct and let the shockwave of the explosion send the Slaughter God saber into the black hole behind him. However, his soul spirit seemed to have been separated from his body. He couldn't control it at all. Chi. Countless wisps of black energy penetrated the blue shield of Yi Qinghan's soul sea and pierced into Yi Qinghan's soul like thousands of tiny black needles, intending to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul and turn him into a demon, a low-level creature of the demon realm. Boom! An incomparably strange thing happened. Countless wisps of black energy turned into millions of black needles that stabbed into Yi Qinghan's soul. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning suddenly emerged from the weak origin energy in her soul sea. They smashed down like enraged dragons. The demonic aura that Obama's main body had transformed into was instantly pulverized. A black rain that was even thicker than the rain on Paragon Island started falling on Yi Qinghan's two soul seas. Ah! Oh ancestral fiend, what the hell is this? Obama's extremely horrified and shrill voice rang out. At that moment, Obama's soul began to tremble. At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt that his body could move again. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he laughed out loud. His body suddenly shot into the spatial black hole. Ha ha! You want to demonize me? Let's die together. Under Yi Qinghan's wanton and arrogant roar, Odila, Achuolai, and Aji saw a scene that shocked and excited them. Yi Qinghan actually brought Obama and directly rushed into the black hole, instantly disappearing into the bottomless black hole. Our king has been sucked into the spatial black hole? Odila and Achuolai looked at each other. The domineering southern king of the demon realm, Sovereign Obama, was gone just like that. Also, the supreme god slaughtering saber, the weapon of the first ancestral fiend, the sacred weapon of the demon realm, was also gone. That was a spatial black hole. History had proven that although not all the powerful beings that entered the spatial black hole died, none of them returned. It was the same in the demon realm and the divine realm. Therefore, the supreme god slaughtering saber and Sovereign Obama were really gone. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Aji looked around in a daze. After confirming that Obama's aura was gone, his body started to tremble. He cursed in his heart, and his face was even uglier than the human-faced beast-heart spider. Because he was doted on by Obama, he had offended many people in Obama City. Now that Obama had gone, he would probably follow him. Odila and Otora did not care about Augie, who even had the intention to give up. After the initial shock, followed by confusion and excitement, the two number 2 and number 3 figures of Obama continent also started to feel fear. Without Obama, the Obama continent would become a delicious cake in the eyes of all the demon monarchs in the future. The days of bloodshed were coming. Dizzy. Dizzy was what Yi Qinghan was feeling at this moment. The world was spinning and everything was upside down. He felt like a seasick person in a violent storm. He was so dizzy that he could not even use his divine senses. A god-tier martial artist and a 9th-grade supreme martial artist at that. Even if he was spinning, flipping, and flipping in the air at lightning speed, he would not feel dizzy. His head would definitely not feel dizzy, not to mention that his divine senses would not be able to detect it. The only explanation was that there was a mystery in this black hole. Yi Qinghan did not know, and he did not want to know. His soul was spinning so dizzily that he could not tell north from south. This was the first time his soul had encountered such a situation. Yi Qinghan did not know what to do and could only go with the flow. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 10,000 years. When Yi Qinghan felt that his soul was no longer spinning, he immediately controlled his soul to check his body. In the end, it would have been better if he did not check. The moment he did, Yi Qinghan was scared to death. What situation was this? The demonic aura in his body was gone, but his soul was filled with demonic aura. His soul only had time to check his body and soul before it was instantly filled with demonic aura. He directly entered a state of madness, which was many times worse than the first time he entered a state of madness in the Balefulline stream. In the end, he used his last bit of fuzzy consciousness to cover his body with the power of origin, and then he completely lost consciousness. His eyes turned blood red, and his body began to tremble. Black lines even began to appear on the surface of his body. He looked hideous and terrifying, and the demonic flames were monstrous. From far away, one could feel the evil and cold aura emanating from his body. It was like a sleeping demon god floating in the endless void. Chi. From afar, pieces of space-fragmented saber currents would blow over from time to time, scraping against Yi Qinghan's floating body and colliding with the power of origin on the surface of his body, producing a zhang-zhang sound of metal clashing. Then, it whizzed away and continued to float in the endless void. At first, Yi Qinghan's body trembled violently, but it gradually slowed down and finally quietened down. He was like an ancient corpse floating in the endless void. From time to time, the space-fragmented saber currents would blow over, causing the power of origin on the surface of his body to dissipate bit by bit. Although Yi Qinghan had already lost consciousness, his hand was still tightly holding onto the slaughter god blade. It was as though he was holding onto his most beloved woman. He refused to let go even if he died. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the power of origin on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body would be completely eroded by the space-fragmented saber currents. He would be completely minced by the blade-like space-fragmented saber currents and turned into dust, forever remaining in the endless void. Chapter 1078. Shijia Wu was very sorrowful. She sadly sat on the lion chair in the corner of the room, sinking her entire body into the chair. The room was very dark, and it was impossible to see her face clearly. However, the entire room was filled with a desolate feeling. She was born in the Flame Dragon Continent's dark forest. At that time, she was a little rabbit that didn't know anything. She only knew how to hide under the grapevines outside the cave and bask in the sun. She clearly remembered that on a stormy night, she was attacked by an 8th-rank demonic beast, the Lion Tiger King. At that time, her strength was very low, and she was on the verge of death. In the end, a cute black small beast with a single horn descended from the sky and saved her. She then left her favorite grapevines and wandered the dark forest with the soul-devouring beast that called itself the Soul Emperor. As they wandered, they fought. Many times, she and the Soul Emperor almost died, and she was wounded many times. But she didn't regret it, because she liked to see the cute black small beast looking at the sky with a lonely and deep gaze. She knew that the Soul Emperor didn't like her, because he always told her that he saw her as a human and treated her as a beast. But she didn't regret it. She followed him all the way. After becoming the Flame Dragon Continent, she went to the Divine Realm, fought in the Divine Realm, and wandered the world with the Soul Emperor. When the Soul Emperor and Xiao Hei's mother entered the bridal room, Shijia Wu cried. That was the first time she cried. When the Soul Emperor died to save her, she cried for the second time. She cried for the second time. She cried for 10 days and 10 nights in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then, she resolutely wiped away her tears. Shijia Wu changed to Shijia Wu. Butterflies no longer danced in the air. She walked the path of revenge. Yi Qinghan's appearance gave her hope. Xiao Hei's growth warmed her cold heart. But as Xiao Hei used the soul-devouring transformation on Supreme Island, Lord Shi's heart became cold again. When Obama stretched out her beautiful hand and gently sent them flying, her heart became completely cold. It chilled her heart and froze her blood. The restrictions in the room were all activated, and the light was very dim, covering her pale face. The tears flowing down her beautiful eyes couldn't be seen. She had always looked strong on the surface. When she was still a 7th-grade war god, she was already known as a vicious woman in the Divine Realm. Countless warriors had died at her hands, and the god bandits who roamed the seas would tremble in fear upon hearing her name. She had been very bitter all these years, making countless arrangements in secret. She silently gathered a strong power in the god world. Although it wasn't fully formed, it revealed some fangs and shocked Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan. She also knew that she was actually a very fragile woman. Therefore, at this moment, she once again burst into tears, crying her heart out. Losing Xiao Hei was the same as losing her own child. She had lost the only thing that the Soul Emperor had left in this world, the only place that she could entrust her soul to. After losing Yi Qinghan, she was at a loss and didn't know what to do next. She felt as if she had returned to countless years ago, when she was still a level 6 magical beast. When she encountered that level 8 King Lion Tiger, she felt so helpless and hopeless. That's not right. All of a sudden, Lord Devourer lifted his head, frowning slightly. She wasn't sure how long she had been in the room, but it seemed to be a long time. She was immersed in her sorrow, but time flew quickly. Why hadn't the evil spirit Sala sent a message? Was Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip not broken yet? It was almost impossible. Even if Yi Qinghan could escape successfully and enter the black hole with his origin, he couldn't hold on for long, right? Did he teleport to a small realm? Did he get in through the weak space? That must be it. Thinking of this, Lord Devourer was so excited. As long as he wasn't dead, anything was fine. Even if he couldn't come back, he still had hope as long as he was alive. She wiped her tears, sent her divine consciousness, and teleported out. When she saw the evil spirit Sala carefully holding the soul jade slip, which was still intact, Lord Devour's eyes brightened. He hurriedly asked the evil spirit Sala, "How many days has it been?" 43 days. The evil spirit Sala lifted her head, her face hopeful. Not far from her, Jida swallowed his saliva. Of course, it wasn't because of the evil spirit Sala's charming face. It was because he found it unbelievable. Where is the Soul Emperor Pavilion now? Lord Devour pondered for a while, then asked again. His voice had resumed its indifferent tone. The evil spirit Sala answered immediately, "We've been in the barren area for 1 month." Lord Devour knew about the barren area. It was a barren area between the God world and the demon world. The heaven and earth energy in this area was extremely thin, and there were no living creatures in this area. Although there were many planes, they weren't suitable for living creatures. Lord Devour ordered resolutely, "Don't fly back. Fly around this area. When we run out of energy, we will fly out of this barren area." The evil spirit Sala and Jida's eyes brightened. The evil spirit Sala immediately changed the Soul Emperor Pavilion's route. Jida hesitated for a while, then asked, "Sir, little Han, can he survive?" Lord Devour pursed his lips like a stubborn child. He said resolutely, "As long as his soul jade slip isn't broken, we will wait for him here for 100,000 years. He can create so many miracles. I hope he can create one this time. We will wait for him to come back." Jida and the evil spirit Sala nodded, then said in unison, "Yeah, we'll wait for him to come back." Reincarnation Secret Domain. Yu Qingqing's group of women, Yi Sihan, Peach Blossom, and Li Shui were gathered in Li Shirshir's pavilion. They had been sitting in the hall of the pavilion for more than 1 month. All of them wore a deathly still face. 1 month ago, all of Yi Qinghan's women, including Li Shui, had their hearts pounding, their souls shivered. They didn't know why it happened, but Yu Qingqing's group and Yi Yao Rao's group had experienced the same thing. That year, when Yi Qinghan fell into the investiture valley of the gods, the 4 of them had their hearts pounding. Then Yu Qingqing's group had gone to the god world resolutely, while Yi Yao Rao had jumped into the deep hole in the investiture valley of the gods. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were in trouble. They were sure of this, but in the reincarnation secret domain, they didn't have the ability to penetrate the weak points of the space to enter the turbulent space, and there were no deep holes to jump into. Therefore, they could only look for Mo Xiaoxiao at the first instance. But Mo Xiaoxiao had entered a dangerous place in the reincarnation secret domain. Although Li Shirshir had tried to contact her, she hadn't returned for more than 1 month. Yi Qinghan was their sky. Yi Sihan and the countless little Yi Qinghan sky. Xiao He was Li Shui and the demon devourer demon sky. If the sky collapsed, they might be able to escape, but they would never be able to see the light again. The demon devourer demon and the group of Yi Qinghan's children sat obediently in the corner of the hall. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could feel the sadness in their mother's eyes. The group of lawless little tyrants stared at each other with their eyes wide open. A faint emotion called sadness welled up in their hearts. Chapter 1079. In the endless void, countless planes were like stars, existing eternally in the sky. The tireless space-shattering blade current whizzed through the void. The space vortex spun as usual, sucking in the surrounding gravel and dust. The black hole, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, was still wide open, swallowing everything that dared to approach it. Apart from the space-shattering blade current, there were actually countless gravel and dust in the endless void. Some would be chopped into pieces by the space-shattering blade current, and then wander around the world, while others stood quietly in the void, as if waiting for the end of the world. In this void, there was a special dust. Like a small plane in the distance, it could emit a sparkling light. However, there was not much origin power that could make his body glow. The light was extremely dim. In fact, the origin power on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body was on the verge of breaking. In the past month, if he had not been lucky enough to encounter the space-shattering blade current a few times, his origin power would have been exhausted. His body would have been turned into dust and wandered to the ends of the world with the space-shattering blade current. 43 days. He had been floating in the void like a corpse for 43 days. He did not know that the origin power on the surface of his body was on the verge of breaking, nor did he know if he was still alive. His soul had completely fallen into madness because of the murderous aura in his mind, and he had lost consciousness. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, but they were still blood-red. He stared blankly at the endless void, at the dazzling star not far away. He was like a lost child, lost and lonely. God damn it! Suddenly, the pupils in the blood-red eyes, which could still be seen, suddenly widened, and a curse unique to Yi Qinghan rang out. Then, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly moved, and he flew to the side like a bolt of lightning. But his movement was still too late. A streak of spatial blades rapidly drifted over, shattering all the origin energy below his calf that he could not dodge in time. Afterwards, it continued on its way with a mist of blood and flesh. The intense pain caused the redness in Yi Qinghan's eyes to recede quite a bit. Yi Qinghan didn't need to control the divine crystal to repair his body. The soul ring automatically operated and instantly repaired his body. As for Yi Qinghan, he let out a furious roar and flew toward the only small plane in the distance like a bolt of lightning. Quick! Quick! Yi Qinghan's eyes began to fill with blood again, and he felt his mind being filled with killing intent once more. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had no time to check the condition of his soul and body. He could only make up his mind and rush towards that plane. If he didn't rush into that plane, he would be shredded into pieces by the next wave of space-shattering blades. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan held his head with one hand and flipped in the air. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and the slaughter god blade emitted a piercingly cold intent. If there was a living creature in front of him now, it would definitely be chopped into pieces by him. F***ck your mother. The slaughter god blade was raised high by Yi Qinghan. Then he slashed down at lightning speed. His target was not anywhere else but his calf that he had just formed. Chi! There was no need to doubt the sharpness of the slaughter god blade or the pain of having his legs broken. Even though Yi Qinghan was a god-ranked being who grew up in pain, he still couldn't take it anymore after having his legs broken twice. The immense pain caused every muscle in his body to contract, and his face to contort. However, the redness in his eyes lessened once more, and he started flying at full speed again. He used the power of space, and his flying speed was definitely faster than a supremacy's instantaneous movement. I hope that there are no absolute experts in this plane. If someone detects that I have entered, I will be finished. Although Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot, they were blazing with passion. The desire to live erupted from the depths of his soul. He was like a shooting star as he rushed towards the plane that was at least 10 times bigger than the Flame Dragon continent. Ah! Just as he was about to reach the cloud-like source energy on the surface of the plane, the killing intent in Yi Qinghan's mind started to attack him again. Yi Qinghan roared furiously in the sky. Then, a look of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. In the distance, there was a spatial blade current that shone with golden light. It was like a meteor shower as it floated towards him. Despicable heavens, you want to toy with me to death, but I refuse to die. I will fight it out with you. Yi Qinghan let out a deafening roar. His face was extremely sinister, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The slaughter god's saber danced in the air and slashed down on his thigh. The soul ring quickly repaired itself and formed a thigh. However, Yi Qinghan slashed down again. Pain, heart tearing, lungs splitting, liver and intestines breaking. This was what Yi Qinghan was feeling at this moment. The intense pain caused both of his souls to tremble, causing him to completely wake up. Swoosh! Without waiting for the thigh to form, half of Yi Qinghan's body pierced through the sky and rushed towards the material plane. He had already extended his divine senses and started to investigate the surrounding area. Left front. Quick! Quick! The spatial blade current rubbed against the void, bringing about a scorching heat. Yi Qinghan could already feel it clearly. At this moment, the source energy on the surface of his body was already so weak that it could be ignored. If he was hit by the blade current, he would be doomed eternally. Swoosh! Clang clang! Countless blade currents struck the source energy and produced the sound of metal clashing. Then, they were rebounded by the source energy and continued to fly into the distance. F***CK your grandma. You almost smashed my divine crystal. Not good. There are a few strong auras in this plane. Most of the people in this plane are humans. I can only do this. Half of Yi Qinghan's body was hit by the blade fragments. Luckily, he reacted quickly and moved his body to the side. If not, his Yi family spear, divine crystal, and his head would have been smashed. He endured the pain and didn't dare to use his spatial power to investigate. He could only use his divine senses to scan the plane. However, Yi Qinghan felt that there were at least a few high-grade god thearchs. In the end, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his aura and the remaining origin energy. Just like that, he plummeted straight down like a wild goose with a broken wing. Once the spatial power was used, it would produce divine might. If he didn't restrain his aura and source energy, his body would produce incomparably strong divine might. It would definitely attract the attention of the experts in the plane. If it was any other time, he could easily kill these experts even if there were 100 times more of them. However, at this moment, the murderous aura in his mind began to attack again. He wasn't sure when he would faint again. Hence, he could only fall quietly and naturally. Suppressing the murderous intent and evil aura in his heart, Yi Qinghan investigated the situation around him. After confirming that the experts didn't use their divine senses to investigate, he felt relieved. Pa! When Yi Qinghan felt that he had fallen into the water and his body stopped falling, his divine senses immediately spread out to investigate the surroundings. His divine sense immediately spread out in all directions. If he was sure that there were people or beasts that could threaten him, he would kill them immediately to ensure his own safety. However, when Yi Qinghan opened his blood-red eyes, he saw a peerless face that had lost its color. There was also a beautiful and delicate body bare. 2 lotus-like hands, one covering the proud peaks and the other covering the mysterious area below. She looked at the man who fell from the sky, smashed through the roof of her house, and finally smashed into her bathhouse. Chapter 1080. Whoosh! For beautiful sword-wielding women immediately rushed into the room. Their gazes were like 8 daggers as they locked onto the blood-red-eyed Yi Qinghan. They shouted, "Princess!" Yi Qinghan's body released a berserk aura that instantly froze the entire room. The 4 maids weren't even comparable to divine generals. Under Yi Qinghan's tyrannical pressure, they were immediately suppressed to the point where they couldn't even move. Then, Yi Qinghan stared at the delicate girl in front of him, who was called Princess, with red eyes. Should I kill or not? The killing intent in his mind began to surge. His body began to tremble, and his back slightly bent. His blood-red eyes made him look like a human-shaped demon. His divine sense easily swept the surrounding area, and he easily discovered that this was a side courtyard in the mountains. There were only 5 people in the entire side courtyard. If he killed all 5 of them, he would at least be temporarily safe. However, he looked at the delicate and naked princess in front of him, at her water-blue hair that was slightly curled, at her eyes that were as pure as water, and at her pitiful expression. He hesitated. Her blue hair and gem-like eyes reminded him of blue rain. Her pure eyes and pitiful expression reminded him of Yi Qingyu. Blue rain, little you? The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth subconsciously curved upwards. It was incomparably gentle, incomparably sweet. In the end, he looked at the woman in front of him and felt a headache coming on. If it was a group of men or monsters, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't care about the consequences and would directly kill them. However, this was a woman, and a delicate woman at that. A woman without a trace of martial strength. Yi Qinghan was conflicted and didn't dare to make a move. I'm a good person. Don't kill me. The woman in front of him felt danger, and she also felt Yi Qinghan's hesitation. She weakly spoke, and her expression became even more pitiful. Yi Qinghan stared at the woman's eyes and realized that when she said this, her pupils didn't change at all, and her soul didn't tremble at all. In the end, he kept the slaughter god blade and left a sentence before falling into the water. "Don't touch me. I won't hurt you." The malevolent energy once again attacked Yi Qinghan's soul. Yi Qinghan began to tumble about in the pool, looking incomparably ferocious and terrifying. The four maids regained their freedom the moment Yi Qinghan collapsed. They hurriedly dragged the terrified princess out. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan cautiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. After an hour, Yi Qinghan finally stopped struggling. He floated on the surface of the pond like a corpse. He didn't breathe out, nor did he breathe in. His soul was completely sealed, and his life force was completely concealed. "Princess, princess, what should we do?" A yellow-robed maid asked in fear after confirming that Yi Qinghan was not moving. Yi Qinghan's domineering aura had scared her. The red-robed maid beside her also said anxiously, "Princess, let's quickly leave this place and report this matter to the Vatican. Humph, this person is definitely not a kind person. Princess, let's go and kill him. If he recovers, we will all be in trouble. Yes, this person seems to be seriously injured. Princess, let's go and kill him. He must have a lot of treasures." The other two maids in blue and white had a cold look on their faces. They looked like they would kill Yi Qinghan the moment the princess gave the order. Yi Qinghan had completely lost his consciousness. He didn't know that his moment of soft-heartedness had landed him in a near-death situation. He had completely lost his consciousness. If these two maids went forward and stabbed him a few times, he would definitely die. No. The lady who had carelessly put on a long robe to cover her beautiful body shook her head. She stared at Yi Qinghan's well-defined face, which had turned slightly pale because his legs had been chopped off a few times. She shook her head slightly and said, "He won't harm us. If he wanted to kill us, which one of you could have stopped him just now?" The four maids fell silent at the same time. That domineering aura just now had suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even move. This was just an aura. How strong was this person's true strength? They didn't dare to imagine. But, "Princess, the aura on his body is extremely evil. He is definitely not a human. A human can't be so evil that it makes people feel cold all over. Yes, this person was built from heaven. His aura is so evil. Could he be a legendary creature from another dimension? Princess, why don't you just kill him? If he is a creature from another dimension, not to mention us, the entire Malfa continent will be destroyed. He is too powerful. No, princess. Let's quickly inform the church and let the Pope personally purify him. Creatures from another dimension should have their souls imprisoned in the abyssal ocean forever." The maids spoke again. The beautiful princess also hesitated. If he was a creature from another dimension, then it was very likely that the entire continent would be implicated. She hesitated for a moment. No, I believe that he is also a human, a good person." Suddenly, the princess said resolutely and decisively. She thought of the last time Yi Qinghan had looked at her. The corner of his mouth had unconsciously revealed a touch of tenderness, that touch of sweetness, as if he had seen the woman he loved. She believed that if he was not a human, if he was not a man with feelings, he would definitely not reveal such an expression. "Princess." The four maids looked at the princess who had a burning gaze in front of them and called out worriedly. They were familiar with this gaze. The last time the princess showed this gaze, she had made a fool of herself. In the end, they were forced to live in this courtyard in the mountain. This time, she had made a fool of herself again. Would the four of them die because of this? The expression on the princess's face became more and more resolute. She said firmly, "Believe me, think about it. This person is so powerful. If he is a good person, then there is hope for father and mother's revenge. I want to take this gamble. Of course, if you don't want to gamble, I won't force you. You can leave, but I hope you don't leak the secret." "Princess." The four maids looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They looked at the man in the pool and said helplessly, "Since you want to gamble, we will accompany you. If this man wants to harm us, we will risk our lives to take the princess away." Yi Qinghan was unconscious. He didn't know that he had walked one round on the edge of death. The princess and the four maids didn't touch Yi Qinghan. They let Yi Qinghan float in the princess's bath. Although the princess decided to keep Yi Qinghan alive and not kill him or leak the secret, she was still extremely terrified. However, his heart was still incomparably terrified. Every day, he would come to check on Yi Qinghan, only to find that he was still floating on the pool like a corpse. Yi Qinghan didn't know that while his body was wandering on the edge of life and death, his soul had already wandered between human and demon countless times. In the other soul sea, countless demonic aura turned into evil energy. It was like countless black dragons swimming in the two souls, trying to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul. However, the countless thunder dragons in Yi Qinghan's origin power were also swimming in the soul sea, chasing after these black dragons. They roared and fought with all their might. Both sides were extremely powerful. If the black dragons formed from the demonic aura won, then Yi Qinghan would completely become a demon, a low-level creature in the demon world. He would sink forever. Chapter 1081. Obama felt that he was in a tragic situation. As one of the 18 sovereigns of the demon world, he was very powerful. He was ranked in the top 5 of the 18 sovereigns and had been in the demon world for millions of years. He thought that there were very few experts in this world that could threaten his life. Thus, he followed Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan without any scruples and successfully intercepted the three of them at the edge of the black hole. In fact, he was very powerful. The three peak experts in the divine world were not his match. He easily entered Yi Qinghan's body without him knowing. He wanted to make him a citizen of the demon world and easily obtain the supreme slaughtering god blade. But he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. The moment the trace of devil aura that his body had condensed entered Yi Qinghan's soul sea, it was shattered by the thunder dragons above his soul sea. Then Yi Qinghan entered the black hole, and his soul sea started to spin. This was not important. What was important was, when Yi Qinghan stopped spinning, he realized that the devil aura that his body had transformed into had entered Yi Qinghan's soul sea. Moreover, the countless thunder dragons in his soul sea had started to chase after the devil aura that his body had transformed into. He was a devil monarch that had been bestowed the power of darkness by the laws of heaven and earth. As long as there was a trace of devil aura, he could not die. That was also true. But, goddamn it, he discovered that his true form, which had transformed into countless black dragons, was now being targeted by countless lightning dragons. As long as he stopped, he would be killed immediately. He wanted to escape from Yi Qinghan's soul sea. But there was a blue shield outside Yi Qinghan's soul sea. When the black dragon formed from his devil aura wanted to penetrate the blue shield, it would pause for a second. Once it paused, the thunder dragons behind would catch up and shatter it. He actually could not escape. In the end, Obama had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and risk his life. The demon black dragon made of demonic aura drilled into Yi Qinghan's soul sea. He decided to cut off all means of retreat. Either he demonized Yi Qinghan's soul, or Thunder Dragon caught up with him and strangled him. When the last trace of the black demon dragon was killed by the Thunder Dragon, it would be the day of his death. Chi! Countless black dragons burrowed into Yi Qinghan's soul, attempting to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul. However, the countless thunder dragons behind him immediately followed, and the soul sea, which was showing signs of demonization, was instantly purified. The demonic aura of the abyssal black dragon melted like ice on fire, leaving nothing behind. What the hell is this? This king's son your ass? Obama furiously roared. He attacked a few times and almost succeeded once, but in the end, he was still purified by the lightning dragon. Every time he would lose a large amount of demonic aura. His power of darkness was getting lesser and lesser. At this rate, he would be finished sooner or later. Seeing the thunder dragon chasing after him again, Obama had no choice but to temporarily rush out of the soul sea and fly above it. Often, the thunder dragon would not chase after him. Instead, it would continue in the soul sea and finish strangling all the demonic aura, giving Obama a chance to catch a breather. What the hell is this soul? There are actually two of them? And there's a bridge? Why do I feel that this bridge has the power of darkness? And the power of light? Oh, the black line on the side of the bridge is pure power of darkness. Kiki, I'll risk it. The demon aura that Obama had transformed into did not stay on the Sea of Souls for too long. In a moment, it split into 3 groups. One rushed toward the bridge and the black line, one rushed toward the bottom of the Sea of Souls, and one rushed toward the blue light barrier above the Sea of Souls. Chi! Chi! The moment Obama moved, the thunder dragon below seemed to have eyes. Countless thunder dragons rushed out of the Soul Sea, but they did not split into 3 groups like the abyssal black dragon. Instead, they split into 2 groups. One group continued to swim in the Soul Sea, strangling the abyssal black dragon, while the other rushed towards the blue barrier like lightning. It actually ignored the black dragon formed from the demonic aura that rushed towards the white bridge and the black line. Obama was overjoyed. Even if the demonic aura on this side of the Soul Sea and the blue barrier was completely destroyed. But as long as he demonized this bridge, it would quickly spread to both sides of the Soul Sea. Once he demonized half of his soul, he would be able to gain control of Yi Qinghan's soul. Then, these thunder dragons would also listen to the soul's commands. At that time, victory would be certain. The thunder dragon used all its strength to deal with the black dragon formed from 2/3 of the demonic aura and easily gained the upper hand. Carrying the momentum of wind and thunder, it completely strangled the 2 groups of demonic aura in one go. Black rain fell from the Soul Sea again. Bastard, dogsh asterisk t. What the hell is this thing? What the hell is this soul? The other group of 7 or 8 black dragons easily rushed to the bridge, leaving behind one that rushed towards the black line. The rest all entered the bridge that was emitting a gentle white light. But what made Obama want to die was that the black dragons actually couldn't enter. Moreover, at this moment, the bridge suddenly shone with a divine light and a white barrier suddenly appeared on the bridge. Once his demonic aura touched the white barrier, it was like water meeting a red-hot iron pincer, immediately evaporating. The black dragon with demonic aura outside easily entered the black line, and it also felt the surging power of darkness contained within. Unfortunately, that thunder dragon strangled all of his black dragon's demonic aura. Then, dozens of thunder dragons roared from all directions and instantly annihilated that black dragon. 3/4 of Obama's powerful power of darkness had already been destroyed by the thunder dragons. The remaining 1/4 was trapped on the bridge, not daring to even move. The thunder dragon didn't continue to rush over. It entered the bridge and completely annihilated Obama's remaining aura. It continued to completely eliminate the remaining demonic aura in the Soul Sea. Then, it returned to the small amount of origin energy and began to circulate between the origin energy and the Soul Sea. And at this moment, Yi Qinghan immediately woke up. The moment he woke up, there was no trace of blood in his eyes. They were incomparably clear and he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. He stared blankly ahead, at the hole in the roof, a bit confused. How could there be a hole in the roof? What if it rained? Then he felt as if he was on water. He twisted his body and remembered something. His body shot up and he stood up. His divine sense swept out and found a few familiar women sitting in the hall. After confirming that there was no danger, he directly threw himself onto a large pink bed and fell asleep. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate his soul, nor was it that he didn't want to thoroughly investigate the surrounding situation. It was because he was too tired. His Soul Sea had been abused by the Black Dragon and Thunder Dragon and had become incomparably tired and exhausted. At this moment, he only wanted to sleep. Who cared if the sky collapsed, the earth split, or the world was destroyed? He wanted to have a good sleep first. Yi Qinghan's unbridled divine sense had alarmed the 5 women in the hall next to him. The princess with Yi Qingyu's eyes and Lan Yu's hair carefully brought the 4 people in. However, they discovered that the man who was so powerful that they trembled was like a child, sleeping soundly on her fragrant bed, and his head was pillowed with the underwear that she didn't have time to change into last time. Chapter 1082. Princess. The evil aura on this person is gone. The woman in yellow stared at Yi Qinghan as if she had seen a new continent. She looked left and right, but she couldn't feel the evil aura that they hated so much. Hee hee. I told you he's a good person, but you didn't believe me. Humph. The little princess wrinkled her cute little nose and said to the four of them proudly, "Good person?" The woman in white looked at the innocent little princess and sighed slightly. "Princess, are there still good people in this world? Which one of them isn't virtuous on the surface, but would do anything for benefits behind the scenes? The Vatican, which we once believed in the most, has torn off their hypocrisy. What else do they have?" The little princess's eyes had just lit up with excitement, but it dimmed again. Then, she quietly looked at the man sleeping on her side on her bed and using her underwear as a pillow. She blushed and trotted away. The woman in red nodded at the woman in blue and the woman in yellow. The two immediately chased after her, but the woman in red stayed behind and said to the woman in white, "Sigh, with the princess's personality, no wonder she still spoke up for her cousin even after he cheated her of the throne. Alice, I still don't think it's safe. Why don't the four of us take the princess far away? Go to a secluded corner and spend the rest of our lives in peace? Let's not talk about whether this man will harm the princess after he wakes up. I'm afraid. Once Her Highness and the Vatican finish cleaning up the enemies, they will harm the princess. No matter what, the princess is Her Majesty's only child." The woman in white called Alice frowned tightly. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "The princess's personality is indeed not suitable for a life of scheming and scheming. She doesn't have powerful martial arts, and it would be difficult even for her to be a queen. But, Silas, with the princess's stubborn personality, do you think she will agree? Didn't you see that she cries every night when she sleeps? If she can't take revenge, I'm afraid she will spend the rest of her life in pain, and it's very likely that she will die." Alice and Silas looked at each other and sighed deeply. Silas looked at Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as this man can help the princess, I am willing to offer my body and soul to him. The princess is too pitiful." Alice smiled sadly. Under her golden hair, her exquisite facial features were filled with endless loneliness. She said faintly, "If he can help the princess, what's wrong with the four of us sacrificing ourselves to him? However, it's not like you don't know who really killed His Majesty and the Empress. No matter how strong he is, it's hard for his fists to fight against 4 kicks." The two of them looked at each other again, smiled bitterly and walked away, heading for the little princess's new room. Odila and Otora were having a hard time. Of course, Augie suffered more than them. The three of them returned to Obama City. Odila and Otora knew that it was impossible for Obama to be sucked into the black hole after hiding for a long time. Therefore, Odila and Otora thought of a brilliant plan. They got the children of the Wind Shadow clan to start spreading a piece of news in the 18 continents of the demon world. 3 sovereigns of the divine world had secretly sneaked into the vicinity of the demon world. One of them was holding the ancestral devil's supreme slaughtering god saber. Because of Sovereign Obama's carelessness, his vitality was greatly injured by the supreme slaughtering god saber. At this moment, he was hiding in a place to recuperate. As for these 3 divine world sovereigns, they were hiding. They also stated that Sovereign Augusta could testify for this because Barbara, who was under Sovereign Augusta, had fought with the 3 divine world sovereigns. When this news spread, the entire demon world was shaken. In addition, more than 100 small sacred worlds under Obama and Augusta had been slaughtered by Yi Qinghan not long ago. For such a big matter, even if they wanted to hide it, there were still traces of it. All the demon sovereigns confirmed the authenticity of this news. A huge uproar was set off in the demon world. All the sovereigns were mobilized, the trillions of Wind Shadow clan members were all mobilized, and countless Dark Knight clan members were planted in the small sacred worlds. In the endless void outside the demon world, black winds blew, and undercurrents surged. Under pressure, Augusta finally released the projection of the battle between Barbara and Yi Qinghan. In an instant, Yi Qinghan's appearance spread throughout the entire demon world. Countless mainland sovereigns offered rewards. As long as Yi Qinghan was found, they would give him anything he wanted. regardless of whether it was the supreme slaughtering god Saber or the divine world sovereigns wantonly killing the people of the demon world. This had already caused the entire demon world to unite against a common enemy. Yi Qinghan had completely become a celebrity in the demon world. However, the demon world sovereigns were furious and frantically searching for the main character. At this moment, he was lying on a medium-sized plane who knew how far away from them, sleeping soundly. It was very likely that they would never be able to find this celebrity again. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. This time he had slept for an entire month. His soul spirit sea had enough time to rest. When he woke up, he felt lazy and comfortable. His divine senses quietly explored the surrounding area. After confirming that there was no danger, Yi Qinghan immediately looked inside his body. However, the moment he did so, his indifferent face suddenly turned ashen, and his body started to tremble. He was scared half to death. This was 100 times more terrifying than discovering the lightning above his soul spirit sea. How could this be? Heavens, you must be joking. His body was fine, and his divine crystal was fine. What had happened was his soul spirit, and something big had happened. The protective shield around his soul spirit sea was fine. Apart from the fact that the origin energy floating above the sea had decreased a little, there was no big problem. The lightning above still did not strike down, which was normal. What was not normal was countless black lines had appeared above his soul spirit sea. They were densely packed, crisscrossing, and terrifying. His soul spirit was divided into pieces. It felt like a white meatball was tied up by countless black ropes. It was a ghastly sight. For the first time, a black line appeared in his soul spirit. As a result, he almost died. In the end, his soul was divided into two, and the black line became that white bridge. At this moment, there were at least 100 black lines on his soul spirit. Each black line was of different length. The longest one was about to penetrate his entire soul. Moreover, there were at least 30 black lines that were about to penetrate his soul. Back then, when the first black line penetrated his soul and his soul was divided into two, he almost died because he could not bear the pain. Now, 30 black lines were about to penetrate his soul. If they penetrated at the same time, Yi Qinghan was absolutely sure that he would become the first supreme expert in this world to die from pain. Moreover, even if he did not die from pain, his soul would be constantly divided by these black lines. Wouldn't that be the same as collapsing? Moreover, he could easily probe inside the white bridge between the two souls. There was an incomparably evil and cold demonic aura inside. He probed his entire body, but did not detect any demonic aura. This meant one thing: that demonic aura inside the white bridge must be hiding Obama's real body. He did not know why his soul would undergo such a mutation. But he knew that if the insufferably tyrannical Obama was finished, he would also very likely be finished. Chapter 1083. Opening his eyes, Yi Qinghan forcefully rubbed his face with his hands and forced himself to be clear-headed. His sea of souls had mutated many times, and he could do nothing about it. What was the point of being afraid? What was to come would come. Originally, the moment Obama entered his body, Yi Qinghan had already mentally prepared himself to be demonized. Now that he was still alive, his life could be said to have been retrieved. With this thought, Yi Qinghan completely relaxed. He once again began to look into his soul. After observing for a very long time and thoroughly examining every inch of his soul countless times, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed a few things. The first was the good news. That ball of demonic aura of Obama's main body was trapped on the bridge and could not come out. There was no possibility of him being demonized. Furthermore, that ball of demonic aura was slowly decreasing under the holy light of the bridge. Even though it was very slow, there would be a day when Obama would completely perish. The second was even better news. Even though so many black lines had appeared on his soul, there was nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, the strength of his soul was at least 3 times stronger than before. What did 3 times mean? In the past, Yi Qinghan's soul strength was close to that of a 6th grade war god, but now it had reached the strength of a 7th grade war god. And Mo Xiaoxiao's soul strength, the strongest in the realm of gods, was only at the level of a venerable. The third was the bad news, the fatal bad news, because that ball of demonic aura of Obama was constantly decreasing. Those close to 100 black lines were slowly increasing at the same time. According to Yi Qinghan's careful observation during this period of time, it was very likely that that ball of demonic aura had not completely disappeared. The 30 longest black lines would simultaneously pierce through the soul. What would be the consequences of 30 black lines simultaneously piercing through two souls? Yi Qinghan did not dare to imagine. Based on this speed, it would take at least 10 years for these 30 black lines to simultaneously pierce through the soul. In other words, after 10 years, Yi Qinghan's two souls would simultaneously become 60. Even if his soul did not collapse on that day, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely die in pain. 10 years? Yi Qinghan weakly opened his eyes. This feeling was like finding out that he had cancer in his previous life, and it was in the late stage. Just sit there and wait for death. What is this place? If it's close, I can rush back to the secret realm of reincarnation in 10 years and take a look at them. How good would that be? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly to himself. This idea was too naive. There was only one plane nearby, and it was a medium-sized plane at that. It definitely didn't seem like a plane near the god realm. Even if he was teleported to the vicinity of the demon world, he would not be able to return to the secret realm of reincarnation without encountering the space-shattering blade current. Qing Cheng and the others should have already given birth, right? I wonder how many more children I have? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up when he thought of the 3 months of madness in the reincarnation plane. A hint of determination appeared on his face. He pursed his lips and clenched his fists. After a long silence, he said to himself, 10 years, 10 years. I still have time. I must think of a way to stop my soul from splitting. I want to live on. I want to go back to see my children. I want to bring Xiao He back to see Xiao He's children. Cannot die. I want to fight against the heavens and take my life from them. I will never give in. Yi Qinghan took out the slaughter god blade and sent her divine senses into it. She saw that Xiao He's spirit body had transformed into a small white soul-devouring beast that was in a deep sleep. The determination in Yi Qinghan's eyes deepened. He stood up, and his body emitted a strong sense of confidence. Through the hole in the roof, he looked up at the sky and told himself to live on. He had to bring Xiao He home. What are you doing? How dare you? Do you know where this place is? Suddenly, a tender voice resounded and interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Yi Qinghan was startled and hurriedly concealed himself. He felt ashamed in his heart. Because of his soul mutation, he was so scared that he did not even know what was happening outside. With his divine senses, Yi Qinghan easily understood the situation outside. Outside the courtyard, thousands of martial artists had arrived. They were all wearing white armor, and the weakest of them was a heavenly god. There were even some who had reached the god world's god generals and god kings. Thousands of people surrounded the courtyard, and at this moment, the 4 maids were protecting the delicate and beautiful princess. They were shouting loudly at the entrance of the courtyard. King Feng has ordered for the princess to return to the palace. A tall and mighty middle-aged man walked out from the crowd of thousands of martial artists. He was wearing gorgeous battle armor and had a handsome mustache. He was the leader of this group of martial artists. The white-robed Alice had a murderous look on her face. She was not strong, but she had grown up with the princess. In the past, her status was incomparably obedient. How could she tolerate someone offending her? She said coldly, "How dare you? Luosen, how dare you surround the princess courtyard? How dare you? The princess has been ill recently. You should report to His Majesty and apologize another day." "Umph. Shut up, Alice. Do you believe that I won't rape you if you continue to be so long-winded?" How could Alice know that Luosen, who used to not even dare to fart beside her, sneered coldly? He looked at her alluring body without the slightest scruple and said faintly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the surrounding martial artists opened up a path, revealing a gorgeous carriage in front of them. Luosen shouted coldly again, Invite the princess into the carriage. Princess, don't. Luosen, if you dare to offend me, I will kill you. Clang, clang. The four maids pulled out their swords at the same time, and their divine power vibrated. The thousands of martial artists outside also pulled out their weapons at the same time. Murderous intent immediately filled the courtyard. The four maids were all God World's god generals. Not to mention the God King Luosen outside and the dozens of God General squad leaders outside. Even if there were thousands of heaven gods, they would not be able to deal with them. Panduoji, I didn't expect you to cheat me of the throne, and even break your promise. Alice, put down your weapons. You are not a match for them. The little princess' gem-like eyes flashed with a trace of anger and helplessness. That delicate and pitiful expression weakened the killing intent of the countless heavenly god martial artists. No matter what, this was their princess, the Empire's #1 beauty, the goddess in the hearts of the Empire's men, Princess Pandora. If I kill this group of people, won't it be troublesome? At this time, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the little princess' mind. The little princess was stunned, but her eyes lit up because this voice said something not long ago. Don't touch me. I will not harm you. It was that mysterious and powerful man. Although the little princess was overjoyed, she did not show it on her face. Her thoughts were pure, but many years of palace etiquette taught her that she could not show her emotions on her face. You just need to say it in your mind, and I will know the answer. Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can hurt you. The voice continued. This voice seemed to have some kind of magic, and the little princess felt her heart was at peace. She immediately thought in her heart, don't be rash, esteemed guest. These are the Empire's holy guards. If you kill them, it will attract countless experts and the Vatican's holy army. The Pope is extremely powerful, almost invincible in the continent. You are not a match for him. Pope? Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. The Pope that this little princess spoke of was probably one of the few high-level emperor gods in this plane. This plane was very strange. There were many mortals, many heavenly god martial artists, and there were even emperor gods. Logically speaking, martial artists of this level would have long ascended to a higher plane. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and decided not to make a move first. Yi Qinghan did not care about these few experts in this plane. He could crush them to death easily. It was just that he was unfamiliar with this place, and he had to think of a way to prevent his soul from splitting. If he made a big deal out of this, it would attract the attention of the higher plane's overlords, and it would be troublesome. After a moment, Yi Qinghan thought through the matter and sent a voice transmission. Get on the carriage. Don't worry. I will protect you secretly. No one can hurt you, not even that so-called Pope. Chapter 1084. Let's go. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, the little princess did not hesitate and directly gave the order. Then, she lifted her skirt and walked towards the carriage outside. Princess, Alice and the other three people's expressions changed at the same time. They did not understand what was wrong with the little princess. However, the little princess had already walked out of the courtyard. The four people had no choice but to quickly follow and protect the little princess in the center. Let's send the princess back to the palace. Lawson looked at the beautiful little princess with a trace of pity in his eyes. However, his eyes immediately turned cold. He shouted and took the lead to fly forward. Thousands of warriors took off together. At the same time, the luxurious carriage also rose into the air. Under the protection of thousands of warriors, it flew towards the east. Princess, Princess, you can't go back. No, we will protect you and kill our way back. Princess, His Royal Highness Panduoji is definitely up to no good. Otherwise, he would not force you to go back. It is very likely that you will be imprisoned forever if you go back this time. As soon as Alice entered the carriage, she immediately activated the magic array in the carriage to isolate the sound and probe of the outside. But Alice smiled and shook her head. She said lightly, "Don't be afraid. He said that he will protect me." Alice raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Him? Who is he?" "It's me." At this time, A gentle and strange voice suddenly sounded in the carriage. Alice and the other 3 people were so scared that their whole body trembled. At the same time, the 4 people madly surged their divine power and unsheathed their cold swords. They were on guard. The little princess' eyes suddenly lit up. She looked around but did not find the owner of the voice. "Put away your swords. If I want to kill you, I can give each of you a supreme divine tool. You can all be killed in seconds." The voice rang out again, and a green figure slowly appeared. He sat beside the low table at the side of the carriage. He didn't even look at them, and leisurely picked up the tea on the square table, poured a cup, and leisurely drank it. "It's you? You? How did you come in?" Alice looked as if she had seen a ghost. The magic shield in the carriage was fully activated. How could this person come in silently and the warriors outside did not notice? Lawson was the commander of the Holy Guards, a famous powerhouse of the Empire. How could he not discover it? The other 3 maids were also shocked. They knew that this person was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was actually so ridiculously strong. The little princess' beautiful face was filled with the light of joy. If this person was really as he said, that even the Pope could not hurt her, then there was hope for her parents' vengeance. Yi Qinghan glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "You came in just like that? To me, the protective shield on your carriage, it's as good as nothing. Then why didn't the people outside notice you?" Alice looked at the man in front of her who was smiling amiably like a big boy next door and felt that he was so unfathomable. Her tone became extremely gentle, and the way she addressed him also became respectful. "Haha, if I want them to find me, they can find me. I don't want no one in this plane to be able to find me." Yi Qinghan calmly sipped his tea, enjoying the leisurely time, temporarily putting aside the matter of his soul splitting. Looking out the window, looking at the green mountains and clear waters below, as well as the warm sunshine, his heart was at peace. "Respected guest, I am Princess Pandora of the Malfa Empire under the Sacred Alliance. These 4 are my maids, Alice, Hilas, Mandos, and Rakiz. It's an honor to meet you, and I sincerely thank you for your protection." The little princess stopped Alice from continuing to ask questions. Instead, she took a few steps forward and respectfully bowed her head to salute. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, somewhat unaccustomed to such formal etiquette. He smiled and said, "Pandora. Good name. Beautiful name. Don't be too restrained. I like to be easygoing. You can treat me as your friend. You can call me Han Yi." "Your Excellency Han Yi? Nice to meet you." Pandora blushed somewhat shyly. As the first beauty of the Empire, she had heard the most mushy compliments, but Yi Qinghan's simple compliment made her feel a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Perhaps it was because of Yi Qinghan's strength, or perhaps it was because of his unique temperament, or perhaps it was because of his black hair, black eyes, and the fiery gaze in his eyes that was different from the people of this world. But Alice instinctively leaned towards Princess Pandora, because she saw in Yi Qinghan's eyes a man's naked desire to possess a beautiful woman. The number of men in the Sacred Alliance who wanted to have Pandora could be lined up from the east to the west of the Alliance. But no one dared to be like Yi Qinghan, and directly expressed their desire to possess her. Yi Qinghan sensed the hostility of the maids. He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze outside. But in his heart, he was somewhat ashamed. This little girl looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. Just now, he had evil thoughts. It seems that the evil aura of Obama in his mind had a great influence on him. "Pandora, can you introduce your beautiful continent to me? The more detailed, the better. Alice, you don't have to be hostile to me. I won't hide it from you. I'm not a person of your continent, but I'm a pure human. I won't harm the ordinary people of your continent, and I won't stay here for a long time. If there's a chance, I'll immediately leave and return to my continent. So you don't have to worry that I will enslave or harm the people of your continent. Well, you can think of me as a tourist." Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a while, then turned to stare at the 4 people and said seriously. He needed to understand the situation of this continent and the situation of the higher planes. After making sure that he was safe, He would think of a way to prevent his soul from splitting, and finally he would think of a way to go home. Yi Qinghan's words scared the 5 people. Was this person really a creature from the legendary other plane? The Holy Bible in the Vatican said that there were many creatures from other planes who always wanted to descend to the Holy Continent, and then began to kill the people of the continent, turning the beautiful Holy Continent into hell, the Azura Hell. Could this person be a devil? And now he wants to use his power to unify the continent, and finally let the Holy Continent fall into the Azura Sea forever? Even Pandora's heart was hesitating at this moment. The devil in the legend was very cunning. Alice wanted to shout at the first moment and let Lawson, who was outside, send a message to the Pope to purify this creature from the other plane. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and leisurely drank his tea. He was not in a hurry, nor did he explain, waiting for the 5 people to make a final decision. Finally, Pandora remembered the sweet smile on Yi Qinghan's lips when she saw him for the first time. There was also the cute appearance of Yi Qinghan sleeping on his bed. Feeling prevailed over reason. She thought that if this devil's acting was so good, then she would also admit defeat. Pursing her lips and nodding, she looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Your Excellency Han Yi, Pandora believes in you. If you want to harm Pandora, Pandora will also accept it. I just hope that you won't harm the people of the continent." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, swept a glance at Alice and the other 3 people and said, "In the future, you will know how correct your decision today was." Chapter 1085. The carriage continued to fly quickly at a low altitude. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, this speed could only be considered crawling. Yi Qinghan drank his tea leisurely and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, as well as the majestic city in the distance. That was the capital of the Malfa Empire that Pandora had mentioned, Mangzhong City. An hour was not a long time. However, it was enough for Yi Qinghan to have a sufficient understanding of this unknown dimension. This dimension was very strange and interesting. The entire dimension was bathed in the glory of the Vatican, and the God of Light and the Pope were the only 2 faiths in this dimension. Everyone cultivated combat energy and magic, and the God-level powerhouses cultivated the power of light. Of course, in the eyes of Yi Qinghan, combat energy, magic, and power of light were actually just a way to use the vitality of heaven and earth. In essence, it was still using the power of the laws of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. The Vatican was the largest in this dimension, and there were 3 empires under it. One was the Malfa Empire where Pandora was located, and the other 2 were the Mali Empire and the Macy Empire. Pandora's father died mysteriously half a year ago, and it was said that he was killed by evil dark creatures and cultists. Along with him, there were also 3 high-level celestial emperors of the empire. However, Alice did not feel the power of darkness that night, and it was said that there was a misunderstanding between Pandora and the Vatican not long before her father's death. After Pandora's father died, the throne was, of course, inherited by the only crown prince, Pandora. However, the 3 strongest powerhouses of the empire died at the same time, and the empire was in chaos. The other 2 empires took the opportunity to attack the Malfa Empire. Pandora was simple-minded, and she panicked and lost her wits. At this time, Pandora's cousin, Pandora, stood up and asked Pandora to give him military power to resist the attacks of the 2 empires. The naive Pandora believed him and gave all her military power to Pandora. In the end, after a few rounds of battle, Pandora actually succeeded in repelling the strong enemies and obtained the recognition of the Vatican. At the same time, he also took over the throne of the Malfa Empire. Pandora did not have any attachment to the throne, and she only wanted to avenge her parents. In the end, Pandora did not fulfill his original promise. He only wanted to stabilize his throne, and his current actions were obviously to imprison or kill Pandora. What a melodramatic story. What an innocent girl. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly. Although he didn't know the specifics, Yi Qinghan could guess some things from this superficial information. It was obvious that Pandora's parents and the 3 most powerful people of the empire were killed by the church. Dark creatures? Heathen? Yi Qinghan knew very well that these things were left behind on purpose by the Vatican in order to make people more devoted to them. It would be very easy for the church to wipe out these heretics, just like how they wiped out Pandora's parents. This was because Yi Qinghan had easily discovered that 4 of the 5 high-level emperor gods were living in the holy city mentioned by Pandora, and that was where the church's headquarters were located. It was obvious that Pandora's father had discovered some dark secrets of the church and decided to abandon his faith in the church. However, the 3 high-level emperor gods of the empire were too weak. The church easily killed him and replaced him with a very obedient emperor, Pandora. Yi Qinghan looked at Pandora's eyes that were as pure as water and smiled. If only Pandora wasn't so innocent. If Pandora wasn't so innocent, the 5 of them might have already died under the slaughter god blade. Pandora, what are you going to do? Do you need me to help you take back the throne? Seeing that they were about to reach Mengzhong City, Yi Qinghan retracted his thoughts and looked at Pandora with a burning gaze. When Yi Qinghan opened his mouth, Alice and the other 3's eyes lit up. Since Pandora chose to believe in this man, they could only take a gamble. At this moment, this man was actually casually saying that he wanted to help Pandora take back the throne. Although his words were calm, there was an indescribable charm to them. It felt as though if Pandora just nodded, he would definitely be able to do it. No, I don't want the throne. Pandora shook her head. She was clear that she wasn't suitable to sit in that supreme position. Moreover, she didn't like it. She stares at Yi Qinghan. She suddenly lifts her skirt and kneels down. Alice and the other 4 people beside her also kneel down. Pandora pays her respects before her face turns red. She clenches her teeth and says, Pandora only wants to kick Imperial Father and take revenge for Imperial Mother. If, Your Excellency Han Yi, you can help me get revenge, Pandora is willing to give up everything I have, including my body. Yi Qinghan's smile disappeared. His eyes flashed with an indescribable meaning as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Indeed, this girl had the capital to be proud of. She had a peerless appearance. According to the ranking of beauties, she could reach the level of fireworks. She was a beauty that was doted on by the heavens. Although Obama's aura was constantly affecting him and increasing his evil thoughts, Yi Qinghan didn't plan to take her body. If he couldn't find a way to stop his soul from splitting 10 years later, he would die. At that time, she would be left alone and would definitely suffer even more. If he found a way and survived, he would also find a way to go to a higher plane and find a way home. The road would be difficult, but Yi Qinghan wouldn't take her to suffer. The most difficult thing to enjoy is a beauty's grace. Yi Qinghan is a man of principle. He wouldn't let his woman suffer, so he was very cautious about the matters between men and women. Even though this Pandora woman was really beautiful, so beautiful that it made people feel pity for her. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a moment, then shook his head and said, Pandora, get up. I won't take your body. HM? Yi Qinghan's answer made Alice and the other 3 stunned. He actually refused. There was actually a man who didn't fancy the number 1 beauty of the empire, the goddess in the hearts of hundreds of billions of men in the holy continent, Miss Pandora? Could it be that this man's sexual orientation was abnormal? The 4 people were puzzled. That's not right. Just now, he clearly showed a strong possessive desire towards Pandora. Pandora's face was full of shame and awkwardness. She finally mustered up the courage to say such shameful words, but she didn't expect Yi Qinghan to actually refuse. She had always been very confident in her body and beauty. It could be seen from the greedy eyes of those nobles. Just now, Yi Qinghan's eyes also shone with this kind of light, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She felt a burning hot on her face, and her heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness and sadness. Apart from this body, what else did she have? Looking at Pandora, who was about to cry, Yi Qinghan knew that he said the wrong thing. He quickly smiled bitterly and said apologetically, Pandora, don't think too much. I didn't mean to look down on you. You are very beautiful, and I just treat you as a friend. I can help you take revenge for your parents. I will also help you, but it will take some time. Also, you have to listen to my orders. Really? Pandora was startled by Yi Qinghan. She was happy one moment and worried the next. A pair of gem-like eyes held back tears as she looked at Yi Qinghan foolishly and asked with uncertainty, I always keep my words. Go down, Pandora. Your cousin is here to pick you up. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and stood up. The hair on his head turned green, and his black eyes also turned green. At the same time, a white battle armor appeared on his body, and there was a big golden sword in his hand. With a face full of righteousness, he said to the 5 people, "Remember, I am now the personal bodyguard of Princess Pandora. Cold Night Night." Chapter 1086. Looking at Yi Qinghan's green hair and green eyes as if he was performing a magic trick, Pandora, Alice, and the others were amazed and scared at the same time. This man was really magical. "Princess, please get off the carriage. His Majesty is waiting to see you." Lawson's voice was amplified by the power of light. Pandora glanced at Yi Qinghan and saw the confident light in his eyes. She felt a lot more at ease. She lifted the hem of her skirt and led Alice and the others out of the carriage. Lawson's gaze vaguely swept over Pandora's graceful body, and then turned to look at Alice's group of 4 behind him. He became incomparably bold and unscrupulously swept his gaze over Alice's towering chest and slender thighs. Finally, his gaze was fixed on Yi Qinghan, who had green hair and green eyes and was carrying a big sword lazily. "Chi!" Lawson's expression changed. The white power of light with a holy aura instantly burst out from his body. The silver sword in his hand issued a soft cry and locked onto Yi Qinghan. A chilling, murderous aura filled the surrounding space. Clang, clang. As soon as Lawson moved, thousands of warriors in the vicinity drew their weapons at the same time and locked onto Yi Qinghan. Invisible, murderous aura crisscrossed in the air. Alice and the others did not even dare to move. Although Pandora was under the protection of the 4 people, she could not withstand such a strong, murderous aura. Her whole body trembled, and her face became incomparably pale. "Presumptuous!" Before Lawson could speak, Yi Qinghan shouted. At the same time, he gently waved his hand, and the murderous aura around Pandora and the others suddenly disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan released a murderous aura that was even more overbearing than the thousands of people and Lawson's, directly suppressing the murderous aura that they condensed. Thousands of people's faces changed. Even Lawson felt a bone-piercing chill all over his body, and involuntarily trembled. How many people must he kill to condense such a heavy, murderous aura? "How dare you be so rude to Her Royal Highness? Are you all courting death?" Yi Qinghan's incomparably domineering voice rang out. His demonic green hair and green eyes, as well as his piercingly cold killing intent, instantly caused the hearts of the thousands of people present to tremble. They retracted their killing intent and almost dropped their weapons. The eyes of Pandora and the other 4 lit up, but they were a little worried. They thought that Yi Qinghan would protect them in secret and was plotting something. Who would have thought that Yi Qinghan would make such a domineering entrance? How was this going to end? "Humph! Who are you? Why did he sneak into the princess's carriage? Kidnapping the princess? Do you want to become enemies with the entire Malfa Empire? Quickly release the princess, otherwise you will die." As one of the powerhouses of the Malfa Empire, Lawson was able to counteract the pressure that Yi Qinghan exerted in an instant. Although he spoke coldly on the surface, he was shocked in his heart. This person actually snuck into the carriage under his nose. The aura that he released just now was several times stronger than his own. If he were to fight, he would definitely be the first to die. He groaned inwardly. He could only delay for the time being and wait for the powerhouses in Mengzhong City to come to his aid. "Lawson, put away your weapons. This is my personal bodyguard, Frost Night Night, a first-grade duke. Why don't you bow to him?" Pandora regained her composure under the protection of Yi Qinghan's aura. Her many years of palace etiquette education allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Under Yi Qinghan's telepathic signal, she looked coldly at Lawson and said, "First-grade duke? Who are you trying to fool?" Lawson smiled coldly. He felt 2 powerful auras flying towards him from the palace, and his confidence was greatly boosted. Where was this place? Mengzhong City. Didn't this bitch know the situation she was in? How dare she put on airs in front of him? This Frost Knight was also an idiot. Let's see how he dies when the reinforcements come. Yi Qinghan continued to lazily carry a great sword on his back. He squinted at Lawson and said coldly and arrogantly, "Huh? You actually dare to ignore the princess decree? Why aren't you bowing to this duke? Boy, do you really want to die?" **T. Lawson and the countless knight captains around him almost had their eyeballs fall out. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone so arrogant. Was his brain damaged? Where was he right now? Didn't he know that her master was nothing now? Or was his eyesight bad that he couldn't see the two incomparably powerful imperial protectors in the distance? Lawson gave him a mocking look and said contemptuously, "Bowing to a bullshit duke like you? You think?" Clang. The second half of Lawson's sentence was interrupted by a dragon's roar. The great sword on Yi Qinghan's shoulder slashed down towards Lawson at lightning speed. A pure white dragon carrying a sacred aura whizzed out and instantly submerged Lawson, whose eyes widened in shock. Bang! A huge explosion resounded through the entire Mengzhong city. Then, a dazzling firework bloomed, and the sky was filled with blood-red rain. Lawson's entire body was blown into pieces of blood mist, which rustled and fell from the sky. Deathly silence, deathly silence. The thousands of holy guards in the sky above Mengzhong City and the countless residents in the city were all scared silly at this moment. Even the two imperial protectors who were flying halfway stopped in mid-air. Everyone stared blankly at the blood-red rain that was falling from the sky. They were at a loss. Under the protection of Yi Qinghan, Pandora and the other three did not get a single bit of Lawson's exploded flesh. However, the five of them widened their eyes and stared blankly at the blood rain in the sky. Even Pandora, who had been subjected to palace etiquette for more than 10 years, was completely pale. There was not a single trace of blood on her face. Someone actually killed the commander of the Holy Guards, Viscount Lawson, in front of millions of people in the capital of the Malfa Empire. Even the heathens and dark creatures would not dare to be so bold, right? This was a blatant provocation to the Malfa Empire and the supreme authority of the Vatican. "How dare you insult me, the Duke? Insubordination? That's too lawless. I hate people like you who have no noble upbringing and don't know how to respect your superiors. Why aren't you bowing? Do you want to follow your commander?" Just when everyone was secretly swallowing their saliva, Yi Qinghan's domineering voice sounded again. Then, a boundless murderous aura once again swept across the thousands of holy guards. The piercingly cold murderous aura made everyone feel that if they did not kneel in the next second, they would turn into a pile of minced meat like Lawson. "Russell, Russell. Greetings, Duke." Everyone's hearts trembled under that domineering aura, and they simultaneously knelt in mid-air and greeted in unison. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, everyone's face turned awkward. As the most elite warriors of the Malfa Empire, how could they kneel to the enemy? And in front of the two imperial protectors at that? "You are the lawless one, aren't you? There have been 13 dukes in the history of the empire, but only one first-class duke. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be a first-class duke? Kidnapping Her Highness? How dare you kill Count Lawson in the streets of Mengzhong City? Hurry up and surrender, or else this teacher will kill you immediately." The two imperial protectors who were not far away almost vomited blood when they heard that. They knew very well that this person was definitely not a duke, nor was he the personal guard that the former emperor had assigned to Pandora. It was very likely that Pandora had gotten strong reinforcements from the outside. However, they were in the sky, and there were countless citizens of the Malfa Empire watching from below. This person was relying on Her Highness, so it was not good for him to make a move directly. Most importantly, the two imperial protectors also felt that if they were to make a move against Yi Qinghan, they would probably be the ones to die. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and looked at the two imperial protectors. Boundless murderous aura gathered and silently pounced forward, shrouding the two imperial protectors. He laughed coldly and said in an extremely domineering manner, "How dare you? I was entrusted by His Majesty to protect Her Highness. I am a first-class duke that was personally appointed by His Majesty. How dare you slander me? How dare you not kneel in front of Her Highness? Are you trying to rebel? Or, do you want to die? Chapter 1087. In Mengzhong City, in the gorgeous palace, a blue-haired, blue-eyed, handsome young man sat on a throne made entirely of purple gold. The young man's eyes were cold. He looked at a purple-haired elder beside him and said in a dark voice, "A peerless expert suddenly appeared by Pandora's side? He killed Lawson in one move. Mike the Turtle, can you kill him?" The purple-haired elder's face turned serious. His divine sense kept probing the situation in the city, but he finally shook his head. "I'm not sure. Your Majesty, it's better to ask the Vatican for help. Otherwise, the consequences will be unthinkable once war breaks out." "You're not sure?" Pan Duoji slammed the armrest of the throne, the veins on his hand bulging. In order to obtain this position, he did not hesitate to participate in the murder of Pandora's father, and also eliminated several princes of the empire who opposed him. Seeing that the empire was already under his control, and the Vatican was secretly supporting him, he didn't want to waste all his efforts. "We can't ask the Vatican. Don't you know who they are? How much have I sacrificed to obtain their support? If we ask them again, the empire will no longer be my empire, but the Vatican's empire." Pan Duoji shook his head. A trace of hostility flashed through his cold eyes, and he became silent. The purple-haired elder next to him said worriedly, "Your Majesty, what should we do if he attacks?" Pan Duoji suddenly raised his head, his eyes red and his handsome face twisted. He said in a low voice, "Send a message to Mike and Mike. Tell them to lower their heads and observe the expert's attitude. If he dares to attack, immediately go out and resist. I will ask the Vatican, Pandora. If you want to seize my throne, then let's fight to the death." The message was quickly sent out. When the two protectors outside received the message, their faces were filled with grief and indignation. But in the end, they gritted their teeth and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, Duke Frosty Knight. Your Highness, Lord Duke, His Majesty has a favor." Pandora and Alice looked at each other in astonishment. Finally, their gazes landed on Yi Qinghan, who was standing lazily. They didn't expect Pan Duoji to admit defeat. This Frosty Knight was actually this powerful? He was so overbearing as soon as he came out. Could it be that he predicted that Pan Duoji would give in? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and retracted his murderous aura. The giant golden sword was still on his shoulder as he said leisurely, "Your Highness, you've been frightened and need to rest. Go back and tell His Majesty that I'll come and ask for forgiveness another day." With that said, Yi Qinghan made an inviting gesture to Pandora. After witnessing Yi Qinghan's abilities, Pandora was even more obedient to him. She indifferently glanced at the two imperial protectors and said, "Please return to Your Majesty. Pandora will go and beg for forgiveness another day." After saying that, the six of them ignored the thousands of holy guards and the two protectors and flew towards a small palace beside the imperial palace. That was Pandora's own palace. Under the leadership of the two imperial protectors, thousands of guards flew towards the imperial palace with gloomy expressions, leaving behind countless disappointed gazes. They had originally thought that they would be able to watch a good show. Who would have thought that the insufferably powerful and overbearing imperial protectors would actually lower their heads? Everyone started to become interested in the incomparably overbearing Frosty Knight beside the goddess of their hearts. This mysterious and bewitching man was so valiant. A lot of people who knew a little bit of inside information couldn't help but sigh. This Frosty Knight was actually so valiant and arrogant, vainly trying to fight against the entire empire and the Vatican by himself. Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He just didn't want to kneel to His Majesty later. He knelt to the heavens, to the earth, and to his parents, but never to anyone else, let alone the king of a small empire. Since he didn't kneel, there would definitely be a conflict, so he might as well directly have a conflict. Now that his name was engraved in front of millions of people, Yi Qinghan felt even more at ease. He was mainly afraid that he didn't have a reasonable identity and would be noticed by the people of the Vatican. Once they determined that he was an expert from another plane, They would then request an expert from a high-level plane to descend. Finally, a ninth-stage expert from this side would be drawn out, and that would be troublesome. Now that he had an identity, and when he killed Lawson just now, he casually imitated their power of light, and it was actually very successful. He was even more at ease. He had already warned Pandora not to reveal that he came from another plane. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, however he wanted to play, it was all right. Big Brother Han Yi, what should we do next? In the hall of Pandora's palace, Pandora, Alice, and the other two were all looking at Yi Qinghan, their faces bewildered and at a loss. Nothing. Yi Qinghan held a cup of tea and lightly took a sip. He said with a smile, "You can all stay here with peace of mind. I won't meet anyone who comes. I won't meet that His Majesty Pandoji of yours either. I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to intrude." What? Pandora and the other four looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and astonishment. They wouldn't even meet Pandoji when he comes? This is too overbearing. Pandora muttered to herself for a moment, but she didn't ask much. She inexplicably believed that this man would protect her. With him around, no one could hurt her, and her parents' grievances would also be cleared. Alice and the other three had a look of worship on their faces. Worship towards having a formidable power, but the worry in their hearts was even stronger. In the following days, as expected, countless people wanted to see Pandora, but they were all rejected by Alice with the excuse that she was a princess. Unexpectedly, no one dared to offend Pandora and force their way in. There wasn't even someone monitoring them. Of course, there were people monitoring them, but Alice and the others couldn't feel it. Yi Qinghan didn't pay any attention to them. All day long, if he wasn't flipping through the books in Pandora's palace, he was fishing in the small lake behind the palace. He would often bask in the sun alone in the backyard. His days were very leisurely. After the initial panic, Pandora and the others gradually became a lot more at ease under Yi Qinghan's strong confidence and leisurely expression. Pandora was simple-minded and optimistic. In less than half a month, she was happy all day long. She accompanied Yi Qinghan to bask in the sun, fish, and read books. Her face was full of happiness and comfort. She imagined how great it would be if this powerful man could protect her for the rest of her life. Yi Qinghan watched Pandora and Alice surround him all day long. Although he had a good temperament, Obama's evil aura infected him. Every time he saw Pandora's angelic face and devilish figure, he couldn't help but have an evil desire. He wished he could strip the five of them and do it in the end. He suppressed his evil desire and threw the five of them a few divine essences to refine. If they completely refined them, the five of them could reach the level of a high-grade emperor god. The highest grade divine essence that Yi Qinghan gave them was from a 7th grade war god. Although their ability to refine divine essences wasn't high, they still had the strength of a 4th or 5th grade war god. It was enough for them to protect themselves. Although Pandora and the other four didn't know what it was, even Pandora, who couldn't cultivate battle energy or magic, could feel the powerful aura inside. She was pleasantly surprised and started to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qinghan continued to investigate the detailed situation of this continent, while trying to find a way to stop the soul splitting. However, he had read almost all the books in Pandora's palace and pondered for a month, but he still had no clue. Obama's demonic aura in his soul sea continued to decrease. The 30 black lines were like crawling worms, wriggling and growing. Should I try the cultivation method of this plane? The power of light? I wonder if it can restrain the power of darkness? If it can be restrained, then I can stop the black lines from spreading. 1.5 months later, Yi Qinghan thought of a stupid idea. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over good, and light always triumphed over darkness. Since everyone on this continent cultivated the power of light, maybe it would be effective? With that thought in mind, Yi Qinghan went into the library in the palace. He took out countless top-notch cultivation manuals in the Malfa continent and started to learn them from the beginning. Of course, for a powerhouse like Yi Qinghan, this kind of cultivation method of battle energy was really simple. In just 2 hours, he absorbed the so-called power of light from the vitality of the universe and successfully became an agent. After becoming an agent, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and found that the world was different. Felt like this world was filled with light everywhere. Why is there so much energy surging towards the holy city? What energy is this? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan casually looked out of the window and actually felt that there were countless translucent threads in the air. They were densely packed and surging towards the holy city, and these translucent threads were all pure power of light. Yi Qinghan was amazed. There was actually such a thing? He did not cultivate this light-based cultivation technique, so he could not sense it at all. Yet, he could detect it immediately after becoming an agent. He hurriedly and quietly used his divine sense to investigate the source of these threads. After carefully investigating for 2 hours, Yi Qinghan roughly understood this strange thing. Power of faith? So many people are praying devoutly, and a warrior with the power of light is actually offering his power to the Pope? That's not right. Most of this power of faith is transmitted to the high-level dimensions through the Vatican's array formation. Could it be offered to the God of light? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered, and then he spat angrily and scolded. These shameless thieves! The power of light that others have painstakingly cultivated is given to them for free. Motherf asterisk Ker, this is only one dimension. If there were hundreds of dimensions and so many warriors, this God of light would be able to increase his power of light without cultivating every day. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated for 2 hours, yet he had only obtained a little power of light. Yet they could drink tea and play with nuns every day. Their power could continue to increase without cultivating. This was too unfair. If this power of light can really restrain the power of darkness, I will go and kill that T Pope. I will become the Pope myself. In the future, I will also go to a higher dimension and kill the God of light. Yi Qinghan steeled his heart and quietly withdrew his divine sense. He was prepared to continue cultivating for a while. When he had more power of light, he would try to suppress the black threads. However, when he withdrew his divine sense, he felt that there were 4 more powerful auras in the majestic palace next to him. And it was an extremely evil aura? Finally can't stand it anymore? Are you going to make a move? Idiot, you actually invited a dark creature? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He did not continue cultivating. Instead, he lazily carried the golden sword and walked outside. Since Panduoji was prepared to shed all pretenses and did not let him cultivate in peace, then he would beat him until he behaved himself. Chapter 1088. Inside the lavish palace, Pandoji stared coldly at the 4 black-robed martial artists. Only Mike Turtle, Mike Fang, and Maxie stood guard beside him. Mike Turtle, who was the most powerful among them, had not only activated the magic array in the palace, but had also condensed a shield with the power of light. Mike Turtle actually didn't agree with today's actions. Pandoji said that asking the people from the Vatican to kill the cold night was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Now that he was inviting these 4 ghastly dark creatures, wasn't it the same? No, it was inviting the devil into the house. Your Majesty, the 13th leader of the Blood Clan, Prince Layden, greets you. We are very happy to work with you. At the very front, a black-robed man whose robe was embroidered with gorgeous gold linings gracefully saluted Panduoji. His pale face under the cloak was filled with an amiable smile. Layden, your request is too much. This king cannot help you preach in the Malfa Empire. Otherwise, the Vatican will immediately treat me as a heretic. This king will cut to the chase. Help me get rid of that detestable cold night, and I will pretend that I didn't see you preaching in the Malfa Empire. Mike Turtle sighed indifferently. Pandoji was too stubborn. If he continued like this, something big would happen sooner or later. Even if he succeeded in the end, he would definitely be hurt by the tiger. Your Majesty, although your conditions are a little harsh, I believe that as a graceful member of the Blood Clan, I can still tolerate it. Your Majesty, please remember today's promise. As for that cold night, I'll let him sink in the darkness for all eternity when the curtain of night gradually descends. Layden and the other 3 bowed again before abruptly disappearing from the palace. Your Majesty? Mike Turtle sighed helplessly and was about to say something, but Pandoji waved his hand and said confidently, "Say no more, Mike Turtle. This king knows what you mean. The Blood Clan is indeed sinister and cunning, and we cannot cooperate with them. However, the Vatican is even more dangerous. Compared to the Blood Clan and the Vatican, this cold night is more obvious and direct. With this person living next to me, this king cannot sleep peacefully for a single day. Anyone who wants to drag me down from this position will die. They will all die." Yi Qinghan thought that these things that were neither human nor ghost would make a move immediately. He didn't expect them to lie in ambush. Yi Qinghan didn't care about them. He walked to the backyard of the palace and fished for a while. As long as Yi Qinghan wanted to, he could catch all the fish in the lake in the backyard in an instant. But he liked the feeling of fishing, this feeling of grasping everything in his hands, waiting for the fish to take the bait. The fish took the bait after nightfall. The 4 black-robed men quietly entered the small palace. The stealth technique of this dark creature was very mysterious. If it were not for Yi Qinghan's space force, it would have been very difficult for him to detect it with his spiritual consciousness. 3 of the 4 black-robed men silently floated towards him, while the last one pounced towards Pandora on the 2nd floor. Yi Qinghan smiled and put down the fishing rod. Then, he quietly disappeared and floated towards Pandora's room. Pandora was wearing a pink palace dress. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed, refining the Empyrean God's crystal that Yi Qinghan had given her. Although she had only refined a trace of it, it gave her some weak divine power. She didn't notice the black-robed man appearing in the palace, but the moment he entered her room, she was alarmed by his evil and bloodthirsty aura. She instinctively felt that something was wrong. She wanted to run outside and call for help. However, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her escape route. "Respected Princess Pandora, your beauty has even been heard of by us in the fallen forest at the far edge of the empire. Count Laxi of the Blood Clan, it is an honor to meet you. I hope to bring you a pleasant night." The black-robed man's eerie voice startled Pandora. When she heard that it was actually the infamous Blood Clan, her whole body trembled. The Blood Clan's bloodthirst and cruelty were famous in the Holy Continent. They especially loved the blood of virgins. Women who fell into their hands would eventually fall into the Azure Sea. Where was the cold night? Didn't he say that as long as he was here, no one could enter this palace? Could it be that the cold night was no longer protecting her? Thinking of this, Pandora's entire face turned bloodless. She was even whiter than this Count Laxi of the Blood Clan in front of her. "Count Laxi? You things that are neither human nor ghost. Your names are so unpleasant to hear." Just as the black-robed man revealed his 2 sharp snow-white teeth, his hands grew blood-red claws, and he fiercely clawed at Pandora. An indifferent voice resounded. Then, a strong and powerful hand appeared in the air and directly grabbed Count Laxi's pale neck. As if it was lifting a duck, the hand easily lifted him into the air. "Beautiful Miss Pandora, I've startled you. Follow me. I'll bring you to meet the other guests who have come from afar." When Yi Qinghan's beaming face appeared in front of Pandora once again, Pandora became incomparably excited. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with passion. The cold night was still here. The cold night hadn't abandoned her. Princess, Alice and the others in the rooms next to them were also startled. They hastily rushed over. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a pale-faced man with 2 standard sharp teeth of the Blood Clan, the 4 of them were greatly alarmed. They hastily flashed over and surrounded Pandora. They carefully sized her up, and only relaxed after making sure that there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality. Following Yi Qinghan downstairs, Alice and the others looked at his back, which wasn't exactly imposing but felt incomparably tall. For the first time, Alice and the others had a sense of approval towards Yi Qinghan. With this man around, it seemed like they never had to worry about anything. Just look, even the Blood Clan, which gave even the imperial tutor a headache, was easily subdued by him. The Blood Clan wasn't very powerful. The most powerful Blood Clan prince was only a 5th-grade war god. It was just that his methods were a little strange. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, in the face of pure power, all schemes and underhanded methods were like floating clouds. Prince Layden and the others were extremely gloomy. They had originally detected Yi Qinghan's presence in the backyard, but when they sneaked over, Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared. As a result, after searching the entire backyard, they returned to the main hall of the palace, only to see Yi Qinghan and 5 beautiful women sitting there with smiles on their faces. When they returned to the main hall of the palace after searching the entire backyard, they saw Yi Qinghan sitting there with 5 beautiful women, smiling at them. He didn't know how Yi Qinghan had disappeared from the backyard, nor did he know how he was able to sit in the palace without being detected. All he knew was that they were in deep trouble. Esteemed Frosty Knight, the 13th leader of the Blood Clan, Prince Layden, pays his respects to you. Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies to you for this misunderstanding. May I ask if I can explain my rash actions today? Prince Layden bowed gracefully, and his expression was one of the most refined of nobles. From his expression, he didn't look like an assassin who had come to assassinate someone in the middle of the night. Instead, he looked like a good friend who had come to visit. Esteemed Prince Layden, my ass. A friendly smile also appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, but he didn't want to waste his breath on him. I'm ashamed to tell you that I don't need your apologies. You have 2 choices: submit or die. Chapter 1089. Prince Layden's face flushed even redder than Pandora's pink palace dress. He stared at Yi Qinghan's green eyes and his head of green hair as a sense of humiliation and rage welled up in his heart. First-tier duke? First-tier duke, my asteriskis. How could a first-tier duke be so vulgar? Furthermore, he was so domineering. Did he really think that he could take on all 3 of them at once just because he was powerful? So what if he could take on all 3 of them at once? Would he be able to protect Princess Pandora from the combined attacks of a Blood Tribe prince and 2 counts? The answer was a resounding yes. Just as Prince Layden and his 2 Blood Tribe subordinates were about to pounce toward Yi Qinghan and Pandora, Yi Qinghan sprang into action. A black saber appeared in his hand, and the terrifying aura emanating from the saber caused Alice and the others to tremble in fear. The long saber cut through the air and easily slid across the Earl's body. The Earl instantly turned into dust and drifted away in the air. Yi Qinghan's body also transformed into a series of afterimages as he circled around the palace before returning to his purple gold throne. However, the black saber was pressed against the neck of Prince Layden, who was just about to launch a sneak attack on Pandora. I'll ask you one last time. Submit or die. My esteemed Prince Layden is a piece of sh*t. Yi Qinghan's voice was as gentle as a noble's, but it was also as rude as a brute's. However, Prince Layden felt a chill run down his spine. The black saber pressed against his neck was like the scepter of a pope, and it struck fear into his heart. He had insta-killed 3 Blood Tribe counts and subdued a Blood Tribe prince who was even more terrifying than the Grand Guardian. Alice was completely stunned by Yi Qinghan's methods. Their hearts began to race as they stared at Yi Qinghan's demonic eyes. Even if Yi Qinghan asked them to strip naked and bare their snowy buttocks, they wouldn't refuse. Too cool. Pandora's eyes were full of little stars. She couldn't tell how Yi Qinghan did it with her little strength, but she only knew that this man was so handsome that it was mesmerizing. He was even more charming than those warriors who could slay dragons in the history books. Esteemed Frosty Knight, I, Prince Layden, the 13th head of the Blood Tribe, am honored to be your servant. Layden's reply did not disappoint Yi Qinghan. In reality, if Yi Qinghan hadn't learned some things from Layden, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath on these half-human half-ghosts. Under Yi Qinghan's guidance, Layden offered his soul flame and became Yi Qinghan's soul slave. Yi Qinghan rose to his feet and turned to Pandora with a smile. Let's go, Your Majesty. Seeing as that cousin of yours has decided to make a move against you, then let's go to the palace next door and become guests. Layden, lead the way. Let's go meet His Majesty. Yi Qinghan didn't walk through the main gate. Instead, he flew over the tall wall that separated the 2 palaces. The protective barrier and guards outside the palace were easily destroyed by Layden. When Yi Qinghan led Pandora's group of 5 towards the great hall that symbolized authority and glory, Pandora's eyes, which were as pure as water, sparkled with a crystalline radiance. Never would she have thought that she would be able to openly walk into this palace one day. Your Highness, did you succeed? Pandora's eyes lit up in the instant that Prince Layden walked into the palace, and an expression of unconcealable ecstasy appeared on his face. However, he suddenly realized that something was amiss, and the smile on his face froze. He abruptly turned to look at Princess Pandora and the others behind Prince Layden. Finally, his gaze fell upon the green-robed, green-haired, green-eyed Yi Qinghan, and his heart jolted. To put it more accurately, I succeeded. Your Majesty, I'm very unhappy to see you. Whoosh! The power of light erupted from Mike Turtle and the others as they unsheathed their weapons. They stood guard in front of Pandora with grave expressions as they stared at Yi Qinghan with wariness and fear in their eyes. Pandora, tell me the truth. How did my father and mother die? Did you participate in it? A surge of courage suddenly welled up in Pandora's heart. Even though her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were already turning blue from clenching them so tightly, she still looked at Pandora with a cold expression as she spoke. Cousin Pandora, please don't listen to the lies of others. His Majesty and the Queen were obviously murdered by a despicable dark creature. Cousin, hurry up and come over. This Frost Knight is probably a dark creature. Even though a trace of fear flashed across Pandora's eyes, his expression didn't change much. He spoke calmly as his hands began to reach into his sleeves. Dark Maie ***. Bam! Yi Qinghan had originally wanted to play around, but he was infuriated by Pan Duoji's performance. He waved the Slaughter God's saber, and a beam of light energy shot out from the saber and flew towards Pan Duoji at lightning speed. Humph, how dare you assassinate His Majesty? Frost Knight, do you want to become the enemy of the entire empire? Do you want to blaspheme the Holy Church? Mike Turtle quickly pulled Pandora, whose face had turned ashen from Yi Qinghan's murderous aura, to the side and shouted. Boom! The purple gold throne, which symbolized the glory and power of the empire, was smashed into smithereens by the godly energy that Yi Qinghan had condensed. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. If not for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have directly used his spatial power to kill them. Layden, capture those 2 old geezers. If they dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Yi Qinghan didn't want to use his willpower and attract the attention of the people from the holy city. He also didn't want to use too much energy and attract the attention of the people from the holy city. As such, he could only order Layden to grab the microphone and Max Shi while he himself transformed into a blur and charged toward Mike Tortoise. Bam! Mike Turtle's powerful light energy condensed on the huge sword in his hand, and he smashed it down on Yi Qinghan's head. However, what shocked everyone was that even the Pope didn't dare to take this blow head-on. However, when the sword landed on Yi Qinghan's head, it was completely unscathed. Instead, the huge sword was bounced back. A cold smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and his powerful hand shot forth like a dragon before grabbing onto Mike Turtle's neck. Although he had expended a lot of his essential power in the spatial turbulence, it was still very easy for him to protect his head. Mike Turtle were stunned by Yi Qinghan's methods, but Prince Layden was not. As Yi Qinghan's sole slave, he would only follow Yi Qinghan's orders with determination. Thus, Prince Layden was able to cripple Mike Turtle in a single exchange. Both Yi Qinghan and Prince Layden locked their eyes onto the microphone. Mike Turtle tactfully tossed aside the huge sword in his hand before declaring, "I surrender." A warm smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and it was as if it was a warm spring day. He turned to Pandora and said, "You're not surrendering to me. You're surrendering to our beautiful Princess Pandora. No, you're not surrendering. You're surrendering to Miss Pandora's soul slave. Also, Your Majesty Pandora, it's best if you don't move your hand. I'm afraid I might accidentally slice you in half." Pandora's hand instantly stiffened, and his face turned deathly pale. He glared at Pandora and Yi Qinghan with resentment. He had plotted and plotted for so many years, and he had worked so hard to obtain this position. Who would have thought that it would be pushed away so easily? Mike Turtle couldn't even muster up the power of light in his body, and he didn't feel the slightest bit humiliated by Yi Qinghan's grip on his neck. Instead, a dim light flashed through his eyes. He knew that if Pandora were to continue messing around like this, something would definitely happen. However, he didn't think that this day would come so soon,